Chapter 37, Lovely Little Shade of Grey. Yes. Naruto said, sitting with his arms crossed on a couch in the common area, almost looking like he was pouting since he was looking to his left, away from the person he was actually speaking to. No. Nojiko replied, trying to bore a hole into Naruto's head with her gaze as she sat next to him on his right. Yes. I'm doing it. It's got to be faster. Naruto said, trying to insist upon his point. He jumped up out of his seat and walked to the window to point at the titanic landmass blocking the ship's way. I can totally climb that. It might take a day, or more, but yeah, I can climb that. You're the only one that can. Nojiko yelled, flicking him in the nose to elicit a yelp from him. We can't even see the top of it. No one we know ever has, and unless you get permission to do it they'll just shoot us off anyway if you try. And what about the ship? I've thought about that. Naruto said to the navigator of his crew, I'll get Polly to tie ropes around me and like 1,000 clones. I think we could make it. That's if the clones could all stick to the wall with their chakra, take the strain of having to lug a ship up a 90-degree angle for miles before dragging it across however long the top of the landmass was before dropping it back into the ocean. It can't be that big of a climb. Actually, forgetting about the clones and ignoring them for a moment, could the ship itself even take all of that abuse? It would be bouncing off of the wall again and again. The keel would probably snap like a twig before even half of that journey was done, even if the red line wasn't that tall. Almost in complete sync, the entire crew and Perona punched Naruto in the head, sending him to the floor. You're not trying to drag the ship up the red line. They all yelled at him as they stood over his fallen body. What the hell are you trying to do? Soren yelled at him, acid generated by anger forming a steam rising from his body. Why are you so freaking weird, Uzumaki? There is normal way to do everything, including something like this, ways that are possible and not completely asinine. Do you know how fucking close we are to Marineford? They'd find you climbing that thing, with a ship attached to you and a ton of clones, and shoot you right off the wall. Fine. Naruto yelled, nursing the 10 lumps on his head with tears forming in his eyes. Then how the hell do you suggest we get across this time? Jumping off of the comm belt isn't going to do anything this time like it did when we got to the Grand Line from the East Blue, since this stupid red line wraps around the planet. No reverse mountain attempt even if they had tried it the first time, which they hadn't at the logical breakdown of them owning a marine ship at the beginning of the crew's inception. Any route to reverse mountain that they could find would just dump them back at the start of the Grand Line. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Perona cut in, waving her hands around from her seated position back in a chair. What makes you think I'd actually go with you guys all the way to the New World? Mariah-sama took a crew there before he got me to join him and they got torn apart. No way I'm going there with you like it's some kind of day trip. Okay. Soren said, leaning against the door leading to the deck. Feel free to jump ship and hope for the best all by yourself the very next time we make port. That should work out just swimmingly for you. I'm not some weakling. Perona argued back at the acid-spitting man before turning her back with her arms crossed haughtily. I don't need a crew. If I desire company or assistance I'll just procure some helpers, but none of you are cute enough for my tastes to work for me. Who's not cute? Miss Valentine, Murit, and Nojiko all said with deceptively sweet voices that promised pain if the correct answer was not given by the tagalong Perona. Vivi put a hand under her chin as she started pacing around and thinking to herself, well, we can go to Sabaody, we should be able to find a way over or around the red line from there. If we can't then there's nowhere we can go to do it. She nodded firmly, deciding that it was the best course of action. Yes, we should go to the Sabaody archipelago. It's where my father's ship stops from Alabasta whenever he had to go to Mariehua. They would always send representatives to accompany us from there. It's the best place to go. Nojiko figured that was as good an idea as any. It was definitely better than trying to drag the natural disaster up the side of the red line by use of clone power. She doubted that it was even possible. It was absolutely huge to climb and their ship was utterly massive. It had way too much space for all of them even with all of the added things done in Water 7. Okay. The guy that talked to us on Constellation Island said it wasn't far from there. Let's move a ways away from the red line and venture further away from the comm belt. If it's really that close then it shouldn't be hard to find. Still not convinced of the current plan of action, Naruto grumbled his disagreement. I still think you should hitch a few ropes to me and my clones and have us try to scale the red line. I mean, wouldn't that just be awesome? There was no affirmative response from the crew as they all did their best to ignore him. You guys really suck sometimes, you know that? XXX. Later that day. Sitting on the grass-covered deck to meditate was often how Naruto kept himself in touch with the power swimming within himself. For decades he had been randomly doing so just to keep a touch on the surroundings he found himself around as well as in order to gauge his own powers in comparison to others. As far as people on the ship went, he could easily judge their combat capabilities in comparison to his. Throughout the ship he could feel the very different energies of his crew. The easiest to sense was Soren's. It was a steadily growing power that one didn't need ability to sense to feel. His training with the Rokushiki styles at this point made it so that his physical presence was always radiating some kind of power. It was somewhat untamed, but that came with the unstable territory of his devil fruit powers. The scariest thing about it was that he learned from conversing with CP9 that he could channel his devil fruit abilities into the Rokushiki 6 styles. That would be an intimidating concept once he got the practice down. The next up on the power scale of his crew was surprisingly Miss Valentine. Her aura was always calm and even, something that went right along with her normal demeanor. At first believing that her powers restrained her to being a strictly support fighter, flying and crashing to the ground, her style had developed extensively since joining the crew with advice from others, mostly him, on how to use them in new ways that she hadn't thought up herself. Her speed with the specially developed Hainaho, Feather Step, was absurd, and her ability to weigh a foe down with a touch was a boon of an ability even when she chose not to swing around her umbrella to crack skulls. Johnny and Yasaku were more or less even as far as he could sense. While they specialized and went into two completely different directions as swordsmen, the development was incredible. Johnny's foot and sword draw speed improved every day due to his self-imposed training, to the point where he would rather resheath his sword and try quick-draw attacks than engage in traditional sword fights. Yasaku's growing strength was scary. Getting Miss Valentine to weigh down Kubikurabuchu with her powers for him to train with was working aces for him. The weight seals placed on the sword to activate upon being unstrapped from the harness and his own strength gave him the ability to break steel with the amount of force he could generate. Nojiko was a devilishly accurate shot, and with what they now knew to be her haki, she had limited precognitive abilities in combat, and now that she was able to move freely with her waver skates, her mobility could actually allow her to act on the haki by moving around accordingly. With just normal firearms she would be scary for someone to fight, but he might have potentially given her more power than she knew what to do with when he fixed her guns with seals. The three elements available to her were wind, fire, and lightning, each with their own advantages in combat and their own particular drain on her chakra reserves that were being flexed with every elementally charged shot she fired. Vivi could dodge almost anything sent at her without moving out of a 5-foot radius of her starting area, something that Karu had picked up as well, giving Vivi a mounted assault that was more than just a straight-on charge the way it was when they had first met. She was also finding new methods of which to utilize her very versatile jewel weapons. One had to wonder when she had gotten so many to use in combat. Polly had a pretty strong aura going for him as well. Still, he hadn't been seen going all out before, but he hadn't seemed like he had been in over his head since the assault on Ini's lobby, so it was only a matter of playing the waiting game to give a fair opinion on him. He was easily able to handle everything sent their way since he joined the crew though. Murid didn't fight, instead opting to teach Funkfried tricks. Said tricks were often of the violent variety and mostly involved the sword/elephant using its given abilities to keep her out of trouble and keep her safe. She didn't seem as tentative about everything as she did upon joining, but she still knew she was most certainly not a fighter by any stretch of the imagination, which was just fine. She was meant to be the healer, not another warrior. His thoughts gave way to Karu pecking him in the side of the head, prompting him to grab the duck in a side headlock. Oi. What's up with you? Karu let out a quack that Naruto was able to understand. I don't know if you can come with us off of the ship this time. I'm not your owner, ask Viviheim. I don't see why you're coming to me about this. Another quack came from Karu as he tried to wrestle out of Naruto's weak, unserious grasp. Quack. Naruto let the desert-dwelling duck go and raised an eyebrow. She would not do anything I asked her to do. The stuff I made her do was training, that's why she listened to me back then. Karu pecked him in the head and let out a quack that sounded akin to a sigh, saying that he was a fool, getting Naruto to shake the duck repeatedly. What? Who's stupid? I'll chuck you overboard, you damn duck. Say something again and I'll make Peking pigeon out of you. In response, Karu pecked Naruto in the head repeatedly and turned the skirmish into a wrestling match on the deck. Oh, you bastard. What are you two doing? Both Naruto and Karu stopped fighting to see Vivi standing right there, looking at them suspiciously as her foot tapped the ground repeatedly, waiting on an explanation. Karu took advantage of the lull in the action to continue pecking Naruto in the head with free shots as he tried to explain, I'm just messing around with the duck, Viviheim. It's cool. I love nature. He stopped Karu's beak from pecking him once he was finished. Seriously, do that again and I'm tying you to the front of the ship. I really doubt that. The Alabastan princess said, standing there with her hands on her hips, but I can't bring myself to think of a reason why you two would be fighting or to really care since you're not serious. Quack, quack. Karu said, prompting Naruto to look at him and nod in understanding as the two got up off of the ground. Naruto cleared his throat and prepared to speak to Vivi, prompted to do so by Karoo, who more or less quacked at Naruto to put his money where his mouth was towards the point they had been fighting over. So hence it was put up or shut up time over the main point of their miniature conflict, Vivi-heim. I was just thinking, you should get a tattoo, right here. He said, grabbing her arm and pointing at her bicep. It would be awesome. No way she'd ever do that. Listening to his input was one thing because he was the captain and her trainer, but getting a tattoo dash. Really? She said, looking at the area on her arm that she was directed to pay attention to. I mean, I never thought of it, but if you think it would be a good idea, I don't see why not. Vivi seemed to be seriously contemplating getting a tattoo. I mean, Nojiko has a tattoo and Nami does too. It wouldn't look bad on me, would it? Well, hell, maybe she would do anything he asked her to. That was almost cool. Naruto had the complete trust and faith of the princess of a powerful nation. Most guys probably would have found some underhanded way to take advantage of that, but even if he was that kind of guy, Vivi was too sweet to take advantage of. Naruto looked at Karoo and the victorious look the duck had on his face before sighing. Yeah, okay, when we disembark you can come with us this time. He said in defeat. To the victor went the spoils. Now he had to convince Vivi to not get a tattoo because if she did then Igaram, Shaka, Pell, Koza, and even Cobra himself would probably try to kill him for it. No tattoo, Vivi-heim, even though it wouldn't look bad on you, you're too cute to get one. But you just said dash dot. Vivi tried to dispute, a blush on her cheeks from being called cute. I know. Naruto said, waving off his previous tattoo comment, but your bird was pecking me in the head, so maybe it was the concussion talking. My mind is clear now. No tattoo. He saw her scrunch her nose in thought, putting a bit of alarm into his heart. No tattoo. Say it with me, no tattoo. Fine. Vivi said, finally giving up the thought if he was really insisting against it. I won't get a tattoo. But pirates have tattoos of their Jolly Roger a lot of times, don't they? What's wrong with me getting one of our crews? The fact that we're not pirates, and I wish people would recognize that. Naruto said with an irritated growl. Their Jolly Roger didn't even look that much like anyone else's at all. Sometimes it didn't even look like one period, and the fact that you're a princess of a country. He then smirked at her and put his hands on her shoulders. Have you paid attention to the flag though? It's a skull version of my face. If you got that kind of tattoo it would probably say a lot more than you being a member of this crew. Realizing that he was right and that the Jolly Roger was more or less a skull version of Naruto, Vivi realized what such a thing could be taken as by an outside observer. Not even that, there was no way such a thing would ever be allowed to die even among the crew as a joke of her being Naruto's property due to the tattoo. Instead of just her cheeks, this time Vivi's entire face turned red as she started sputtering nonsensically in embarrassment. Should I go for the kill here? Naruto thought to himself as he noticed Vivi's mortified appearance. There was something else tattoo-wise he could say that would probably stick with her for life due to its connotation, but then again she was only 16 and fairly naive, and he didn't want to break her. Okay, so no joke about other possible places to put the tattoo in case she's embarrassed about getting it on her arm where everyone could see it, hinting that only I would see the other places because they're private. That's too far for Vivi-heim, she'd never talk to me again. Joke not being told and reaction not being given. The thing to take from the conversation was that Naruto had successfully diverted Vivi from getting a tattoo that he almost convinced her to get in the first place because of a point that had to be proven for an argument with a duck, that he lost. XXX. Sometime later. Huh? Either that place is real or I'm still drunk from breakfast. Soren said to himself aloud from his position in the crow's nest as he looked at the landmark on the horizon. Well, I have a feeling that you're just going to love this next place, nature boy. He yelled down the mast so that he could be heard, but I have no idea what it is. Hearing the commotion from the acid-spitting man up top, Naruto grabbed a pair of binoculars and looked out front at the landmark he was talking about. Whoa! Is that a bunch of islands made of trees? A grin crossed his face as he continued to look. That's just cool. He could probably absorb enough nature chakra to go sage mode in a single second in that place, second only to the mountain he originally trained the technique on. Able to hear the commotion from Soren about trees, Vivi walked over to Naruto and grabbed the binoculars from him, a small smile coming to her face as she saw the mass of sturdy and large trees that had the attention of the other two. That's Sabaody Archipelago. It's not an actual bunch of islands, it's just a mass of trees big enough for people to live on. A mangrove forest. If there's a way to get past the red line we'll definitely find it here. Johnny had a grin on his face as he heard that they were close to landing the ship somewhere once again. That's great. I wonder if there's anyone strong here to fight. He grabbed the binoculars from Naruto and got a good look at the archipelago. It looks lively enough from here. No. Absolutely not. Hearing Vivi's sudden outburst got everyone on the deck's attention, and it almost gave Soren enough of a jolt to get him to fall out of the crow's nest. The princess in question had a very serious look on her face and seemed to be looking at all three men with some anger in her eyes. "What's the matter, Vivi-Heim?" Naruto asked, wondering what had nearly set her off just now. Vivi pointed at him sternly, getting him to take a step back before she switched to pointing at Johnny and then at Soren. "If we're going to go here, then all three of you are going to have to be good for once. Seriously. No messing around this time, and I'm not kidding one bit. No starting trouble, understood?" "Why?" Soren asked. He rather liked starting trouble, or at least taking part in some kind of debauchery. It would be a rather hard habit to kick cold turkey. "We get into trouble pretty much everywhere else, so what's the deal with this place?" There was probably a good reason if Vivi of all people felt the need to speak up and tell them so. Usually Nojiko would be the one to tell them all to stay out of trouble, but she said it so much they barely listened to her anymore. She usually didn't even end up heeding her own advice anyway. But Vivi never raised her voice with any kind of authority, hence why they were paying close attention to her. In order to answer his question, Vivi pointed at the island. "You can't just do as you like here. There's a marine base stationed on the southern side of Sabaody Archipelago, and we're so close to both Mariehua and Marineford that if you started a mess here it wouldn't take too much to turn a whole major incident out of it. So please just stay away from the southern end of the area altogether. You make it seem like we're going to go out of our way to look for trouble," Naruto said, almost pouting at being put on the spot. When he looked at Vivi he saw her glaring at him particularly hard. In particular, "What's the matter?" Vivi got up in Naruto's face, unnerving him at how completely grave she was being. This was clearly not something to take light of, at least as far as Vivi was concerned. "I want to hear you promise me that you are not going to fight anyone here. No one. I don't care if you see someone about to die in front of you, you don't fight." His face twisted into a frown at that thought, and Vivi's face softened considerably, but she stayed firm. "Promise me none of you are going to get into trouble here. It's too important." So this would be like at Water 7, only here things were close enough to the enemy's gate so to speak that the usual sweetheart, easygoing Vivi felt the need to assert just how quickly things could degenerate. They all could have said that they were going to do whatever they wanted, and honestly it was expected of Soren to do just that. Thus it was rather surprising when all three of the men in the presence of Vivi all simultaneously spoke at the same time. "Fine. I promise." Naruto, Soren, and Johnny all looked at each other and shrugged at the strange occurrence. Vivi blinked at the whole speaking in unison thing before a relieved smile came over her face and she leaned against the steering wheel of the ship. "You mean it, right?" she asked, getting nods from all three as Soren climbed down from the crow's nest. "Good, and I really can't stress this enough, do not pick fights with anyone, you can't do as you like. And if you see a world noble, do not do anything to them, just bow like everyone else. That's all." "Bow?" both Naruto and Soren thought, grimacing at the notion. Naruto hadn't bowed to anyone in over 120 years of life with the exception of the time he had begged the Raikage to spare Uchiha Sasuke's life, and Soren was not about to bow down to anyone period. He was too much of an anarchist to give a damn about the useless figurehead nobles. In the case of seeing a world noble they would probably be better advised to simply vanish if they saw one because they were not going to bow. They both knew that right then and there. As a matter of fact, as far as Soren was concerned. "Can't I just dash?" "No, you cannot melt the world noble, Soren. I will cut you." Soren recoiled at the jolt from Vivi yelling at him and fell off of the mast he had been climbing down. Luckily his neck broke his fall and he jumped right back up with a lump on his bald head. "You're getting a touch of the sociopathic tendencies from Uzumaki, aren't you?" Vivi blushed at being called out on her outburst and chose to just walk away. "I've been on a ship with all of you for months now. It had to happen eventually. But do not mess with the world nobles. Seriously," she said as she went back inside the ship to wait for them to reach Sabaody and inform all of the others. Johnny just watched where Vivi had been previously standing and then turned to both Naruto and Soren. "You're not going to listen to her, are you?" he said in a voice that more or less already expected the answer to be no. He would be pleasantly or not so pleasantly surprised by his captain's answer though. "I have to, even if I did want to do something stupid," Naruto said in a disenchanted tone of voice. "She made me promise, damn it." "You soft bastard." Soren jibed in return, not mentioning the fact that he had promised to be on good behavior as well. "Oh, shut up." Naruto snapped half-heartedly before sighing. "She has a point anyway. We need to figure out what to do to get past the red line first, even if we did get an itch to cause some trouble. It wouldn't do to make a mess of things without even getting the reason that they'd be going to Sabaody Archipelago for in the first place, so he'd have to choke down his first instincts for the first time since Water 7 to raise havoc. That meant no reacting to others either, which probably wouldn't be as hard as it was on Jaya in Mock Town. They probably weren't the only crew there that would be put on very short leashes while there, so at least there was the chance that others wouldn't be spoiling for fights either. XXX. Sabayati Archipelago, Grove 23 of 79, Lawless Area. You seriously need to take it easy, Naruto. Miss Valentine said as she took note of Naruto walking around with a scowl on his face. What's the matter? You look all kinds of upset and we just got here. She asked as he walked around alongside her, ignoring the bubbles floating about and the people in the streets. He didn't voice it aloud, but just being in that place was putting a damper on his usual mood. He had gone into sage mode before getting off of the ship to look around the island for information and wound up feeling a lot of negative feelings despite the abundance of nature in the form of the very powerful mangrove trees that could reach the ocean floor. Naruto's ability to sense most life forms in the area due to sage mode and his latent skill to feel the emotions of said people due to another talent of his originally overwhelmed him. There were a lot of people that were happy or at the very least content, in fact the vast majority were, but on the other end of that he also felt a lot of distress from one particular area toward the middle of the archipelago. They had landed around the 23rd Grove and had docked there. Each tree was large enough to be designated as its own particular island for people to live, build places, and operate normally on, thus they were designated groves for each tree that comprised the place. The part that they had stationed the natural disaster in was the place where most pirates, bounty hunters, and other lawless individuals hung around. From that point the crew had split up for their own means. Soren had gone into town to find somewhere to get a drink and wound up being followed by Johnny and Yasaku. Nojiko had gone with Vivi and Karu to buy supplies and just overall shop. Polly stayed on the ship and stayed busy with a quick maintenance check while they were in a place to rest, willing to take Vivi's warning to heart and knowing full well that there was no way they'd be able to stay out of trouble. With him on the ship was Perona, his prisoner. She was getting to be very annoying since she wanted to leave the ship and explore, but her warden, Polly, was not about to step one foot off of the ship to do so. This left a very grumpy Naruto who originally intended to go off on his own. He did not get to do so however, because Miss Valentine quickly followed him. No one was really supposed to be left alone in a strange place, so she was in the right and he couldn't fault her for following his own crew instructions, but that didn't mean he had to like the way it ended up. Valentine-chan, you should really go find someone else, Naruto said, trying to keep the ire from the feeling he had felt while sensing this place out of his voice for her benefit. It wasn't her fault or her problem, it had just been a very long time since he had tried to tap into his energy that allowed him to feel people's emotions. There had simply been no need. I'm not going to be a whole lot of fun here. Well, we'll have to make it fun, won't we? Laughing as she did so, Miss Valentine jumped onto Naruto's back as light as a feather and held on tightly. I propose a game. Whenever I ask you something and you don't give me a direct answer, I'll put more and more weight on. You'd better consider the things you say carefully or you might end up in a crater. Hearing the terms of the game got Naruto to feel some trepidation over his chances, one way or the other. Can't I just take you to the amusement park this place has and be done with it? Miss Valentine let out a scoff with her ever-present smile still plastered on her face. An amusement park? I can fly higher than any ride and move faster than any roller coaster can. What's the fun in that? And what am I, 8? She gestured grandly to the masses of possible pirates, bounty hunters, and other lowlifes in the vicinity. This is where I consider the fun to be. It's definitely better than hanging around a bunch of boring normal people all day. Rolling his eyes but admitting that she was in the same vein of thinking that he had, Naruto felt the need to comment on something. I don't get what's so lawless about this place. I mean, pirates hang out here and everything, but other than that nothing cool or lawless dashed. At that point a man was thrown out of a window in front of them on the street and jumped up with a few gashes on his face to get back inside of the building only to get hit with a wooden chair that splintered over his head and rendered him unconscious. Both Naruto and Miss Valentine looked inside to see many patrons of a bar in a raucous fight while many others just cheered them on, some contributing by throwing empty bottles into the fray. Seeing this put a mischievous gleam in Miss Valentine's eye that Naruto was unable to see from her place on his back. Ooh, can I dash? No, Valentine-chan. Viviheim told us to stay out of trouble. Yeah, and trouble qualifies as something we're not supposed to do to normal law-abiding citizens. Pirates, bounty hunters, and other people like that don't count. As long as we're in this part of Sabayati Archipelago we can do whatever we want as long as we don't go overboard. She obviously didn't go anywhere near this part of town when she came here with her father. Who would take a princess to see this? At Valentine's query a man stripped of his all clothes ran out of the bar and down the street giving everyone on the street quite a show. This was something that Naruto had to admit proved her point to an extent, so you're saying that as long as we don't mess with anyone important enough like one of the world nobles NaruHarem seems so scared of, and as long as we stay here we can do anything we want? Fate seemed to answer his question when a man inside of the bar pulled out a pistol and fired it in the air to end the fight and clear everyone out. It had the opposite effect though, as upon hearing a gunshot the combatants all started pulling out their own guns and began a shootout. It seems like it. Miss Valentine sounded quite pleased with that bit of information, as being all demure and keeping the peace didn't particularly appeal to her from the start. XXX. With Soren, Johnny, and Yasaku, Grove 13, Shaki's Ripoff Bar. Okay, first it was funny when you said 100,000, but seriously. 20,000 belly for a bottle? Soren raged as he sat at a bar, almost foaming acid from the mouth in disbelief. Are you out of your rabbit-ass mind? I am not paying that much for a drink. For that much money that drink better give me a full head of hair and make women fall in love with me at first glance. The woman behind the bar stood with her cheek in her hand as she leaned against the counter, an amused look on her face. She had short black hair, a pink t-shirt with a black spider on it that revealed a bit of her cleavage, a black jacket over that with a gray stripe down the sleeves and black frills at the ends of the sleeves and the collar, a yellow bead necklace, a pair of pants with an odd pattern, and white shoes. She let out a plume of smoke from the cigarette in her hand she had been smoking before speaking to Soren. Well, for all you know those things could happen, so why don't you just buy the booze and find out? Soren gave the woman a dry look and pointed at Johnny and Yasaku who were both enjoying the exact same drink Soren himself was trying to purchase, because I'm not stupid like them. They're going to go back to Uzumaki and try to bum some money off of him and they're going to be in for a rude awakening. Now could you give me a more reasonable price here? I'm begging you. The grin that came to the woman's face got Soren's eye to twitch in annoyance. It doesn't sound like you're begging at all. You don't sound like you really want that drink if you ask me. Please lower the price so I can get drunk, please. Soren growled out lowly. Steam from his own acid began rising off of his body at having to jump through hoops just to get a touch of alcohol. He would have just left, but Johnny and Yasaku didn't seem to want to leave anytime soon and he didn't want to blow any more time looking for another bar while sober. He had to be good and drunk if he wanted to wander around some new place aimlessly, otherwise it wouldn't work out so well. Well, since you asked so nicely. The bartender said, pulling up a bottle of Soren's desired drink and putting a smile on his face before she uttered the price again, 5,000 belly. Muttering to himself about how that was still 5 times more than normal, Soren reached into his wallet and fished out a 5,000 belly mark, handing it over for his bottle. So how in the world do you actually get business with fucked up prices like these? He asked curiously as he spit on the top of the bottle and melted the cork off. We're kind of famous because of it. The woman said, watching Soren drink with interest. Or did the name Shaki's Ripoff Bar mean nothing to you when you walked in here? In fact, it hadn't meant anything when they had all walked in. We just thought that was some kind of catchy name to net some customers. Soren admitted in a deadpan tone of voice, and I'm guessing that you would be Shaki then. Shikuyaku at your service, but if you actually call me that I'll kick you out. Shaki said with a smile, and I know you as well, Soren the Plague. Quite a high bounty you sport, 251 million. She nodded her head over towards Johnny and Yasaku as they were unaware of anything currently happening. Those two aren't bad, but meh. Soren took a deep swig before setting his bottle down and wiping his mouth, looking at Shaki with some suspicion. You know who we are that easily? I keep an eye out on the new blood. Shaki said, taking a drag from her cigarette, and you and yours are rather interesting. You and your captain have absurdly high bounties, even for rookies. I'm not a rookie. Soren defended with a frown. He'd been running up and down the beginning part of the Grand Line for years. He had been born on the Grand Line. But then again, on the other hand, he wasn't an active pirate until was forced to join Naruto's crew more or less by way of impressment, so he technically was a rookie, but we're not pirates anyway. At least Naruto kept asserting that they weren't. Whatever you have to tell yourself. Laughed Shaki at Soren's flimsy excuse. You know you guys aren't as scary as the papers swear that you are. If you read those things they make it sound like Uzumaki drowns puppies for fun and you personally eat babies. Of course Soren doesn't eat babies. Yasaku chimed in from their stools at Soren's side, he and Johnny finally paying attention to their friend's conversation with the bartender. How could you even say something like that? Nodding in agreement with the power swordsman, Soren took another drink before speaking again. Yeah, I don't eat babies. That's absurd. Another drink and he added on to his previous comment, babies have little to no nutritional value. If you want to eat kids you have to wait until they get around 5 years old. Any older than 13 though and they get all tough and hard to chew. Thank goodness for the IBI know me on that front though. And the thing that stopped the bar cold, even his own crewmates, was that he had a completely serious expression on his face when he said that. All Soren did instead of elaborating on his morbid and very disturbing statement was finish off his bottle all at once before frowning at the lack of content within, drained by his own thirst. "Oi, can I get another?" he asked, fishing around in his pocket for his wallet again. Before he could get his money out to pay, hoping that Shaki wouldn't jack up the price again, another bottle was placed directly in front of him. Soren looked up to see Shaki shaking her head. "This one is on the house. Baby eater, Soren." Soren looked at her with a raised eyebrow until his eyes widened in horror. "Oh no. I swear to God that better not stick or I'm going to kill somebody." Johnny and Yasaku were able to get a few laughs at Soren's expense as he grumbled and melted the cork off of his second bottle before starting in on it. With the bar back to normal after the previous uncomfortable comment, Johnny decided to make some conversation as well. "So you know Soren. Do you know about us too?" Shaki nodded and began busying herself with the cleaning of glasses. "How much?" "Enough." Shaki said cryptically. "It's kind of creepy though. You're the 9th big-time rookie crew on the Grand Line to reach this place at once. Weird timing." "9th big-time crew?" Now that was a topic of interest to Yasaku. There were other crews perceived as being rival-strong to the Foxhound crew there as well. "Who else is here?" "XXX. With Nojiko, Vivi, and Murit, Grove 45, tourist/shopping area." Happily wandering out of a store while holding onto a string connected to a floating bubble that contained all kinds of shoes and new clothes, Nojiko walked over to a cafe where she found Vivi and Murit sitting and waiting with Karu napping right next to them. The doctor of the pair had a somewhat wistful look on her face, something that Nojiko addressed. "I didn't expect you guys to actually be waiting out here when I got out of that store. What's with Murit by the way?" Vivi shook her head with a frown on her face. "I don't know. We went looking around and split up for a bit to look in different stores. I saw her go into a medical supply store because she said that the boys were burning through her supplies by being dumb all of the time, and when I came back out she was sitting here looking like this." She waved her hand in front of Murit's face, getting her to stop it and move it out of the way before letting out another longing sigh. "Do you think she's all right?" Hearing the worry in the younger girl's voice at the well-being of their resident doctor, Nojiko handed Vivi her the bubble containing her purchases while she kneeled down to get a good look at Murit's lucidly smiling face. "Hello? Is there anyone home in there?" She snapped her fingers repeatedly in her face to get her attention, which she finally received when Murit jolted to awareness. "What in the world happened to you? You were seriously out of it." Bringing up the topic of what put her in such a state, Murit sat slack in her chair with a blush on her cheeks. "I met the coolest guy ever when I was looking at some of the high-end emergency equipment in the store. He's a doctor, and get this, he's a captain of a crew of pirates after One Piece." "A doctor that's a captain too? And he made it all the way out here?" Vivi said in a bit of amazement. With what they had gleaned thus far, it was quite a feat to go all the way from Reverse Mountain to this point of the Grand Line. "That's actually really impressive." She then paid close attention to the fond way Murit had been speaking about this man and got a sly smirk on her face. "Wait, are you actually into this guy?" Murit spared Vivi a glance before straightening up in her chair, smoothing out her skirt as she pretended to be busy to avoid eye contact. "So what if I am? I'm a perfectly adult 19-year-old woman that can make my own decisions. It doesn't stop you from having your little complex with Dash." "Ow!" Before Murit could finish her sentence meant to poke fun at Vivi, Karu inexplicably awoke and pecked her once in the head. Stupid duck. Byplay between her fellow crewmates aside, Nojiko was still curious over this new development. Yasaku had been trying to get Murit's favor, and failing miserably, for months, and now she had come across some guy that she had seemed to fallen hard for. The gossip in her wanted to hear a name, even if she had no idea who the person was, which was more than likely. So who exactly is this guy in the first place? "He's so cool." Just to clarify, Murit felt the need to reiterate that fact in case it had been lost in translation over the course of the conversation at hand. "His name is Trafalgar Law. XXX. With Naruto and Miss Valentine, Grove 17, Lawless Area." As the pair sat in a restaurant, watching on with trepidation, Miss Valentine inwardly wondered if she should stop Naruto before he managed to hurt himself, or more importantly the poor table that he was repeatedly slamming his head into. "Naruto, you should stop." But he wasn't really hearing her at the moment. Each bang of his head off of the table was accentuated with either one of two words that at this point seemed like they would follow him all over the rest of the world. "No. Ramen. No. Ramen. No. Ramen. No. Ramen. God damn it, no ramen. Why is there never any ramen?" he yelled, alarming all of the patrons in the restaurant more than they already had been by his mental breakdown. "It can't possibly be that hard to make. You can't even make it yourself, and your directions were completely half-assed." Miss Valentine commented while looking at her own menu now that Naruto had ceased abusing their poor table with his forehead. How can you expect anyone else to be able to? Don't blame me for that. Naruto said, placing his head down on the table with a defeated look on his face. I became dependent on the greatest source of ramen the mortal plane has ever known. Anything else that I tried to make was rubbish. It didn't help that he could routinely burn water, which was why he wasn't that picky with his food. He had been feeding himself and eating in restaurants all over the elemental nations for over 50 years after leaving Konoha for good. Sometimes he wished he knew the Edo Tensei, impure world resurrection. He was probably deprived enough of good ramen to deal with the moral faults of bringing someone back from the dead at the cost of another's body if only he could have Ayam or Tucci to cook for him again. At times he figured that he couldn't even remember the sweet taste of Ichiraku ramen. Even other places that served it in the elemental nations paled in comparison to the point where he stopped eating it except for once every blue moon in an attempt to rekindle the spark. But at least it had always been an option. Now he didn't even have that. You never know quite what you have until it's gone. It was not an obsession. It was merely a passion. Was that food really that important to him that it affected his overall mood? This was what Miss Valentine was thinking about as she proceeded to pat Naruto's head to try and cheer him up. Come on, it's okay. Why don't you try a steak? Don't want a steak. Want ramen. A grown man older than 3 grown men put together pouting over food in a restaurant. There was something deeply wrong with that. Well, you can't have ramen, so act your age. If I acted my age, then I'd be dead. Hearing Naruto be so childish began to work on Miss Valentine's nerves, and instead of patting his head like she had been doing, she grabbed a hold of his spiky golden locks and pulled his head off of the table. Naruto, order some food, she said in a deceptively sweet voice, her face still smiling all the while. This smile had a rather foreboding undertone behind it though. Okay, Valentine-chan, Naruto said, not willing to risk earning the usually good-natured woman's ire in a public place. She didn't care about his reputation. She'd emasculate him if she felt the need to, since she knew he'd never hurt her. She had clearly picked that up from Nojiko. Ugh. They have this pizza crap here but no ramen. This world's going to hell in a handbasket. Who's spouting crap about pizza? If I have to hear one more word about that stupid non-existent ramen, I'm gonna kick some ass. That got Naruto's full attention, and not in the good way, as he spun around in his chair, looking for the person trying to slight his perfect food. Upon seeing who it was, his argument died in his throat. Wait, Jewelry Bonnie? You're here. The pink-haired female pirate captain blinked curiously upon seeing who was sitting right behind her the entire time. Too bad she had been too busy eating the mountains of food at her table to notice beforehand. Uzumaki Naruto? She said questioningly. There should be a captain in there somewhere, Naruto said, raising a finger as if to make a definitive point. Ignoring the statement, Bonnie shook her head at the sight of the 2 blondes sitting right there by her. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't think I'd ever be seeing your stupid-looking face again after the things I've heard. Miss Valentine smirked at the sight of an old familiar face. Wow. I really wasn't expecting to see her again after that run-in with those cyborgs on that island where she took off at the first sign of trouble. Getting a growl of anger out of Bonnie, Miss Valentine let out a laugh. XXX. With Soren, Johnny, and Yasaku, Shaki's rip-off bar. With time to kill, they were regaled by tales from Shaki about the other notable rookie pirate crews that were currently at Sabaody Archipelago, those with bounties that exceeded 100 million belly. And that was where things quickly degenerated in a matter of seconds. Both Soren and Shaki stared at the front door of the bar as it was thrown open with only 2 dust trails otherwise visible. Shaki looked at the 2 vacant bar stools that used to house Johnny and Yasaku. What did I say to set them off? She asked, wondering exactly what it was that got the 2 swordsmen to sprint out. You told them that the kid pirates were here, Soren replied matter-of-factly, not really caring one way or the other, and who could blame him? Hey, they were big boys and they could take care of themselves. They've got an axe to grind with those guys for what they did to a village a while back. Now they were going to be running around the entire place looking for them just to get some payback. Hopefully they'd get lost and sidetracked, and that would be the end of that until the next time the topic came up. The intelligence level of the 2 men did not give Shaki much confidence in their chances of having an easy time of it. If they did indeed find the kid pirates, you really should go after them. I had heard that you were the first mate on your crew, so aren't they your responsibility? She said, trying to urge Soren to get up and go after them. They're older than me. I'm not even 20 yet. Why do I have to be the responsible one? Complained Soren in return. He had finally managed to get some peace and quiet, and now he'd have to lose all of that? Damn it, he hated the fact that he liked this crew. Fine. I'm going, he said, standing up out of his stool with a grumble. It wouldn't do to have the idiot brothers tear apart an entire grove trying to find and fight some people, and that wasn't even worst-case scenario for what those two airheads might do if they actually wound up finding their targets. Throwing a half-hearted wave of departure to the bar's host Shaki, Soren ran out the open door to try and find Johnny and Yasaku. They hadn't even been there for 6 hours yet and trouble was already beginning to bubble up. Being in the place was going to be more trouble than it was worth. Isn't this a bitch? I used to be a feared killer that made Marines shake in their boots and now I'm a babysitter for two dumbass swordsmen. Soren thought to himself as he stomped past the people outside to begin his search, I think I'm going to hate this place. XXX. With Johnny and Yasaku. Gonna kick some ass. Johnny yelled with his hand on the hilt of his sword as the two ran side by side, people clearing out of their way as they did so. Yeah. Yasaku bellowed in agreement before gnashing his teeth heatedly. They didn't know exactly what they were looking for, but they would be damned if they didn't wind up looking high and low for those smug kid pirate bastards. They're probably scheming, or even conniving right now. The skenniving bastards. Was the nearly nonsensical reply from Johnny. They continued to run until Yasaku inexplicably stopped abruptly to stare at a young man sitting on a crate with a nodachi at his side. He was a slim, unassuming-looking man with slight bags under his eyes, a calm and even smile on his face, black hair, sideburns, a small goatee, a white spotted fur hat on his head, a yellow hoodie with black sleeves that were rolled up to show his tattooed forearms and hands, jeans with brown spots on the knees and ankles, and black shoes. Johnny turned around and ran back to Yasaku to find him staring at the man. Hey, come on. What are you stopping here for? Let's go kick those bastards' asses already. Remembering the reason they had run out of Shaki's bar in the first place, Yasaku took off running with Johnny again, leaving the interesting-looking man alone to sit on his crate. Even though the run-in was over, Yasaku couldn't help but think, why did I feel like I wanted to fight that guy like a dog defending its property? It couldn't just be for the sword, could it? Kubikurabuchu is way cooler. Somewhere else with Vivi and Nojiko, Murit suddenly sneezed harshly. Chapter 38, Self-Fulfilling Prophecy. Where the hell did those idiots go? Soren growled out as he stomped from grove to grove looking for Johnny and Yasaku. The one time he wished they'd have actually screwed some stuff up and left a trail of destruction so he could at least follow them, and they seemed to gain enough coordination to not randomly run into people, knock things over, and make a huge mess to mark the direction they went in. I knew I should have stayed at the bar. That Shaki lady was kind of hot. How old was she again? He was completely scoping some kind of vibe from the woman. From the second he sat at the bar he was commanding Shaki's attention with his greatness. Or maybe that was intentional so he'd buy more drinks from her. His ego was kind of hoping for the former though. Seriously, where the fuck am I? He asked out loud as he looked around and grabbed the first random guy he could, letting him cower at the scowl on his tattooed/scarred face. You. Where the hell am I and how far am I from Grove 13? If he was still close he was going to quit looking for the dumbass brothers and get another drink. Why, you're at Grove 51. The man in his grasp stammered out, this is a whole different district. The shipping area. Shipping area? Grove 51? Soren said in a disappointed voice, damn. I'm nowhere near that bar. The drinks might have been high-priced as hell, but the atmosphere was nice. Much better than any scumhole he had been in before getting to Sabaody anyway. Wait, what kind of ship stuff does this place specialize in? The ship may have gotten an upgrade at Water 7, but one could never overlook any possible improvements. You don't know? The man still stuck in Soren's headlock said, the fear from the initial meeting of the scary man now gone. You're in a pirate crew, aren't you? Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Soren grinned in a feral manner as he was sure that somewhere on Sabaody Archipelago Naruto had tripped over a root or something along those lines once he had said that, but no, I don't know. So why don't you bless me with some knowledge? The man pointed at the trees and then down, under the water deep down on the roots under the ocean. These trees secrete resin that create the bubbles you see all over the place once they come into contact with water. If you coat your ship with the resin then it'll be able to go underwater and dive down using the ocean currents to steer. And I would do this to my ship, why? Sinking did not seem like any kind of advantage whatsoever to Soren, who could not swim. I kind of like the ship I'm on and I like living. Drowning doesn't seem like that fun of an option yet. You'll live, and your ship will be fine. It's the only way for pirates like you to get past the red line. You've got to sail down to Fishman Island and head up past it to cross. Don't you know anything about getting to the next part of the Grand Line? No, smartass, I don't. Soren said, tightening his headlock somewhat. I personally never gave a crap about going to the New World. But if I can win against the enemies there then there's no way I'll lose to that bastard again. So maybe he did have a reason to go to the New World? Not a good one, but not everyone's reason had to be profound and incredible. What bastard? The confused man strained out through the tightened grip Soren had on his head. Realizing that he still had the poor hapless citizen held in his grasp, Soren let go and he dropped to the ground. Whoa, sorry about that. And don't worry about the whole bastard thing, inside reference. Thanks by the way. He added as an afterthought as the guy walked away and rubbed his neck. Well, Johnny and Yasaku could wait for a bit while he found his way back to the natural disaster and told Polly what he had just learned, and maybe Naruto too if he could find him. Where were those two morons anyway? Did they actually find the kid pirates and start any trouble? XXX. With Johnny and Yasaku, Grove 36, Sabayati Park. Both Johnny, Yasaku and the other denizens of the log ride they were in yelled as they flew down the large water slide the ride was set on. In the course of their search for the kid pirates they came across this wondrous attraction known as Sabayati Park and had been there for several hours already. Weren't we supposed to be doing something? Johnny yelled at Yasaku over the noise that the others were making on the log ride. Why'd we leave the bar? Upon hearing his partner's question, Yasaku took a moment to think about it before shrugging. I don't know. Who cares? This is way better than the bar though. So shut up and enjoy while we've got the chance, man. And with that the whirlwind search was over. XXX. On board the natural disaster, Grove 23 of 79, lawless area. So that's how we get past the red line? Naruto said, sounding pleasantly surprised at that bit of news from Soren. That sounds way better than my new idea was going to be. He then noticed the entire crew that had come back to the ship at the end of the day looking at him expectantly. Yeah, you don't want to hear what the idea was going to be. I'm sure we didn't. Nojiko said, cleaning her guns. After seeing how messed up this place could be, she wanted to make sure her equipment was in top condition. Especially with the company she had come to keep and knowing their propensity for falling into something. So how long is this whole thing supposed to take? Do you really care? No. It's just nice to be at land for a bit every once in a while. Chuckling to himself at Nojiko's excuse to just do more shopping while they were still there, Soren decided to answer her question. Well, I took it upon myself to find out more about this whole thing. It'll take a week at most for the ship to be coated. A week? Polly barked incredulously, angrily chomping on his cigar. How would it take a week just to coat the whole ship in resin? What kind of lazy workers does this place have? He angrily started pacing around the common room grumbling about how low the quality of ship workers happen to be away from Water 7. Why don't I just do it my damn self and save us the time? Because you don't know the first thing about the process. You'd be a rank amateur. Chirped Perona as she gave Polly a few pats on the shoulder. You'd do it and you'd wind up screwing it up and getting everyone killed. A few giggles erupted from her when she saw Polly start to sulk over the fact that he indeed had no skill as a coating mechanic. Meanwhile, Naruto just shrugged, so we just have to hang out here for a week to wait for the ship to get coated. That's fine with me. His eyes then turned around the room as he saw that everyone was of the same mindset. As a matter of fact, Murat seemed a little too happy to still be there. The only one that seemed a little downcast at staying was Vivi. What's the matter with you, Vivi-Heim? Something seems off? When attention seemed to be placed on her, a self-conscious looking Vivi just smiled sheepishly in return. Oh, it's nothing. I just have a really bad feeling about this whole thing. I'd rather we just leave, but we can't go any further without staying here to get the resin for the ship first. She really didn't like any possible chance of meeting world nobles when she didn't have to. The last time she went with her father for a World Council Reverie meeting, they didn't exactly strike her as people she'd like to spend any amount of time around whatsoever, to say the very least. Everything should be fine. Naruto said confidently with a grin. I thought things might get crazy because if this is where everyone stops before moving on, we'd probably run into some people we'd rather not see again, but me and Miss Valentine saw Jewelry Bonnie today. At hearing the name of someone they had met on the Grand Line, Johnny and Yasaku started thinking about what we're supposed to be doing earlier that day until they had gotten sidetracked by the theme park, but they just didn't remember what it was. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Soren said before smirking, I found out that I have the third highest bounty of anyone in this place. 251 million. Only behind Uzumaki and that kid prick we fought a few months ago. And he would bet that he was stronger than Kid, he just didn't have a propensity for killing random people the way he had seen Kid and his crew do. What a cheap way to get famous. Kid pirates? Those bastards are here? Yasaku asked angrily as he and Johnny began to see that the thought of the anarchist pirate crew. Everyone stared at the two swordsmen incredulously while Soren palmed his face hard. Yes, they're here. We found that out hours ago at the bar. What the hell were you two doing all day to make you forget? I thought you two were supposed to be looking for them to kick their asses. He shook his head when he saw the expressions on their face turn goofy as they started laughing about a log ride or something like that. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was something adult and manly. Miss Valentine said sarcastically before laughing aloud. Log ride? Are you serious? Murit said rather distastefully as she spared Yasaku a glance and shook her head. How uncool can you get? You two are how old? 21? What kind of a swordsman or a pirate goes to an amusement park? One that wants to be amused, obviously. Johnny replied before elbowing Yasaku in the side and whispering at him, Are you just going to let her talk to us like that? Show some backbone, man. You're a friggin' adult, you can do anything you want to. Yasaku hurriedly shushed Johnny soundlessly before dragging him out of the room and down the hall, whispering back at him, I'm not trying to piss her off. Don't you see that she's my dream woman? She's cute, she's smart, and she doesn't mind patching me up when I get all cut up. She's perfect. She's never going to want to get with you if you back down like a scared puppy around her. Johnny said, poking him in the side of his headgear repeatedly, Murit doesn't respect you and she won't if you keep doing stuff like this. A sigh left Yasaku. You mean I should stop all of the immature stuff we do? No. Fuck that. Johnny replied, shoving Yasaku in an offended manner, You don't mean that. I'm talking about you being a bitch when it comes to anything involving her. You fall over yourself to kiss Murit's ass, and I don't blame her for not being into you. It annoys the hell out of everyone else too. I can't imagine how she feels about it. Confusion and then a mortified look crossed Yasaku's face, but if I argue with her and treat her the way I treat everyone else, how will she know I like her? You've been on her for 3 months. Johnny deadpanned, I think she knows already. But if you want to keep pushing her away and losing your manhood every single time she shoots you down, go on ahead and do it. I can't make you do anything. With that, Johnny headed off to his room and left his oldest friend and partner with his own thoughts on the matter. He took one last glance towards the common room and Murit as he heard her telling everyone else about some cool doctor/pirate captain she had met named Trafalgar Law, and walked off towards the dojo in the hold to train a bit. XXX. Several days later, Grove 54, shipyard area. Hey! Naruto said in greeting, appearing in a whirlwind of leaves as he walked towards Polly, who was leaning against the side of a bridge leading to a different grove. Whoever thought to use these bubbles as hotel rooms needs to be slapped in the face. The privacy sucks. He then gestured his head towards the grove that their ship was being coded at. How's it going? With a cigar burning down in his mouth, Polly took a few puffs and exhaled smoke. It took long enough because they had other coding requests, but the ship should be good to go by the end of the day. He grinned at the fidgeting blonde captain. I'm going to take a guess and say you're either bored or you've got blue balls since you were bitching about the lack of privacy. He chuckled when he saw Naruto's entire form stiffen. It's the last one, isn't it? An irritable growl came from Naruto's throat as he looked around with paranoia. It's this place, it's just saturated with negative emotions. It's centered somewhere in the lawless place, but I just can't find it. It's an aura that's hanging in the air. I can't pinpoint it. And there are so many people here with strong life forces that it's drawing my full focus away when I'm in sage mode. He then looked around after noticing something was amiss. Where's Perona? The women took her again, saying something about how it was just cruel for a girl to be stuck with someone like me in a place like this. Polly said as he tapped the ashes off of his cigar, What the hell is that supposed to mean, by the way? Naruto blocked a laugh at Polly's expense and pointed off away from the grove the ship was being treated on, so the end of the day is a long way away. Do you want to hang out and do something while we wait? Let's go find some trouble to get into. Shaking his head, Polly pushed himself off of the side of the bridge and flicked the butt of the rest of his cigar before walking back towards where the ship had been left. No way, thank you very much. What you consider trouble is way higher on the scale than what I'm cool with tolerating. I'll stay with the ship and make sure those monkeys don't screw anything up that I'll have to fix later. You're no fun. Naruto shouted after him, only to get a lazily raised middle finger for his trouble from his crew's shipwright. Great, now there's nobody to hang out with. With a bored sigh, Naruto decided to at least keep searching for the source of all of the negative emotions in Sabaody to occupy himself. Maybe there was something he could do about it in the meantime? It was better than sitting around doing all of nothing for the rest of the day. He began moving from grove to grove at a high speed, faster than any normal person could ever dream of reaching. As he jumped from roof to roof in one of the groves, he eventually came to a screeching halt once he saw pretty much everyone that had been walking around outside on the ground, bowing as a few people walked through the crowd. There was a man in a dark suit and hat that reminded Naruto of one of the government agents that he and Sanji had beaten up on the sea train at Water 7, and there were also a pair of women with strange-looking collars around their necks. The one that really got his attention though was a man riding on another as if he were a horse. He had a fat face, stubble, and a weird hairstyle with his black hair. It looked like a large cowlick sticking up in the air. He wore a white robe with gold and green trim and had an oxygen tank on his back. Around his head he had on a bubble for some apparent reason, and on his face was a look of utter disdain for the normal people around him. He then remembered what Vivi had told him about world nobles and sneered to no one in particular since he couldn't be seen by the unattentive citizens around him. It was probably best if he just left before he wound up seeing something that would end up setting him off. He told Vivi he'd do his best to avoid them, and he wasn't about to go playing with fire just because he was curious and didn't like the way someone looked. Besides, if being down there meant he had to bow to keep from causing trouble, he'd much rather stay up above it all where he currently was. He wasn't about to bow down to anyone, especially someone he didn't respect, and at the moment he had no respect whatsoever for whoever this world noble guy was. With that, he simply vacated the scene unseen, vanishing in a swirl of wind and leaves. XXX. With Nojiko, Vivi, Murat, and Perona, Grove 73. Stop talking about that law guy, Perona said in an exasperated manner. She had been grabbed by Nojiko and Vivi to go with them for the day, a welcome break from doing nothing but hanging around that buzzkill shipwright Polly, and then they went to pick up Murat, who had apparently spent the earlier portion of the day with Trafalgar Law again. And she hadn't shut up about him since she had shown up. We get it, he's awesome. Now shut up already. Murat stuck her tongue out at Perona and opened her mouth again, more than likely to continue gushing over her crush on Law until she found a light as a feather Miss Valentine riding on her back piggyback style with a sweet smile on her face. Every time I hear you talk about this Law character without being asked first, I'm going to add on 45 kilograms. Murat nodded mutely, not particularly wanting to risk the happy blonde pirate's crushing wrath. While this was happening, Vivi watched on with an amused smile on her face until Nojiko got next to her and bumped her hip into hers. So, we spent some money, got you some more nice things and whatnot, Your Highness. Do you finally feel better? I'll feel better when we leave this place, Vivi said as she looked over at Karu carrying the bubbles that contained her few purchases from the day. I hate how everyone here can pretend that everything is okay when things like what the slavers do go on around them. Nojiko raised an eyebrow at the younger blue-haired girl and her concerns. You know, most people that would pick fights with others know who we are. Why would they go after us when our bounties are so high? I don't have a bounty. Perona chimed in brightly, with Murat raising her hand as well. We do though. Nojiko continued, unfettered by the ghost princess and her need to interject in the middle of her point. Both me and Miss Valentine almost have a combined bounty that reaches 100 million. Vivi gave her a dry look and pointed at herself. The reward for capturing me and giving me to the Marines or taking me back to Alabasta is 150 million. To someone that really wants the money, it's worth the risk, especially if they can beat you 2-2 and take your bounties to boot. That's not very helpful. Then we'll just beat them up, interpolated a characteristically cheerful Miss Valentine, holding up her umbrella above her and Murat's heads. I mean, we're all tough enough with good working weapons and fists, aren't we? And with Naruto's built-in excuse about you being brainwashed or hypnotized or whatever it's supposed to be, you can fight anyone you want to now. Instead of cheering Vivi up with the confidence in their own ability to defend themselves, it only caused her to wallow in anguish even further. You can't solve all of your problems by just beating them up. Sometimes there's just too much to lose by doing that. This was not Nefertari Vivi. Vivi was a usually bright and cheerful girl. Even at Eni's lobby she didn't think that things were desperate for even a moment and went along with the others fearlessly. Ever since they had arrived in Sabaody Archipelago she had been fearful and downcast. Just like right now. As a matter of fact, especially right now with the look of abject horror on her face. Wait, what was the matter with her? No, Vivi said before rushing to Murat's back and getting Miss Valentine down, much to her displeasure and confusion. Bow. Bow right now, I'm telling you, you don't need them to pick you out of a lineup. What on earth are you talking about? Nojiko asked before turning her eyes once her attention was attracted by the absurd amount of people dropping down to bow. Vivi, Murat, and Miss Valentine included, as the last two were forced to bow. Vivi. Nojiko let out a silent curse and did the same once she saw who was coming their way. Riding atop the same unfortunate man as before and now picking his nose through the sturdy bubble on his head, the fat-looking world noble that Naruto had seen roughly an hour before was carried through the crowd of people, sneering at them as if they were all roaches scurrying around him. I don't see why the commoners are even allowed to come outside of their hovels when they know that the world nobles are in the area. Miss Valentine was not laughing for once as she kneeled along with the others and looked at Vivi's petrified face as she tried to keep it angled down. I'm assuming that this is one of those world nobles you were fretting over so much, she said softly so as not to stick out per Vivi's instructions. All Vivi did in return was nod, not willing to speak and draw the man's attention. You. Everyone tensed up when they heard the man call out to someone amongst them, but no one dared move for one reason or another. A gunshot then rang out, alarming them all. but none more so than Vivi as the bullet was deposited right in front of her to where she was looking down. She turned her eyes up to find the world noble looking directly at her like he had seen a ghost, his gold-plated, jewel-encrusted pistol falling from his hand in shock. It's you. Nefertari Vivi. Vivi didn't know this person personally at all. She'd know if she had ever run across a world noble in an individual way in her life, and she hadn't, not even when she had ventured to marry Ehwa with her father years ago. How do I know you? She then hurriedly corrected herself in case she would offend him. I mean, of course I know of you. But how do you know of me? Of course you know of the great Saint Charlos. How could you not? The world noble said in an obnoxiously haughty manner, I can see how you would think that one in a higher state of being such as me wouldn't remember a lowly princess of a kingdom such as yourself, but you've had me stricken since the day I saw you those 2 years ago. Stricken? That didn't sound good from Vivi's point of view whatsoever. Charlos jumped down from the person he had been riding prior to seeing Vivi and kicked his legs out from under him to knock him to the ground for easier remounting. I wanted to take you in addition to my 12 other wives, but as you were with your father at Reverie I simply could not take you to be mine. But God has been good and has brought you back to me with nothing in my way. Nefertari Vivi, you're coming with me to become my wife. I demand it. Oh hell no, Nojiko thought, subtly moving one of her hands to a pistol at her waist to show that overbearing bastard what she thought of that until Vivi's leg kicked her hand back down out of sight. What the hell are you doing? There's no way this guy that doesn't do anything important can have enough power to make Vivi be his wife. She shared looks of shock and panic with the other 3 women there bearing witness to what was happening. But Vivi was far away from home, and the way she was she had next to no power other than her name. Apparently this man had the world government willing to stick up for him, and Vivi was terrified of him before even knowing that there was a world noble around. Without a word, Vivi stood up and walked the rest of the way over to St. Charlos. I see. She spared a glance back at Miss Valentine, Nojiko, Murat, and Perona and just shook her head with a stone-cold look on her face. Oh, I finally have my rare, exotic Alabastan beauty. Charlos exclaimed with a sense of glee. Whether he was ignoring the despair radiating off of Vivi or simply did not care one way or another he didn't show as he climbed back onto the poor man that had been carrying him. Pushed, I need a stronger slave. How else would I transport my lovely and most treasured bride to be? To the human auction house. Everyone kept bowing until the noble and his entourage got out of their sight, and then the citizenry got up and continued on with their lives as if they had not been more or less held hostage just moments prior. Only Nojiko, Miss Valentine, and Murat stayed in the positions that they had been in beforehand as Perona had gotten up and had wondered why they were still in the same kneeling stance. Murat's eyes were quivering in pure disbelief at what had just occurred. Did that really just happen? That didn't just happen right in front of us, did it? Why didn't we do anything? Miss Valentine said, shaking her own head as she stood up and looked in the direction that Vivi had gone off in with St. Charlos. I thought you were about to blow that guy away, Nojiko? What happened to that? She stopped me. The voice of Nojiko seemed almost haunted at what had just occurred. Vivi had been taken without a fight, not from her and not from them either. For the love of God, are these people that scary that she'd rather go with them than fight back? You're damn right they are. The girls turned towards a pirate with a familiar face as far as Nojiko and Miss Valentine were concerned, especially with the X scar on his chin, X-Drake. Miss Valentine said in recognition of the sharply dressed former Marine. Drake nodded at being identified. It has been quite some time since we've met Foxhound pirates. Is that barbarian Soren still alive, or has Uzumaki gotten sick of his baggage yet? Nojiko stepped towards him with a stern look on her face. Vivi seemed totally terrified of these people, but I saw that guy shoot when he was getting her attention. He couldn't hit a sea king in the head at 10 feet with that gaudy pistol of his. She said, stomping on said gaudy pistol that Charlos hadn't even seen fit to pick up again. I could have put him and his stupid black-suited escorts down in a matter of seconds. 6 shots are enough to kill anything that moves. And you would have called down the full wrath of the Marines' most potent fighting force. Unless you think you could survive a run-in with an admiral. Drake said with a serious look on his face, because the moment that a world noble falls into some sort of jeopardy, an admiral will be called forth and all that comes with it to deal with the issue. Nojiko wanted to say that Naruto could fight an admiral. But his condition after the last battle with one he had, and the technicality that had netted him the victory by default that he would never be able to duplicate twice kept her from speaking up on the matter. Hearing nothing from her or any of the women, Drake continued, you shouldn't be angrily questioning why this has just happened, because it's quite simple as to why it did. World nobles are simple once you get past the smoke and mirrors. St. Charlos wanted something and he got it. Instead you should be thanking your friend Nefertari Vivi for giving up her freedom to ensure that a ruckus wasn't caused. If she had refused or hesitated he would have tried to harm her, and if you had attacked him then you and potentially every pirate in Sabaody would be in complete and utter jeopardy. She's clearly stronger-willed than the rest of you. Murat looked down in a bit of shame even though there was not much she could do anyway due to her lack of combat ability. On the other hand, both Miss Valentine and Nojiko seethed at the barbed remark as one wished to give him a shot and the other wished to try and crack his skull with her umbrella. It was Drake's parting words that really gave them pause though. It's too bad that strong will of hers will be broken soon once she's taken from this place. XXX. With Soren, Johnny, and Yasaku, Grove 6, Glassjaw Club. In a dark and dingy building with an open floor surrounded by spectators drinking and cheering raucously, Soren stood, sans shirt or shoes with his arms crossed. He smirked as he was staring down 5 different men in similar states of dress. Am I really going to have to come after you all, or have you been paying attention to the last 7 fights to know that you don't want me to do that? There was little more that needed to be said as at that moment all 5 of them jumped at Soren and began pounding away on any part of his body that they could reach as he stood there, still as a statue with a displeased look on his face. I might as well be getting rocks thrown at me as weak as these punches are. Tekai, Iron Mass, or not? Soren quipped, almost yawning for all of the effect the attackers were having on him. Eventually he got sick of taking punches and vanished in a rush of sorrow before knocking 2 of the men out from behind with a pair of clotheslines that knocked them upside down onto their heads. He kicked another man in the stomach sending him flying into another and then delivered an uppercut to the last one that knocked him up through the ceiling. Ha! And that's that. Now pay me fools. Who? Johnny and Yasaku cheered, waving mugs around and spilling beer everywhere. Pay us fools. They chimed in stereo as Soren came walking out of the fight pit flipping a large stack of bills. He grinned and handed a few of the proceeds of his winnings to both swordsmen to share the wealth. Yeah, Soren. Yeah, me. Soren said in a very pleased manner as he put his shirt and boots back on. I thought I could train my Rokushiki in here, but there isn't anyone that can throw a half-decent punch to put me to the test. Johnny gestured to the door as Yasaku finished his mug of beer in one swig. Well, let's go then. This place waters their beer down anyway. The bartender's a total cheat. Cheat? The entire club said as one before looking around and glaring at each suspiciously. Yasaku finished drinking and dropped his mug before noticing the standoff and grinning. He motioned Soren and Johnny out of the club before picking up a chair and throwing it through the air. All eyes were on the chair until it hit the ground, not injuring a soul, and then a massive brawl involving most of the club's patrons started. Soren, Yasaku, and Johnny stared at the wild, yet tame by their standards of what incorporated a real fight, melee from the entrance of the bar before shrugging to themselves and leaving. Johnny elbowed Yasaku as they walked onward to the next grove to find something else to get into. How did you know that would work and start a fight? A scoff came from Yasaku as he grinned mischievously. It's a port full of pirates and whatnot. I could have thrown a peanut into there and it probably still would have started that fight. So where to now? Hell if I know. Soren said, tying his bandana back onto his bald head to finish getting redressed, but this is getting pretty tame. I want to find the worst, most lowdown, I can't believe places like this exist in the modern world, spot to go to. Why? I don't know. Life experience? Soren said awkwardly, besides. I've got all of this money and nothing to spend it on except booze, and I got enough of that for free with every fight I won in that club. You've got a ton of money to spend? I know just the place a rough-looking guy like you would like to drop that cash. A Weasley-looking guy said, having eavesdropped on the conversation, you look like the kind of Dashta. He let out a yelp of alarm as he found Johnny's sword suddenly placed against his neck. Don't kill me please. Who do you think Soren Dash? Johnny said, offended at the way that the man implied that he would feel right at home in some lowdown place. He would have continued had Soren not walked closer and put his hand on the flat of the sword to lower it. Soren. Let him talk, Johnny. The second in command of the natural disaster said, putting on his best sadist face for the sake of selling his cover. I want to hear what he has to say. Tell me a place I might like to go. The man thanked his lucky stars that this psychopath with the facial tattoo and murderous aura spared his life for the time being. You want to take that wad of, what is it, $1 million? But yeah, anyway you're going to want to take that over to the human auction house if you know what I'm saying. I heard there was a good crop of slaves this time. My crew went out and did some good work. Some good-looking girls. You could buy yourself a nice one. As the man continued to speak, both Yasaku and Johnny felt like cutting him clean in half and their faces showed it, but Soren's visage remained strangely stoic until the man finished speaking. Maybe I'll stop by. Thanks for the tip. He said before motioning for the man to buzz off and leave, which he then proceeded to do without a second thought. Soren let him get quite a distance away until aiming a loogie high into the air and letting it fly in a high arcing pattern until it fell down and hit the man right on the top of the head, eliciting screams of anguish as he fell to the ground and started rolling around until he came to a stop with people crowding around him to see what had happened. The boots of the acid-manipulating young man thudded off of the ground as Johnny and Yasaku followed him, not saying a word with hard looks on their faces, slaver scum. He spat on the ground spitefully before he turned his head to look back at the two swordsmen. Do you think Karma would have our backs for once if we went and started some trouble? XXX. With Naruto, Grove 1, Human Auction House. It was crushing him. The feeling around this place was smothering him, choking him alive. He hadn't felt such intense and concentrated despair in one place in his entire life. Standing slightly outside of sight of the large auction hall on the bridge leading to the grove in general, Naruto fell to his hands and knees with his sage mode eyes active. His blue eyes soon returned with him sweating and breathing heavily on the ground now that he had found his relief, so this is where it came from. All of that anger, sadness, hate, everything. From the center of the archipelago. It didn't feel like this until just recently. He had been around there before but everything had been spread out and hard for him to pinpoint. There was no mistaking where it was all coming from now. Uzumaki. Naruto Aniki. Naruto was hurriedly picked up by his arms and steadied by Johnny and Yasaku while Soren tried to look him in the face. Damn, are you alright? You look like you have to puke or something. I might. Naruto said before letting out a sick-sounding burp and holding his stomach. This place made me sick when I was in sage mode. I could feel everyone inside. There were so many negative emotions and despicable people. I haven't felt anything like this even on a battlefield. It's a slave auction house, Naruto Aniki. Yasaku informed Naruto, patting his back to help even him out. We found out about this place like an hour ago and came right here. Soren got it out of some guy that we think was a slaver. Right, Soren? He said, getting no affirmation from the man. Soren? The thing that kept Soren's attention from responding to Yasaku was that he could see several smiley face symbols with cancel marks through them. Don Quixote da Flamingo's symbol that had been seen with the Shichibukai's former loose affiliates the Bellamy Pirates when they were on Jaya. Johnny's eyes spotted something emerging from the auction house and he narrowed his orbs at it from behind his sunglasses. Look. He directed everyone's attention to the sight of a rich-looking man and woman laughing smugly with a burly attendant dragging a man in chains away from the building across the bridge that they were on. The tall and strong-looking enslaved man had shoulder-length feathery blonde hair, blonde stubble on his chin, and bandages wrapped around his forehead as well as an open dirty black jacket and a white ruffled shirt underneath to go with torn black dress pants and no shoes. Naruto growled and bared his sharpened canines angrily at watching the man get dragged harshly by the strange collar around his neck. Between the negative emotions that had been drenching the environment all week and the sight of a slave being dragged away right in front of him, Naruto had seen enough. As the couple walked away, happily chatting about what they were going to do or buy next, they found their progress halted by a blond man standing between them with his arms around their shoulders in a friendly manner, though the smile on his face had a belying treacherous nature to it. Did you guys just purchase that guy back there? Naruto said, gesturing his head back to the obvious slave. The man smiled proudly and adjusted his suit before answering, yes we did. I'm afraid if you were looking for such a fine specimen yourself this man isn't for sale. Byron just had too many advantages to me to pass up. He'll be worth the 600,000 I paid for him. If you're looking for your own to buy I suggest you head inside before the auctions all end. The woman suggested, I don't think there are any other men for sale that are as good as this one, but I heard that there is a mermaid in there for sale. Expensive but exotic. Well worth the price. The man agreed with a nod, but I just need this man here to work on my ship. He's going to be very used. Why don't you just let him go? Both the man and the woman looked at Naruto with stunned expressions, but he still had that pleasant smile with his eyes closed. The man stammered before finally getting his words back, let him go? Are you out of your mind? I paid good money for this slave. No, I'm pretty sane mostly. Naruto said, tightening his hold on the two so that they couldn't move, though that probably had to do with the killing intent that he began to radiate lowly. Apparently it's the rest of this world that's crazy. The large attendant that had been dragging Byron jumped at Naruto to attack him. He never got close before he found himself cut down in one move by Johnny, with the only move he made visible to normal people being the end of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi resheathing with a click. Yasaku then sprinted forward and batted the man away with the width of Kubikirabuchu, sending him flying. Naruto's killing intent grew and grew until both the man and the woman simply collapsed from the pressure he was exerting, both foaming at the mouth. Upon seeing that he sighed before glaring at the distant human auction house. I want to thank you for your effort. Byron said with his eyes to the ground, staring angrily at the people that figured that buying and selling him was okay, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do further for me. He pointed to the collar on his neck. Once it is learned that I've escaped, they'll just trigger the bomb collar on my neck, and any attempt to break the chain will result in it exploding as well. Only the handlers in the auction house have the key to free me. Fuck a key. Who needs a key? I am a key. Soren said, punching into the palm of his other hand. I'll melt that piece of crap off of you, explosive and all. He walked up to the nervous Byron and grabbed his collar tightly right around where the explosive was rooted as a sizzling noise and steam rose from the device. Much to the surprise of the man, Soren then yanked the collar off and threw it away. There. Now you can run as far away as you want to now. Tears sprang to Byron's eyes before he suddenly dropped to the ground in front of the four men and bowed to them all. I don't know how to possibly thank you. A frown crossed Naruto's face as he pulled the taller, more muscular man up from off of the ground. Just don't get caught again if you really want to thank us. He then moved past Byron to cross the rest of the bridge to get to Grove 1 and the human auction house. Now I think we should go bust this whole thing up. Are you guys with me? We're definitely going to get into some serious trouble for this. Soren chuckled and cracked his knuckles as steam from his own acid rose from his body in anticipation. Doflamingo owns that place. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm all in Uzumaki. You can count on that. It's going down. What, do you think we're just going to run back to the ship where Polly is and hide until this is all over? Yasaku said, swinging Kubikirabuchu around wildly before stabbing it into the bridge. No way. Johnny nodded and placed his hand under his chin in a serious pose. For better or worse, we're your loyal Dobermans Naruto and Ikki. And this is as good a reason to cause trouble as anything else we've ever done. Both he and Yasaku threw an arm over each other's shoulder and pointed their swords at the auction house. Let's do this thing. Byron clenched his fists and ran in front of the crew as they walked towards the grove, cutting them off from advancing any further. I want to go with you. Please let me go. I can fight. I want to fight. No one said anything at first until Naruto spoke. Well, that's the thing about not being a slave. He said with a grin springing to his face as he gave Byron a thumbs up. You can do anything you want to as long as you're free. So follow along if you want to, you don't have to ask us anything. If you want to fight, then that's your choice. We'll try and save you some. His grin then turned feral as he walked past Byron and continued on his way. Seeing Naruto walk and stretch out his shoulders to get ready for a fight, a grin just couldn't happen but spring to Byron's face. The first grin he had managed since he had first been captured. Save me some? You should hope that I save you some. XXX. Inside the human auction house. From a spot in the balcony of the auction house next to Perona, Murat, and Miss Valentine, Nojiko was looking through her hands like a sniper scope, gnashing her teeth angrily. One shot. He'd never feel a thing. Nobody would know it was me at all, and then Vivi could just run away from that bastard. She could see St. Charles sitting next to a woman and an older man wearing the same outfit he was wearing. Then why aren't you taking the shot, girl? Nojiko turned her head and felt her need to shoot something increase when she saw Eustace Kid and his crew sitting nearby with the same smug air about them they had through her scope on the island in the village they destroyed. Kid's feet were even up on the railing of the balcony. Oh, it's you. Nojiko said in a less than excited voice. What are you doing here? Looking to buy someone to clean your mess of a ship for you? Kid sneered at her before letting out a scoff and turning his attention back on the auctions below. The only reason I even know about you is because you're on Uzumaki's crew. I'd kill you just to tell him hello, but this ain't the time or the place. He didn't even bother looking at her but pointed instead. You're not going to fire a single shot in here as long as those world nobles are down there, and you know it. If you do, you'll be screwing over every pirate in the building and every pirate in Sabaody. Well, just what are we supposed to do then? Let them take her away to Mariehua? Miss Valentine said, not laughing or smiling for once because the situation most definitely didn't warrant it. I don't care who they are. People just can't do this to others and get nothing done to them in return. Yeah, the world is messed up, isn't it? Kid's face twisted into a grimace as he looked down at the auction floor to see a man on display bite his own tongue off to keep from being sold. Sure, there are guys like me walking around, but at least I don't try to justify what I do. I'm a bastard and a scoundrel and I do what I want, and I know I'm going to hell, but when you compare people like us to them, we're saints. At least we're kind of charming about our villainy and know who we are. They justify their actions based off of what their ancestors did centuries ago. At that point for the next auction, a curtain was pulled back to reveal in a closed-up bowl filled with water a chained-up mermaid with neck-length green hair and purple eyes wearing a yellow and pink t-shirt. A mermaid? An astonished Murat rubbed her eyes almost in disbelief. I've never seen a fishman or a mermaid before. Are they really about to sell her to someone? 500 million belly. I'll bid 500 million. The jaws of all four women in the balcony dropped at hearing such an assertive declaration of spending so much money, 500 million? Just like that? Perona said in disbelief at the bid, I've never seen that much money in my entire life. You guys don't even have that much, all you've got is like 300 million at most. No one even bothered asking her how she knew that, as she was still technically their prisoner. The jaws of all four women in the balcony dropped at hearing such an assertive declaration of spending so much money, 500 million? Just like that? Perona said in disbelief at the bid, I've never seen that much money in my entire life. You guys don't even have that much, all you've got is like 300 million at most. No one even bothered asking her how she knew that, as she was still technically their prisoner. As chattering throughout the building went up on how no one could match that price, Murat looked down at who made the bid and frowned. Oh man, just look at who bought the poor mermaid. They all looked down and Kid let out a sardonic laugh when everyone saw who it was, a lesson in what the justice of this world really boils down to. And what is so just about all of this? XXX. In the wake of his son's bid, the older male world noble shook his head. There you go again, wasting money. Isn't your fish tank already packed full of piranhas to begin with? Charlos simply had a satisfied smile on his face at being moments away from getting what he was after. Money isn't an object when it comes to making my new wife feel welcome, he said as he looked at a completely reserved and emotionless Vivi sitting between them. The chase that will bring should be very entertaining. She should enjoy the sight. Isn't that right? Vivi only stiffly nodded, never tearing her eyes away from what was directly in front of her, even though the mermaid's fate would be far worse than her own. You are going to brand this girl, are you not, brother? The female world noble on the other side of Charlos said, looking at Vivi with some disdain, though she didn't return the look and make eye contact. She is yours now. Absolutely not. Charlos exclaimed in return, she is not less than human. If anything, she's above them. Far above them. And that is why having her is such a desirable thing. She is my wife, not a slave. Same difference. Vivi thought cynically. She had survived crocodile, a civil war breaking out in her own country, dealing with the Marines on their own doorstep, escaping captivity and blackmail, and now she wound up being done in by an admirer more dangerous and politically powerful than she had ever dealt with before and ever dreamt of having to handle. XXX. Elsewhere in the auction house, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, and even former enemy Hatchan were almost to the point of panic as they watched their fried, the mermaid for sale, be auctioned away without the ability to do anything. Isn't there anything we can do? Chopper in his large human form asked the others. There's got to be something, right? Come on, Sanji? We can't just let Kimi get dragged off by that guy. All Sanji could do was shake his head. He didn't even feel like taking a puff of the cigarette in his mouth. This is really bad. We never accounted for this possibility. We were relying on trying to solve this with money and get out of here. But things just got a whole lot worse. He looked over at the smug man that had put out a bid that no one would be able to match and went wide-eyed at who he saw. Concealed as she was by the other people around her, I'd know that exotic beauty anywhere, even from behind. That can't be Vivi, can it? What was Vivi doing there? Why was she with those people by herself? And why the hell was the ground shaking? XXX. Meanwhile, backstage in the human auction house. A human-shaped hole in the wall stood right in front of dozens of bodies that were beaten to a pulp, all cut up, and in some cases melted in some rather vital areas, like I said. Soren said, cracking his neck to the side as Johnny cut down the very last man that tried to stop them from infiltrating. Who needs a key? I am a key. Am I right or am I right? He said, looking over at Byron with a feral grin. You fight good. How the hell did anyone ever catch you? Always watch your drinks in a strange place. Byron said, crossing his arms and not willing to say any more than that. The other three men nodded in full understanding of what he was implying. I can't believe we got in at all without any ruckus. Yasaku said in a rather ecstatic-sounding voice. Naruto and Iki's doing a really good job outside keeping their attention. You idiots messed my whole plan all up. Upon hearing the grizzled voice coming from the direction of the cages, all four men looked inside to see an old man with long gray hair, a gray beard, a pair of glasses on his face, and a vertical scar going down his right eye. He wore a gray hooded sweatshirt, a plain green t-shirt underneath, and a brown pair of shorts with sandals. Well, there's a new plan now, old man, because we're getting you out. Johnny exclaimed, expecting the old man to show some gratitude as Yasaku hacked right through the bars of the cage. This is the part where you cheer and thank us, and all of that other hero crap. The old man didn't respond. He merely grabbed the chain at the end of his collar and with one sharp tug broke the links, triggering the explosion around his neck, much to the horror of the Foxhound pirates and their tag-along. But then, much to their surprise, the smoke cleared to find that there was nothing wrong with the man whatsoever. I'd have to use Tekai to negate that kind of thing. Soren thought to himself, finding this old man to be more dangerous than they had first let on. Even then I'd still get burned from the blast and my ears would be ringing to boot. Just who is this old guy? The old man tossed aside the remains of the collar with a smirk on his face as he stood up. XXX. Outside the human auction house. Naruto stood completely surrounded by the entire force of Marines that had been surrounding the building as a security precaution for the proceedings inside. Yeah, it's me, Uzumaki Naruto, 395 million belly bounty, just wandering around here to walk inside and kill every noble inside in a rain of blood and blah, blah, blah as I am wont to do from my reputation as a ruthless killer and kicker of small puppies and whatnot. Spoke Naruto long-windedly in a bored-sounding voice as he was held at gun and saber point by every Marine wanting to keep him from going a step further. We have you surrounded, you can't escape. Surrender. Can I do my introduction first? Asked Naruto with a tilt of his head only to have every Marine cock their firearms in preparation to shoot at him. Is that a no? No. Too bad. After uttering those words, the Naruto that was surrounded disappeared in a puff of smoke before an even large puff of smoke appeared in the air above them. Kuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu, Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer Jutsu. And a large summoned toad the size of the auction house dropped right on top of them with Naruto standing on top of its head as the Marines that managed to escape the attack scuttled about, because when it comes to asking for permission, for me it's more like asking for forgiveness, because the immortal Toad Sage needs agreement from no one to do what he wishes. Let the chaos commence, because Uzumaki Naruto is in the house. Outside the house. Whatever, you get the point. This really is the pirate Uzumaki Naruto after all. Keep him and the creature away from the building. I am not a damn pirate. I'm a ninja. Shouted Naruto as the large toad he had summoned began hopping around the area with Naruto on its back, causing panic and tremors around the entire area. Naruto just sat down on the toad's back, marveling at his version of a distraction. He would just have his large amphibian friend level the whole place once the slaves inside were freed and it cleared out. Problem solved. Aha! And, then flying through the air, Naruto saw what he could only define as a giant flying fish crash into the human auction house and land inside. Normally one would find something quite wrong with this since the random attacking of a regional fixture building was only reserved for people like him that were just enough of anarchists to deal with things they didn't like. But being someone that had long since been used to weird things and with Naruto being the eternal optimist, he wanted to go inside and see just what was going on in there with the internal disruption. Because really, what was the worst that could happen because of something like that? Omake, long time no see. Grove 54, shipyard area. There's a call for you. The shout from the ship that was currently being coated in the resin needed for the Foxhound pirates to continue on their trip got Polly's attention from his making sure that the coating mechanics took care with the natural disaster. What do you mean there's a call for me? Who is it? We didn't pick it up to see. It just started ringing in your main room inside. Do you want us to answer it? With a grumble, Polly got up from where he was sitting and used his ropes to quickly climb aboard without touching the sides of the freshly coated ship, stomping his way across the grass-covered deck to head inside to the common room. He picked up the receiver of the Den Den Mushi and held it to his mouth to speak. Yeah? Who's calling? Is that Polly? It's been a while, hasn't it? Polly frowned at the familiar voice he heard over the line and let a plume of smoke escape through his nose before he chose to speak again. I thought I fired you guys. That doesn't really matter anymore, does it? We let bygones be bygones and so did your captain. I suppose that's the best I'm going to get in regards to an apology after betraying Iceberg and all of your fellow shipwrights after 5 years of camaraderie. Remarked Polly, lazily sitting down on a couch in the room to continue talking. So what are you calling for, or can I just hang up on you and feel good about myself? Where is Uzumaki? We want to talk to him about something. He made us an offer earlier that we took him up on and we wish to have his help. He's not around right now. Polly said, throwing his feet up on the coffee table in the room to relax. We're in Sabaody Archipelago, so if you want me to find him it'll take an hour at least. He could have just gone into Naruto's room if it wasn't locked and used the kunai he kept on his headboard to summon him, but he really didn't like who he was speaking to and would rather not help them. Fine. When he appears tell him that we're actually near that location and we need to meet. Or you can just go to Grove 54 and wait near our ship for him to come back. I'm going to punch the lot of you right in your faces when I see you all again, just so you know. Feel free to try. A click in the conversation ended by way of the other line hanging up, leaving Polly to sigh and set the receiver aside. I hate those guys. Chapter 39, Point of No Return. Backstage in the human auction house, if Soren had hair it would have been standing up on end after what he was feeling looking at the old man that had just yanked his own explosive slave collar off. Johnny, Yasaku. Get the hell away from him now. He's dangerous. If Soren, who was willing to pick a fight with Don Quixote da Flamingo, shouted aloud that someone was dangerous, then everyone in attendance had better take heed of the warning, but just as both swordsmen jumped away, they found that the moment they had turned away to pay momentary attention to Soren, the old man had deposited himself right behind where he seemed to know they would retreat to. Oh please, why do you young people have to be so dramatic about everything? If I wanted to crush you too, the old man said, setting his hands on their shoulders and surprising them at his tight grip, I already would have. He finished with a smile on his face. Taking those words as a threat and having long since learned to never take a smile as a good sign of anything, Johnny quickly unsheathed his sword and swung at the man's head and neck, but by the time he had finished the rotation for his swing the man was gone again, fast. He gasped out, he's that much faster than me. I don't want to fight you brats. Soren, Johnny, Yasaku, and Byron all looked up on the top of a slave cage with a giant of a man within it to find the old man sitting on top of it, looking down at them, still smirking the whole way. But could you help an old man out and free the last one here? Sorry, old man. Soren said, keeping a watchful eye on said old man. Even though he said that he didn't want to fight, if he made a move it probably wouldn't be a very long fight either way. We don't help strangers just like that. Johnny elbowed Soren in the side and whispered to him loudly, what are you talking about? We help strangers all the time. A glare in return from Soren shut him up as steam from his acid burning rose from his skin. Oh, and never mind then. A carefree laugh merely came from the old man who adjusted the glasses on his face. Well, in that case let's not remain strangers any longer then, shall we? I'll introduce myself first. My name is Silvers Rayleigh. The jaws of all of the present Foxhound pirates dropped and they stared up at Rayleigh with bug eyes, not really believing that they were really looking at one of the most legendary pirates ever in the form of that old man. But the look in his eyes of pure confidence and experience of things none of them could even fathom said otherwise. If there was ever an example of being starstruck, that had to have been the moment that would have been a banner example of such. Byron said, breaking the tense, for everyone except Silvers Raleigh of course, silence between everyone. Well, this is turning out to be a pretty good day for me. How about the rest you guys? Bang! Triple X. On stage of the human auction house. The place had been in a panic with the sudden arrival of Luffy crashing through a wall on a flying fish to interrupt the auction, but in trying to stop Luffy from causing trouble by his rushing the stage, Hatchan wound up being shot in the back by Charlos, who was celebrating at what he had just done, laughing in satisfaction as the other nobles in the building seemed happy that the fishman had been injured so gravely. I got the fishman. I caught my very own fishman. I got it myself, so it's free, right? Absolutely free. Ha ha ha. Luffy had stopped his rampage towards the stage to turn towards the celebrating man, stalking up the stairs towards him slowly until his arm was grabbed by one of Hatchan's. Straw Hat, don't. He said, weakly as he lost blood steadily. You can't, it was my own fault. You promised us, that even if someone was shot right in front of your eyes that you wouldn't fight the Tenryubito. This is what I deserve anyway. I was a pirate. I did evil things. I just never meant for things to turn out this way. I just wanted to make things up to Nami if only a little bit. But I always just screw things up. I'm so sorry. Tears were in his eyes at this point as he pleaded with Luffy not to do anything rash. From the top of the stairs at the entrance point of the building, the doors were thrown open with several Marines flying inside all over the place. Don't let him get any further. He can't be allowed inside. He's a monster. Those cries were cut off when the Marines claiming such were smashed hard enough to be thrown through the walls of the auction area, unconscious and quite battered but alive, a human auction house. From the open doors, Naruto walked in and looked around with a hard expression in his eyes as they panned over the lot of people there for purchasing slaves. How about you try to enslave me? How much would I go for? From the top balcony, Nojiko, Miss Valentine, Murat, and Perona looked over the edge of the railing to see Naruto walking in like a tiger surrounded by hostile prey. Ha! Nojiko said, feeling a bead of sweat on her brow. It's like a standoff or something. As he walked down the stairs, Naruto looked past St. Charlos and over at Luffy, who seemed quite heated, as well as the downed and injured Hatchan. You. Aren't you one of the Arlong pirates from Nami-chan's hometown? Even Uzumaki Naruto too. Hatchan said with quite a bit of effort. Hey, you're Straw Hat's friend too, aren't you? Tell him to st-da. Shut up, you stupid fish. Charlos shouted at Hatchan, cocking his pistol and pointing it at the octopus fishman. You haven't shut your mouth even though I shot you. You're really getting on my nerves. His tirade stopped when Naruto walked past him, ignoring him completely and bumping his shoulder while passing to reach Hachan's side. What? How could he just ignore someone of his stature? Naruto just kneeled down in front of the fishman that was once his enemy, staring into his eyes until apparently finding what he was looking for and smiling at him. You've been a good guy since all of the stuff that happened back on Kami Island, haven't you? This surprised many people there, including Hachan himself, who all thought that Naruto was a total ripper of a human being. Hachan then cringed as Naruto inspected his wound. Whoever shot you sucks, this wouldn't kill an 8-year-old. Uzumaki. Hachan grimaced in pain as his wound was prodded testingly by a man assumed to be the enemy that destroyed his entire crew of 50+. Why? You should want to kill me more than I want to hurt you. Naruto said calmly and brightly, if you don't then I don't have a problem with you. And if you do I don't care, because you're not trying anything on me now, and Luffy seems to trust you. That's all I need. Looking up at Luffy, Naruto nodded stiffly, this guy's going to be fine if we can get someone to him to help. I ain't a healer. A blood vessel appeared on Charles's head in anger, staring at his shoulder where Naruto had barely come into contact with him, rage in his eyes. Who do you think you are? You filthy insect. You think you can just walk past me? That you can make contact of any kind with me? You bow in my presence, you worm. Beg for forgiveness. He ordered, pointing his pistol at Naruto's back this time. Not even registering the man's presence, Naruto just kept trying to help Hachan the best he could, using a kunai to dig the bullet out of the wound and getting a groan of pain from Hachan. Oh come on you big baby. You're supposed to be a big tough pirate, aren't you? You're just another of those squalid, filthy pirates. Charlos said, cocking the hammer of his pistol back while shakily aiming it with one hand at Naruto. Fine. If you love that inferior creature beside you so much you can die along with it. From her seat nearby, Vivi had kept silent. This time it wasn't simply her resigning herself to her fate, it was in abject shock of how things were falling apart. Even when trying to take things as they came, things still fell out of control. And there was no way that any of this was going to end well. Her body didn't even give her the option of choosing otherwise. She let out an ear-rending scream, Naruto no. However, Luffy had walked past Naruto and Hachan up the stairs towards Charlos, not saying a word, just with a horridly angry expression on his face until he finally got close enough to deliver a good old-fashioned haymaker right to the bloated world noble's face. No stretching necessary, decking him hard enough to smash him through several rows of chairs behind. The entire mass of rich people let out sounds of shock and terror, faces twisted in horror, while Naruto just kept treating Hachan, his own face devoid a smile altogether. I'm not a pirate, asshole. There wasn't anything funny about that guy to him. Luffy just stood in the same place, cracking his knuckles and looking around, waiting for someone to make something of what he had just done. He had been expressly warned that there would be trouble if he had done anything to a world noble. It was just too bad that when it came down to it he didn't care that much. Sorry everyone. I heard that if you deck one of these guys a marine admiral's gonna show up with battleships too. Chow Rosnai-sama. The female world noble shouted, standing up at the shock of seeing her older brother get hit. It had simply never happened before. The entire place was in full panic mode at this point, with everyone who had previously thought they were about to buy a slave rushing towards the doors to escape. An older man, dressed the same way as Charlos only he had gray hair, a beard, and wore sunglasses, stood up and glared hatefully at Luffy. How dare such a lowly peasant like yourself lay even a finger on my son? He shouted at Luffy, pointing his cane which doubled as a rifle at the young man. Do you have any idea what will happen to you if you rise against us? Against the descendants of the creators of this world? Before he could fire his weapon though, he found Vivi standing in front of him with her arms outstretched to block. I can't let you do that, Saint Roswald. They're my friends. I don't care. Property like you should not stand in the way of perfect ancestry. Bang! It didn't matter to the man one bit, and it didn't matter that Vivi was in his way as he instantly fired, intent on getting her out of his way one way or another. A puff of smoke enshrouded Vivi as the shot was fired. What the hell are you doing here, Vivi-heim? The smoke cleared to show Naruto shielding Vivi from the shot, his shoulder bleeding from taking the bullet. Vivi's eyes widened and started to quiver as she looked at Naruto. Were you with those guys? He asked her in a slightly strained voice, wincing at the wound in his arm. Get away from my son's new wife. Saint Roswald said again before reloading his weapon to fire again at Naruto. Not fast enough though, since Naruto moved swiftly, snatching the cane/rifle out of his hands and smashing him in the face with it, sending blood flying and most definitely breaking quite a few facial bones. Well, to say the least, Naruto definitely popped the resin bubble around his head with that swing, and maybe popped his skull too because there was definitely a crack heard. Get out of my fucking face. Father! The woman world noble cried in alarm as the man's body flew across the auditorium and smacked into the wall with an echoing audible thud, falling to crash through the seats in that part of the human auction house as well. Her eyes turned angrily towards Naruto, who tossed the cane away, its use no longer necessary. She gnashed her teeth together before loudly barking an order: summon the Marines and have them send an admiral. This will not stand. You and all of yours will die here. Sorry. Naruto said, not sounding very sorry at all about what he had just done, but nobody shoots at my princess. He then turned his gaze of scrutiny back to Vivi, who shirked slightly. Who needs to tell me just what she was doing here away from the whole crew, and just what that guy meant by saying she was that noble guy's new wife? Before Vivi could try and explain anything, Miss Valentine drifted down with her umbrella from the balcony with the other Foxhound pirate women holding onto her and landed right by them all. Don't be mad at Vivi, sweetie. If she hadn't gone with that guy, there would have been big trouble for us. She then looked around and laughed quite a bit, but there's big trouble anyway, so that's a moot point. In the middle of this conversation, the rest of the Straw Hat crew had arrived and happened to be fighting through the guards of the world nobles while people were scrambling to escape. Apparently this wasn't enough of an issue to stir Naruto or any of the girls, even though Luffy's crew now seemed to have a living skeleton with an afro as a member. A sigh came from Naruto before he locked eyes with Vivi and pointed intently at her. Don't ever do anything like that again. Stop trying to do stuff to protect us on your own. That's what teams are for in the first place, so that no one has to do anything like that. He had more of a lecture set and ready even in the calamity around them, but he was cut off when Vivi threw herself at him and hugged him, crying into his flak jacket. Ah geez, don't cry. I'm not really mad at you, it's just dashed. It's not that. Vivi interrupted, with a sniffle. I thought I was really going to have to go with that man. Being a princess doesn't mean anything to a world noble. You still belong to my brother. The female world noble said, this little incident isn't going to change that. As a matter of fact, this all just made it worse for you for when you're obtained once more. And that won't take long. The admiral that is sent will turn this island upside down to take down you and that other crew of fools. The back wall on the stage then started coming down in a bubbling, melting mess until enough of it had been destroyed for the male members of the Foxhound Pirates to walk out from behind with Byron still with them. Old man Rayleigh, you're definitely coughing up some of that money you stole from this place to us. We did the real legwork here. We could fight over it if you'd like. Rayleigh replied, getting a quick shake of heads from the lot of them that elicited a loud laugh from him. That's what I figured, still got it. Crazy old bastard. Johnny mumbled before seeing that they were standing right by a prison for the mermaid Kimi, and his eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Awesome. Mermaid. Without another bit of prompting, Johnny quick drew his sword and slashed the top of the watery prison off, more or less freeing her except for the slave collar. Okay Soren, do the rest so we can talk to a real-life mermaid. This is a great day. Before Soren could move forward to try and rid the mermaid of the collar his way, Rayleigh got there first and grabbed a hold of the collar, getting everyone that was paying attention to recoil in shock. Maybe that guy could take an explosion like what that collar would produce, but that mermaid didn't look even close to being tough enough to survive it. It was a moot point though, as Rayleigh ripped the collar off with absurd speed and threw it at some of the many armored guards in the room, causing it to explode on them instead. How productive. Seeming to not believe what he had done was impressive or was even a big deal at all, Rayleigh looked around the room until his gaze stopped on Luffy and a smirk came over his face. Ah, I've been waiting quite a while to meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. You certainly have a knack for finding yourself in trouble. With her bonds cast off, a few of Luffy's crew members ran down fighting their way through the soldiers to try and reach Kimi and help her out of her predicament. Soren, Johnny, Yasaku, get your asses over here now. Naruto shouted across the room, getting all three men to shrug before they started heading towards him. Soren came to a stop though when he heard something that had his ears burning. Damn it, stop those pirates. A man with long silver hair, loud gaudy clothes, a colorful top hat, star sunglasses, and a thick mustache shouted over the house microphone. The MC for the whole slave auctioning process shouted desperately, that mermaid sold for 500 million. Mr. Doflamingo's shop has a reputation to keep up. He then stopped yelling when he felt a shadow of death standing behind him and turned to find Soren standing in front of him. So this is Doflamingo's place, is it? He asked in a threatening manner with an evil grin on his face. Well, I think he's going to want to know all about these developments, don't you? I'd sure like to if I were him. Soren grabbed the man by the back of his neck like a disobedient puppy. Let's call him. He then turned towards Naruto and the others and yelled towards them, you guys get out of here, I'll catch up. The minute he heard the name of Doflamingo he was locked in on that and nothing else. Even the panic that Sabaody Archipelago was about to be thrown into didn't matter to him as he seemed to walk with the man to the back where his office and a den mushi was. Soren! Naruto yelled at him again, only getting flipped off for his trouble. Damn it. There are like 150 night guards blocking the way out, you get your ass back here and make a new exit for everybody. He shouted, ducking out of the way of a halberd swing to abusively kick his armored attacker away. Kami, I hate armor. He took another guard's helmet right off after they missed a sword swing and headbutted the man right in the face, knocking him out. Yusaku could cut through metal, Naruto was skilled and enough of a juggernaut that armor didn't really matter in the end, and Miss Valentine could generate more than enough concussive force to turn armor into expensive tin bodysuits, but the others weren't aptly suited to trying to best a large group of knights. Byron simply avoided the attacks of the knights with what seemed to be a practiced grace of his footwork, almost like a dance of nobility. Naruto-sama, the rest of the slaves in the back have been freed. He said calmly as he leaned out of the way of a sword strike and watched Naruto cover him by blasting the knight with a Rasengan. Cool. Naruto said, pulling Nojiko out of the way of another attack from the persistent knights, but it served to be unnecessary to really assist her in the end when she used her shotgun to produce a harsh blast of wind that sent the guard flailing away. Can we tear this place down and leave now? His question was cut off when a still pressurized feeling filled the entire building, getting everyone to stop fighting. What the hell? It felt like raw killing intent just without the feeling of certain death behind it. It was strong enough to utterly paralyze Vivi and force the entirety of the armored guard unconscious. Muret also fell victim to succumbing to the feeling, fainting on her feet only to be caught and kept from hitting the ground. Her eyes fluttered open and a blush appeared on her face as she saw who her savior was. Oh. High Law. The laid-back pirate and surgeon gave Muret a calm smile and set her back on her feet, still holding on to her hands. Hey there, beautiful. Your captain needs to get the hell out of here now like my crew is. Whatever admiral comes here is going to tear this place up. No pirate with a bounty is really safe for this one. I'm not a pirate, damn it. Muret palmed her face at Naruto's boisterous cry that was seemingly instinctive at this point. Yeah. Naruto-sama isn't a pirate, but I don't think that matters. Thank you for caring. I don't really care about your crew, to be honest. Law stated bluntly, getting the other foxhound pirate women to wonder why in the hell Muret seemed to be swooning over the guy. But you're cute, and a doctor has to be pretty tough or lucky to get this far on the Grand Line, trust me. It's impressive. Hey! Let go of my beloved. Yusaku shouted at Law, sprinting up to him with Kibikirabuchu on his shoulder. You can't touch Muret like that. I can't even touch Muret like that. What the hell, man? Law just kept his smirk on his face as Muret addressed the power swordsman. Well, he's got my permission to. Law's just cute, and he's cool. And you're not. She said reluctantly. That was like a shot to the heart for Yusaku, who dropped to his knees with a stricken look on his face. Muret fought the urge to pet him like a dog, as that would have made things worse. Law felt the need to comment though. Keep your head up, man. It'll be all right. Looking at the doors, Law saw a few members of his crew beckoning him to leave. I'll see you around sometime. Maybe in the New World? He asked Muret, getting a shy nod from her before he ran off. In Yusaku's mind there was a little something new going on though. Got to kick that guy's ass eventually. He thought to himself, as beating Zoro to measure his worth as a swordsman was no longer his top goal in mind. True love is as rocky as the roughest chore. And nothing worth earning is easy. However, in the middle of his heroic inner monologue, he was yanked to his feet by Naruto and slapped once to get him out of his trance. Oi. Come on. Stop spacing out and let's roll. We've been in here for too long and this place is totally surrounded. The rest of our crew, the Straw Hats, the Kid Pirates, Law's Heart Pirates, and that old-ass man with the weird killing intent already went outside. The slap woke Yusaku back up and he glared at Naruto with a red handprint on the side of his face. Well, why didn't you get me up sooner? What were you waiting here for then? He noticed that Naruto had strange, ripple pattern eyes and orange pigment around them. Oh. That. Come to think of it, that slap did hurt a hell of a lot more than it should have for as slow as it was going. Why? This. Naruto said, as he clapped his hands together and held them in place. Now go catch up, I'm gonna be here for a while. Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. XXX. Meanwhile, with Soren, office of the human auction house. Mr. Doflamingo, this is Disco. The timid owner of the human auction house said into the receiver of the Den Mushi in a quiet voice, listen, there's been some problems here and I was just wondering, can you come over to maybe try and help out? Laughter came from over the line before Doflamingo spoke back up. No. I don't think I will, come to think of it. I'm so tired with the slave trading business, it's so boring. So from now on your problems are your problems. Tata Disco Kun. The entire building began to shake as Disco's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. You're just going to let us alone here? I'll be killed. There's a lunatic right here with Dashta. He was then promptly knocked unconscious via having his head shoved forward through a wall by Soren from behind. TCH, useless. Soren said to himself as he then took the receiver and spoke into it. Hello Doflamingo. So I hear you aren't dropping in to let me turn your organs into a fine liquid. That's disappointing. Oh, it's Acid Boy. Well sorry, I've got something more interesting than that passé slave house to worry about these days. Something that's far more interesting than you two. And it's not even close, fuffufufufo. Well maybe we can meet up for this interesting thing, duh. Soren said, flexing out a fist and wishing that Doflamingo was right in front of him to punch right in the mouth or worse. I like to party, so let me drop in on this too. Is there alcohol? Oh you don't seem to be the warfaring type. This one's way over your head you bald baby chick. But hey, if you feel like stepping in between a war between the Shichibukai, the Marines, and the Whitebeard pirates then be my guest. He started cackling again as Soren's face was one of pure astonishment and disbelief. That's all the answer I need from you right there. Try again when you get a little more heart, kid. The conversation ended with Doflamingo hanging up on his end of the line and Soren just standing there frozen by what he had just heard. A war between those three? No way man. That's just... He shook his head as the shaking of the building gave way to it tearing away all around him, starting from the ceiling up and floating into the sky over their head. Oh, and this just keeps on getting worse. He said as he ran off to get back to the ship, not knowing that his crew was still pretty close. XXX. With Foxhound Pirates, Grove 15, Lawless Area. This is ridiculous. Perona cried out, using her negative ghosts to sap the fighting spirit out of multiple Marines that had tried to attack her along with the other Foxhound Pirates. I am not with them. I'm a prisoner. She argued, still fighting back despite her claims to be innocent in all of this. She was a Shichibukai's crewmate. Even though she wasn't famous outside of Thriller Bark, her word had to mean something, didn't it? Not really. Yeah, because you sure seem like one right now. Nojiko sarcastically remarked from atop Funkfried along with Murat, clearing the way off in the distance with her ranged rifle before they ever got that far. Come on, how much further is it to Grove 54? This entire day had just frazzled her nerves entirely. She had never even gotten to say hello to her sister Nami or anything since everything broke down so quickly. It's this way. Johnny shouted before being grabbed from behind by Yasaku. What's the big idea? He asked, stopping long enough to quickly unsheath his sword and cut down a few Marines that had strayed too close to try and take him down. Yasaku used his massive cleaver sword and smashed through his end of a bridge leading to their grove to cut the pursuing Marine force off from chasing them. You're going the wrong way, jackass. It's that way. He shouted, pointing in a completely different direction. This way. This way. No, it's that way, I'm sure of it. Vivi palmed her face while Byron, who was still with the lot of them, looked over at the two arguing swordsmen who were yelling at each other and fighting Marines simultaneously. Does this happen too terribly often? He asked, wondering just what the dynamic of these people happened to be. Yes, sadly, replied the blue-haired desert-dwelling princess. So they were lost? That was just great. It wasn't like they could just stop and ask for directions either. The whole archipelago was in an uproar and quite personally Vivi wanted to put as much distance as she could between herself and that place. Hey! Vivi called out when she saw that Johnny and Yasaku were beginning to trade sword strikes between themselves while they kept arguing over the direction. Stop fighting each other. She ran over and punched them both in the head. I am not having a good week. Be stupid some other time. Murat hopped down from Funkfried and moved to Vivi's side to put a calming hand on the shoulder of the seething princess who had been on quite an emotional roller coaster that day. Whoa honey, calm down, easy. It's okay. Deep breaths. She then pointed east. That's the way, I remember. So can we get going already before something else bad happens? I agree. Byron said, eyes looking around for any more advancing Marines that may have tried to prevent them from moving forward. His statement got Perona to stop fuming about the lack of respect or recognition from the Marines that were supposed to be Shichibukai allies in order to pay attention to him. Wait, you're actually coming with these people, weird guy? Why? You don't even know them. Byron nodded in agreement, but his face was one of poise and honor. Maybe so, but these people freed me from my bonds and a fate worse than death. Thanks to them I can freely roam the seas again, so why wouldn't I choose to go with them if they would have me? He gave a flourish of a bow to the women of the crew that were present. I request a place on your crew if at all possible. Wow. How old-fashioned. XXX. With Soren, Grove 7, bridge to shipping area. Because one wasn't enough the last time. Soren said to himself. The reason being that there were 2 Bartholomew Kuma lookalikes on the bridge, more or less keeping it on lockdown. The last time he had seen more than one Bartholomew Kuma, it was a stupid cyborg that nearly killed him, and now there were 2, and he had no backup. How many of these stupid things exist? Soren. Looking up at the sky and the canopy of the massive trees that comprised Sabaody Archipelago, Soren saw Miss Valentine drift down from the sky on her umbrella. Valentine? What the hell, aren't you with the others? I was with Naruto when he made his huge ball of debris out of the human auction house. I saw you run this way away from everyone else and I thought, hey, who would probably need my help the most? Miss Valentine said, closing her umbrella up and pointing it at the 2 pacifista cyborgs in front of them. Or do you want to try this by yourself? On one hand, his pride and backward sense of chivalry towards women despite their strength told him to fight it out on his own, but the fact that the last time he fought a pacifista he was mercilessly ragdolled about won out in the end, and he wordlessly reluctantly nodded his agreement to Miss Valentine's assistance. The eyes of the pair of pacifista began to glow as they locked on to the pair. Human albatross Miss Valentine, bounty 83 million belly. The plague Soren, bounty 251 million belly. Miss Valentine scoffed, but never lost her smile despite her apparent annoyance. I swear I hate that stupid nickname, she said before smacking her umbrella into her open palm in preparation for the coming fight. You ready? Instead of getting an immediate answer from her current partner, the pacifista charged laser blasts from their hands and fired them at the 2 pirates who used their respective speed techniques to evade, Soren Saru and Miss Valentine's Hainaho. I don't think it matters if I'm ready or not, Soren shouted before getting in close, dodging extra laser blasts as he did so. Heh, I'm faster this time and I've got all kinds of other moves too. Maybe I won't be half past dead when this one's over, he thought to himself, deciding to fully engage in the battle at hand for better or for worse. I hate this crew. Oh, no you don't. Don't be such a liar. You love us, Miss Valentine said in a contradictory manner, dodging a laser blast with a high jump before evading another one by quickly putting on a lot of weight to fall down faster. While Miss Valentine was focusing on her evasion techniques, Soren didn't want to get bogged down in a long fight at a time like that. Using one of his sharp canine teeth, he cut a deep gash from his shoulder down to his hand, allowing his own blood to coat the entire limb before the sizzling life fluid with acidic properties quickly cauterized his own wound. I've got to go for the knockout right now before this dries. It was the only thing he could think of that could get through the metal that his regular acid couldn't get through the last time around. He had to be on his game and as fast as possible, or else he was going to pay for attempting a close-range direct attack on this thing. Then again, that was the only way he knew how to fight other than launching distance attacks, and none of those would work in this case. IBI no chi, IBI no deba, rot blood, rot knife. A high-speed rush from the first mate of the Foxhound crew was used preemptively the moment he saw the telltale flash of another laser blast charging up. The blast missed him and Soren buried his knife-edged hand right through the neck of the pacifista, surprised that the things actually bled when he decapitated it via his special attack. As he watched the head of the pacifista fly through the air and the body of the massive thing fall to the ground, Soren blinked in surprise. He knew his blood was his strongest acid despite the fact that he didn't have much to use freely due to the anemia his devil fruit power gave him, but it just let him drive his hand and arm into metal like it was a lump of cold butter. Whoa, he said to himself, the loss of blood from his previously grievous wound getting to him as he stumbled a bit. I did it? Without needing a doctor afterwards. Miss Valentine laughed as she wound up getting close to one of the pacifista. These things fight poorly, they're just really powerful and durable, she commented, using her umbrella to smash one in the leg with the weight behind it, sweeping it to the ground where she decided to finish with one move. Miss Valentine lifted one of her legs high above her head before dropping it heel first in a precision axe kick. Hisatsu, 5,000 kilo Hasaki no Ono, Surekill, 5,000 kilogram axe's edge. The kick smashed the entire head of the pacifista, destroying the cyborg with the scary massive amount of weight behind the attack crushing its cranium and part of the ground underneath it, forming a forceful crater. All you need is some serious Surekill power to beat one. I think a minimum of 5,000 kilograms dropping onto the head is enough, don't you? Miss Valentine concluded with a bright smile and a laugh, undermining how dark that would have been if it had been an actual person instead of a cyborg. Even then it still bled. Most people can't put together that kind of force though, even with a cannon. Her powers were kind of cheating in that kind of instance, but it wasn't her fault she had trained on how to use them, it was Naruto's fault. Soren took his bandana from off of his head and wrapped it tightly around his bicep where his self-inflicted gash had been the worst to keep it from breaking back open while they ran. Cool. So let's get going already. I'm dizzy. Poor anemic psychopath. Shut up Valentine. XXX. With Naruto, remnants of Grove 1. Standing on the top of his own massive airborne ball of random debris that in reality wasn't so random, Naruto was paying attention to every bit of material comprising the ball. His reason for using Chibaku Tensei was to take in all of the cannons and other heavy arms that the Marines had surrounded the human auction house Grove with. It was only a bonus really that he could use it for a pretty scary attack to boot. Just seeing the floating body of material sent the Marine grunts running for the hills, even though there weren't any hills, because Naruto had simultaneously disarmed them of anything that could reach him with the use of his jutsu. It was like fighting something inhuman. The entire top stalk and trunk of the grove/tree had to go due to the powerful pull of the technique, ripping it from its ground-like roots above the water. Sorry tree, but some evil stuff happened on you and I can't let that stand. Naruto said, apologizing to what he believed to be quite an amazing bit of nature, the Urukuman groves that comprised the landmark town. Now all he had to do was find something to throw it at. The stupid tree canopies kept him from seeing what he needed to in the multiple groves. So he didn't see the multiple volleys of light blasts that pulverized the Chibaku Tensei ball out of the air. And due to the all-attracting properties of the jutsu, each one of them hit the compressed ball and forced it to fall apart from the force. Naruto fell back to the ground, using the debris and jumping off of the bits and pieces on the way down to keep his falling speed low for safety until he could reach the trunk of another Urukuman tree to slide down the trunk. Upon landing he stood in the middle of the falling rifles, cannons, pieces of building, chunks of tree, and other random things that were coming down through the top of the tree leaves. Impressive as always. In the dust of the currently catastrophically embattled area, a tall figure walked through the shroud, making himself and his loud striped yellow suit known. You sure don't know much how to hold back at times like this. Uzumaki Naruto. Crap. Well, logic said that it wasn't going to be Akiji that was sent. After what had occurred at Eni's lobby, he was probably still getting his butt chewed out about that, and Naruto didn't know the other admiral, so why wouldn't it be Kizaru that was sent? The same trick he pulled in Alabasta wasn't going to work twice. But maybe he didn't even have to try anything. Bye monkey boy. Naruto said, waving at Kizaru before vanishing in a yellow flash. As things still fell from the sky, Kizaru only stared at the place where Naruto had just been standing moments before. He shot the bastard's huge floating ball of crud out of the air and he just disappeared on him. I almost forgot how annoying you were. You won't get away no matter how fast you think you are. Kuma let the Straw Hat Pirates escape with his technique to transport them away. He wasn't going to let the biggest bounty on the island escape as well since he fought to a draw with Silver's Rayleigh. Even if Naruto could teleport himself too, his underlings couldn't. They had a ship, and the marine battleships dispatched to Sabaody Archipelago were still keeping the north and east side of the place on watch. So all he had to do was wait for them to try and leave, and there he'd have his target in a fix. And with that in mind, he moved in a series of flashes of light towards the closest warship. XXX. On board the Natural Disaster. The door to the main room of the ship was thrust open with Naruto running outside onto the deck. To his relief the crew were already moving around, preparing for the worst as the ship was slowly moving through the groves trying to leave Sabaody Archipelago, and the open ocean was in sight. Did we get away? Naruto asked aloud before realizing that there was no seafaring battle going on, getting him to sigh in relief. Yes, we got away. Cool. He quickly made his way to the helm where Vivi, who had recently taken on the responsibility of steering the ship in his absence, was manning the wheel. Vivi Heim. I'm sorry. Vivi said preemptively, trying to keep Naruto from saying what she already expected him to. I was scared. I did it to try and keep the worst from happening to you guys, but it wound up happening anyway. She finished flatly. Once again she had sorely underestimated how far south things could go with her friends, all of them. Naruto sighed and sat down on the bench beside Vivi, who was standing up to see better while steering. Even if Luffy hadn't knocked that guy's block off for whatever reason he did it the minute I found out that you'd done something as stupid as you did, I would have just taken you back anyway. He grabbed Vivi's hand and prompted her to sit down next to him so that she would listen for certain. If it had been you instead of Robinchan that had been in her position at Eni's lobby, I would have been the first one kicking that place's gates down to get you out. Against these people, that's really dumb. You can't win a war against the people who created the world government. That's a war with the entire world itself. I've always been kind of dumb. Some things you don't grow out of. That's self-sacrificial and stupid. Worry about yourself sometime. Apparently in Alabasta Vivi had been more than willing to give up her life to protect her country from crocodile and baroque works. Well, here she was willing to lose her freedom so that the rest of the crew didn't suffer the wrath of the world nobles. She was brave, but she liked to take her problems onto her own shoulders too much. Naruto was sort of the opposite. He seemed to take on the problems of others too much. He still hadn't grown up out of that even after decades of it. Always trying to be a problem solver, you should listen to your own advice too, you know. Naruto said in response, getting Vivi to roll her eyes, I know you're tough, but just remember, as long as you're with us you don't have to do things by yourself. And even when you go home, if Alabasta needs help that you can't fix on your own, maybe we can help you out. I'll always be one move away, when I get more special kunai. Alright? Alright. Vivi nodded, smiling at that thought with some reddening of her cheeks. She had heard that much before, from Luffy and his crew as well, but to know that eventually if she needed the help it would be one quick throw of a weapon away, it made her feel rather safe, even though the person assuring her of this fact was probably the least safe person alive. Hey, dumb blonde captain, I need you to come with me to the waiting pool to check something out. I think you need to see it. Grumbling at being called dumb blonde captain by Polly and his full-on rudeness, Naruto got up to head back inside and check the hold of the ship in the location at the back where he was requested to go. Yeah. I'm on the way, you jerk. You can call me by my name, you know. Watching him leave for a moment before he disappeared inside from her sight, Vivi went right back to steering the ship when she saw Nojiko walk in front of her and the wheel, leaning on the front of it with a sly smirk on her face. With a sniper like me I see everything, you know. You and our fearless captain are getting kind of close, aren't you? What are you saying, Nojiko? I can't feel like that about a pirate, even one like Naruto. I'm a princess of a nation of the world government. Vivi defended with a huff at Nojiko's implication, pausing for a moment when they both heard a loud shout from the inside that sounded like, I'm not a pirate, before she continued, I'm not like the rest of you. You and Miss Valentine can do this forever, I can't. Eventually I have to go home and move on from all of this, no matter how much fun it is. Uh-huh. Nojiko said in a disbelieving tone of voice before poking Vivi right in the middle of her forehead, whatever you say, but you know you don't believe that. She then turned towards the front of the ship to keep looking out for trouble. Geez, you act like we haven't seen like 3 other kingdoms with ties to pirates before. Vivi stuck her tongue out at Nojiko behind her back and turned her attention back to keeping the ship on track to get away from Sabaody Archipelago as soon as possible until she heard a very loud expletive from Soren's position in the crow's nest. What? What's the matter? Oh shit? Nojiko said with a frown on her face as she saw the source of Soren's vulgar outburst. Yeah, there's a warship trying to head us off at the pass. Failure was apparently not an option if they were actually pursuing them with one lone ship. Either that or they didn't know that it was the natural disaster that they were about to face off with. Cannons. Ready. Both Johnny and Yasaku chimed in unison as they had them loaded and turned in the proper direction, Nojiko moving between them, adjusting them to make sure they really were ready to fire. Come on, new guy, lend us a hand here. As requested, Byron was manning the heaviest cannon, prepared to fire that one first and foremost. This might not be the best time to bring this up, but I can't say how good it feels to be out and doing this again. Freedom certainly was sweet, and if he were caught he'd be sent right back to the people that had bought him. That was not a choice as far as he was concerned. They fired a shot. Nojiko shouted after hearing the blast of a cannon from the enemy ship, but there's no way their guns are in range of us if we can't even hit them yet. Was it a warning shot? It didn't seem likely. Whatever, Vivi, go around wide. It's just the one ship, we don't have to fight it. It won't catch us if we can just get our back to it. XXX. On board the marine ship? We can't hit them from this range, sir. A marine captain said, saluting Kizaru who was standing casually with his hands in his pockets. I'm sorry, but we need to risk getting closer to their ship. He knew that much was dangerous as the natural disaster ship was vicious in close quarters and could pick up speed suddenly among other things. Yeah, that's okay. Kizaru replied smoothly before standing on the top of the cannon that had just fired. He made a flippant, nonchalant hand gesture as he looked out towards the Foxhound pirate ship, reload it and fire again. This is good enough actually. Keep moving toward it though. I'll need you there to pick me back up. According to Kizaru's orders, the cannon was reloaded and quickly fired, sending a cannonball into the air that Kizaru timed with his light powers to wind up standing on the ball as it flew through the air. From there, right before the cannonball began descending, Kizaru jumped off, hanging in the air over the ship before landing atop one of the tree-like masts. You know, I have to say that this ship is interesting. He took a step off of the mast and started to fall before turning his body to light and flashing his way to the deck where he reappeared, looking around down there as well. Grass on the deck too? Strange. Every single member of the crew froze in place with looks of horror on their faces. There was an admiral, right there on their ship. Close enough to see, close enough to hear, almost close enough to touch. Though there were 7 of them and one of him, not a single one of the rogue crew dared to move to try and take advantage of it. And Kizaru seemingly didn't have any problems with that as he just stood there observing them all, another rookie crew. But I don't see either of your top 2. That's kind of a letdown. Did I make a mistake in believing that Uzumaki would arrive here by now? What are we going to do now? Nojiko thought to herself. She didn't dare risk reaching for one of her guns. Not that she wasn't confident in her quick draw, but not against an admiral. At the moment, her raw untrained precognitive haki was doing nothing but flashing sights of their own violent demises in front of her eyes. If she tried any kind of move, nothing about this is going to end well. There's no move to make. The thing about being afraid is, your brain will at times work down to a reaction that isn't always the best course of action to take. Usually this manifests itself as an act of overt aggression in the hopes that you'll catch the source of your fear off guard and enable an opportunity that you otherwise wouldn't have had. This usually occurs in the minds of the simpler creatures of the world when they find themselves seemingly cornered. Which would explain why Johnny and Yasaku took the initiative to attempt to attack, with the latter following up on the former's quick draw slash that cut right through Kizaru's waist. Of course, he simply reverted to light before reforming himself as if he were never injured at all. Feeling their swords pass through nothing, Johnny and Yasaku didn't even have the time for true panic to set in before Johnny was kicked in the face hard enough to be sent flying into the mast, where he peeled off of it like a bug and fell to the deck. Almost instinctively at having such a threat still right in front of him, Yasaku drove his Kubikirabuchu into the ground and planned to hide behind the flat of his blade to block any other attack from Kizaru, but that was not enough, as a thin beam of light passed through his body from the side, all the way through, dropping him to his knees with a desperate gasp. How can he dash? Yasaku thought to himself as he turned his head to the side and saw Kizaru, still aiming his index finger right at him. How can someone be that fast? Down, boy. Kizaru said mockingly towards his wounded quarry, preparing to finish the job with similar attack until a series of shots rang out and bullets passed through his body with specks of light representing where he should have been wounded. Well, you certainly don't give up, do you? And then a barrage of acidic projectiles flew through his body much in the same manner. Acid? What a scary power. He said calmly and cheerfully. A shadow appeared above him, and from the sky Miss Valentine dropped down with her umbrella at the ready to smash Kizaru. He might use a Logia fruit like crocodile, but with this it doesn't matter. I can still hit him. Too slow. Kizaru said disappointedly, throwing a jumping kick into the air that fired off a laser blast that hit the falling and mostly vulnerable woman, causing an explosion and forcing her to fall right back onto the deck, her attack thwarted, with an opening like that. There was no way I was going to let you finish whatever you had planned. Miss Valentine let out a cough before laughing weakly, trying to get back up with little success. That blast hit her while she was wide open with nowhere to go, and the fall to the deck wasn't exactly gentle either. Not my best idea, but I couldn't let you kill Yasaku like that. So now you'll both die instead? Kizaru asked, ignoring the fact that Soren was skulking and lurking around somewhere looking for an opening. He would never find one that could actually harm him, so it didn't matter. You're right, that idea wasn't that smart, at all. He looked around for anyone else on the ship only to see a rather rattled Vivi still manning the helm. Nefertari Vivi. I'm going to need you to come with me. Vivi didn't move and just shook her head slowly. No? Well, I'll just finish up here and take you anyway. There are some concerns that we have with your actions over the past year that maybe you can clear up for us. Say, where is the other woman? The one with the guns? Once again, it was of no consequence since Nojiko couldn't harm him with her weapons, but losing sight of one of the enemy members was a little embarrassing. That is of no importance to you, Admiral Kizaru. I will gladly be your opponent instead. The ragged-looking tagalong of the crew, Byron, stepped into the space between Kizaru on the deck and Vivi at the front of the ship where she was still steering. The ever-present calm smile of Kizaru didn't change a bit. And you would be? I didn't know that this crew had any new people on it at all. I owe these people a debt that I cannot repay if you kill or capture them. Byron said, casting his dirty black jacket aside to leave him in his tattered white ruffled shirt as he rolled his sleeves up to his elbows in preparation for a fight. And you won't capture me either. I would rather die than go back. As you wish then. Kizaru said as calmly as ever, raising an eyebrow in interest as he saw Byron's hair begin to grow out wider and down his back like a mane. Another devil fruit user? These people just seem to get stranger and stranger all the time. A barrage of quills then flew through his body. They don't seem to get much smarter though. I knew that wouldn't work. Byron said, his hair standing up on end from the position that they had fired the hair follicles from, but I just had to try anyway. Very well then. At this point he was merely stalling for Nojiko to get to whatever she ran off inside of the ship for. You think my devil fruit is interesting? I'll show you the power of the Kukunomi, hair fruit. Even if Byron fought, it wouldn't do any good. He beat everyone else that tried and direct attacks weren't hurting him at all. How is anyone supposed to beat a Logia user like this? How did Naruto live through this? Before they could start fighting though, the deck right by the steering wheel and Vivi burst open with Naruto landing there. The spot had been right beneath his room on the ship, so he could ruin it if he wanted to. It was the second time that someone broke through it, so why not him this time? Hi, Naruto said, Rinnegan eyes locked firmly on Kizaru. That was certainly the quietest fight with someone that strong that had ever happened on the natural disaster. Training was usually louder than that battle had been. Hello. Kizaru replied amicably before lifting his leg and shooting a laser blast at Naruto with a kick. With the reflexes given to him in Sage mode, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash, forcing the blast to miss and hit the waters of the ocean a ways away instead of hitting him. He then hopped back out of the hole in the deck, having used Hiraishin to quickly avoid the move. So Kizaru was still as fast as ever. What a pain. Vivihime, keep steering the ship. Naruto told her, setting a hand on her shoulder as a form of reassurance that everything was going to be okay. Murit's on her way to make sure everyone that got hurt is going to be alright. As he said that, his awareness while in Sage mode allowed him to pull Vivi down with him to duck a kick from Kizaru aimed at him. This is too dangerous to fight on the ship. He drew a Hiraishin kunai and threw it into the skies above the ocean, grabbing the weapon as his descent began only for Kizaru to appear in the air with him. The Admiral delivered a speedy kick once he saw Naruto immediately retaliate to his presence with a punch that had them clash in midair. Oh, so you can keep pace a little better this time. Kizaru said in amusement from behind his gold-tinted sunglasses, good to see that you could learn something new. And you didn't just jump right at me this time at light speed. Naruto replied in turn with determination in his gaze, I was hoping I could time you and reflect you away again like the last time. When Kizaru had attacked him by Vivi, he had merely picked a spot right by Naruto on the deck of the ship and stopped short instead of attacking him directly. No such luck, I'm afraid. I thought so. With that, the two pushed away from each other and seemed to vanish in the air. Chapter 40, Night of Recourse. Kizaru was ballsy to fight Naruto on the water, there was no question about it. He had to know just how much of a disadvantage he was at, even with the fact that he had a marked speed advantage. All Naruto had to do was drench him with seawater and that would be that. He would be all but useless in a battle against him. He obviously knew that, because he was merely hanging high in the air looking down on Naruto, who stood on the surface of the water between the ship of the Foxhound pirate crew and the marine battleship that Kizaru had taken to reach them. He can do that? Naruto thought to himself, the water of the waves brushing against his face. Even if he wasn't in Sage mode at the moment, with his body soaking wet he could have punched Kizaru right in the face as he was. How in the world can he dash? Why didn't he ever do that the last time we fought? You don't live long on the seas with such an obvious weakness if you don't know how to circumvent it. Kizaru said casually as he continued to just stand on the air as if it were nothing at all. So what are you going to do now with your vaunted control of the seas being useless to you? I doubt you can make a wave, over 100 feet high. That would be really scary. Glaring up at the man that never seemed to take him seriously no matter what he pulled out combat-wise, Naruto growled to himself and on his Rinnegan eyes went, you're not the only one that's got some extra moves up your sleeve that you didn't use last time around. Oh, really? Kizaru drawled out, still looking very amused, so you've got more magic tricks up your sleeve, do you? Well, by all means, perform. Kizaru made a motion to look at a non-existent wristwatch on his arm. I'll give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I'll finish my job to destroy your ship and your crew. You could be strong enough to keep yourself safe, but could you keep them safe as well? And if you can't, then if you still feel like it we can keep on fighting. This isn't going to take 5 minutes. Naruto bit his thumb and quickly made a few hand seals before slamming his hand onto the surface of the water, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Kizaru looked on in a bit of interested surprise as from the smoke that appeared via Naruto's Jutsu, a large, ugly bird with a drill-like beak and 3 legs. It also shared Naruto's ripple pattern Rinnegan eyes, which meant it shared his field of vision and Naruto shared its own as well. Oh, that's interesting. He said as he saw it flying up directly at him at an absurd speed, but not fast enough as he moved right out of its way. Not really a good idea to try and attack with anything that large though. Senpu, Rasentehu, Sage Art, Spiraling Cannon. The sound of a rifle crack rang out and a fist-sized bullet of chakra flew up from the surface of the water right at Kizaru faster than the naked eye could see. He expected the attack to phase right through him and was prepared with a sarcastic comment to remark on it, but instead the attack smashed right into his belly and propelled him high into the air. A smirking Naruto stood on the water where the smoke from his summoning had cleared, his fist still outstretched from firing his Rasentehu. Oh, the bird wasn't the attack. In a flash of yellow, Naruto reappeared in the sky on his freaky bird's back as there was a Hiraishin kunai gripped tightly in one of its feet. It's my ride. Now Naruto was aerially mobile. And it was his fastest summon creature. Not as fast as Kizaru's light, but it didn't need to be. It was fast enough for what he needed it for, transportation around the battlefield. He'd handle the rest when it came to dealing with the speedy bastard. And he was still grinning all the while, because he had finally managed to hit Kizaru. So it definitely wasn't impossible for him. He just needed to be fast. Faster than fast even. Even if Kizaru could move at purely inhuman speeds even past that of the fastest enemies Naruto had ever faced, he still had very human reflexes, and while his were still extremely impressive, Naruto could outwork those reflexes. Kizaru eventually stopped spiraling through the air, drawing to a halt in the skies to look down at Naruto again, flying about on his bird. "You hit me," he said, patting down the smoldering spiral-shaped burn on the front of his suit that was still producing smoke. "How in the world did you dash?" "Ah, hockey. Sure, we can call it that," Naruto said, sick of explaining the properties of Sage Mode. If that was what they wanted to call the effect that let Naruto hit Logia users, then he would simply roll with it. No need to correct anyone, especially when they were wrong. "Now shut up and get your ass kicked like a good boy." Kizaru just looked at his watch and his lips quirked. That had barely taken any time at all, 4 minutes, 37 seconds left. By the time he looked back up, Naruto on his drill-beaked bird was already flying towards him again. Time's a wasting. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster, Murat had made it onto the deck and had begun the healing process of assisting Johnny, Miss Valentine, and Yasaku, who was dealing with the worst wounds after Kizaru's systematic decimation of the fighters. "I can't see anything," Byron remarked in regards to the battle between Naruto and Kizaru. They could hear it, of course, the booms in the air sounded like thunder, but seeing it was entirely different altogether. "What is happening to Naruto-sama?" "He's in a fight, Quillbrain," Soren remarked to the recently freed slave in an antsy, irritated way. "If you can still hear it, it ain't close to being over yet." The reason for Soren's irritable attitude? He had attacked Kizaru several times and the bastard just let them pass on through him. He had gotten so much stronger since stepping onto that crew, but he still seemed to be out of his league when it came to the Admiral-class Marines. And 3 of his friends had been injured while he had been trying to figure a way to attack and harm Kizaru. Whoa, friends? Yeah, friends. Damn it, there was not a chance in hell he could deny it now. Each bastard on that ship was a friend of his, and being useless despite the fact that he fancied himself the second strongest of them hurt. Meanwhile, Vivi was not really concerned with the fight in the sky, even though she'd shake a little every time she heard a loud boom from the clashes or the trading of blows. She was more worried about steering the ship out of harm's way, but the marine warship was not keen on letting them get away. "It's sticking with us. We can outrun it, but it'll take a while." If Naruto were there behind the helm, he could simply power the wind seals in the sail and off they'd be. But as it was, without such they were no faster than a regular marine vessel of their size, which was coincidentally what they were being chased by. Hearing that got Soren to let out a groan. "Where the hell is Polly? If anyone knows how to make this tub go faster without Uzumaki playing a living battery to it, it'd be him. He never came up. He's in the common area on the Den Den Mushi for some reason," Murat said, continuing to patch up her friends and crewmates while trying to block out the sounds of the fighting. "I really hope it's a good reason. If that prude of a shipwright wasn't doing something important on the damn phone, she'd have Funkfried crush him." Perona's down in the hold, as far away from Kizaru as she can get. For someone that could fight as well as Perona could with her devil fruit powers, she was clearly shaken by those that she knew without a shadow of a doubt were stronger than her. In this case she was probably far smarter than any of them. None of this was being paid much mind by Nojiko, who was sitting on the stairs leading to the helm holding her head, images of Naruto and Kizaru's ongoing fight flashing through her skull as clear as day as they were making their every move. And since they were moving faster than the normal, I could see the images were slowed down and shoved into her mind at a rate she could understand, at the normal speed of processing thought. The sharpshooting Bluinette's pretty little head didn't know how to take it. It was like the ultimate migraine from hell. Goodness, why did she have to get the precognitive hockey? And why didn't anyone tell her it hurt this damn badly the first time she started using new aspects of it? XXX. Skies above the natural disaster and marine battleship, Naruto vs. Kizaru. Naruto's drill-beaked bird was a moving platform that he always retreated to, using his Hiration technique to quickly flash back after leaving it to attack his enemy. It was a very pestering style of offense, even if Kizaru hadn't let Naruto land any clean hits after it had been confirmed that Naruto could knock his lights out, literally, given the opportunity. But there was something about Naruto that was beginning to piss Kizaru off as well. The bird that the blonde shinobi/captain was riding could dodge his attacks without even looking his way. It was fast, but to be able to sense an attack coming as fast as his own? Impossible. Of course he didn't know that both Naruto and the bird shared the same field of vision, thus what Naruto saw the bird saw and vice versa, But then again, that wasn't really a question that one brought up in the middle of a fight against said person or bird. As far as parlor tricks go, Kizaru started to say, preparing to fire another blast at Naruto's bird, yours are actually very good. He threw a kick that shot an explosive beam of light at the bird only to hit nothing despite the fact that the bird wasn't facing him. How is it dodging me? A sharp whistle echoed out from Naruto's place on the bird, and from the water like a guided missile, Samehada flew out directly at Kizaru tip first, which meant that the smirking mouth and jagged teeth were clearly visible on the sentient weapon. Kizaru was able to move out of the way, hearing from Akiji that Naruto's odd sword could harm Logia users. It was a good thing that he managed to avoid it so well during their first encounter in Alabasta. Then, you brought that creepy sword to fight me once again? As the sharkskin sword was high in the air above Kizaru's head, it diverted its trajectory to fly directly into Naruto's hands atop his bird. Jijijijijijai, Samehada is not creepy. Samehada is the strongest sword in the world. Master knows this. The sword chattered angrily, vibrating in Naruto's grasp. I know that. Naruto said to calm the sword down, but he doesn't. And to be honest, you are kind of creepy. I thought that myself whenever people used you against me. The sword angrily chattered again, and Naruto's eye twitched in response to what was said. Yeah, whatever, let's do this. Kizaru meanwhile was taking aim at Naruto atop the bird with his fingers before finally finding his moment to fire, which he did, only for Naruto to jump from his summoned creature as it dove to avoid the attack. How does he keep anticipating my attacks the way he does? The Admiral said to himself as he saw Naruto soar through the air towards him. Enough with this crap. Naruto shouted aloud, charging Samehada full of chakra. If I can't stop him and hit him, I'll just take away anywhere for him to run to. Yajirushi Masairuen, flaming arrow missiles. Samehada's scaly skin stood up on end before multiple spines began to be fired from the weapon. Dozens upon dozens of miniature missiles filled the air all over, seemingly homed in on Kizaru. Kizaru just peered into the sky at all of the missiles that were surrounding him on all sides, or so it appeared. Oh, and he was kind enough to leave me an escape route as well. I sure hope he isn't trying to trap me the moment I escape in that direction. That would be a shame. He said sarcastically before holding his arms out. Yasakani no Magatama, 8 Shaku curved jewel. From his hands a rapid-fire torrent of light particles flew outward to blow up all of Naruto's missiles in the air. It was a veritable lights and fireworks show. If it wasn't so terrifying to think about what was happening so close to all of them below, it would have been beautiful. The view was clearly visible from Sabaody Archipelago, and much attention would have been paid to it were it not for the fact that there was chaos rampant all over the island at the moment. However, anyone with sense observing the scene would stay far away instead of thinking of venturing closer for a better look. Naruto cursed mentally at seeing his Azura Path attack fail. So Kizaru had large-scale attacks along with the ridiculous speed and precise laser-like maneuvers? Of course he did. He had to have all of his bases covered in battle, didn't he? Even Naruto's Azura Path missile attack didn't cover enough air. A smirk came over Kizaru's face as he held out his hands again and formed a sword that seemed to be made of pure light before disappearing right in front of Naruto's eyes, who knew what was coming before it even happened. Crap. He jumped off of his summoned bird just as it was slashed by Kizaru's sword. The bird let out a screech of pain and returned from whence it came in a puff of smoke as Naruto fell towards the water from the sky. Let's see how indestructible you are. Kizaru commented as he watched Naruto fall towards the ocean. Falling from this height, it doesn't matter who you are. But Naruto never hit the water. What he did in order to avoid such actually got the yellow-clad admiral's eye to twitch. You are truly the most annoying man in the world. Instead of falling from the sky, Naruto was instead standing on the tip of Samehada's handle as the large sword hovered upside down in the sky, chakra ejecting from the weapon's mouth at its top like afterburners. Sorry buddy. I know you hate it when I use you as my medium for the Azura Path techniques because you've got to waste so much of your chakra, but I'll put back however much you use. Jijijijijai, you'd better. You're too much of a slowpoke to let me taste this man's chakra without blocking his attacks. There was no time to mess around and Naruto stepped forward on the sword's handle while planting his other foot on the scaly flat of Samehada, using it like a surfboard to rocket through the air even faster than the bird had been going, and as a far harder target to hit due to the size. Kizaru started firing blasts at Naruto atop Samehada, but Naruto merely maneuvered the sword so that it would take the shots, absorbing the energy behind them all the while. In return for that, Kizaru quickly appeared at Naruto's side with his light sword ready to swing. A quick draw motion from a pocket of his flak jacket put a Hiraishin kunai into Naruto's hand that he used to block the sword slash. Once again, the two started clashing all across the skies in flashes of light and afterburners, with Kizaru trying to cut Naruto down in vain. He had to stop his absurd speed in order to take a swing at Naruto, and his awareness while in Sage mode made it so that he had enough reaction time to counter accordingly. Kizaru had honestly not expected this kind of a fight to be put up by Naruto, bounty notwithstanding. The first time they had fought, Naruto had managed to send him away with a lucky break that would not be repeated. And with Naruto's advantage of his control over the seas taken out of play, he expected to take Naruto down well within his 5-minute window that he had made for himself. Wait. 5 minutes? Oh, it looks like I've gotten carried away again. Kizaru said, acting as if he were mortified by a lack of professionalism or something along those lines. He checked his non-existent watch again with his usual unreadable expression on his face. It's been closer to 10 minutes now. I only gave you 5 and then I said I would destroy your ship, and with all of those devil fruit users on it, well, you don't have to be brilliant to figure out what's going to happen next. Naruto's eyes widened and he turned to see that the natural disaster was still well within sight, even if it seemed very small due to its distance from them. If you take a single shot at my ship, that's all the time I'll need to kill you in one move. Naruto threatened in return, knowing that one of Kizaru's accurate exploding kick blasts had a very good chance of sinking the vessel, not even to say if he fired that volume attack from before. Kill me in one move? Oh no. That deadpan sarcasm that Kizaru kept throwing his way was really annoying in Naruto's opinion. Well, it all depends on how lucky you feel. Do you think you can hit me before I can do what I want? I am light, you know. I don't have to shoot your ship from here, I can just travel there as light. From here to there I'm faster than your little teleportation technique and you know it. This time, Naruto didn't say a word, just staring Kizaru down as the two of them faced off in the air. All of a sudden Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash and Kizaru followed suit in a burst of light. XXX. Moments earlier, on board the natural disaster. Get the hell out of the way or help me. Nojiko wailed desperately from inside the ship itself before she came rocketing out on her waver skates, holding a full-length body mirror she had taken from Miss Valentine's room. Vivi moved aside for the seeming benefit of her fellow Blueonette as Nojiko came to a stop right next to her at the helm and placed the mirror where she had been standing, facing towards the back of the ship. Nojiko, what are you doing? Nojiko didn't answer, instead nervously waiting, looking off in the direction where she and the others had left Naruto and Kizaru to fight in the sky while they tried to get away. In her head she had heard the conversation between Naruto and Kizaru, and she had then seen a vision of the entire ship going up in a fiery explosion. Beginning with Kizaru appearing on board the ship again, standing right on the steering wheel facing them all to be a dramatic douche about the whole thing before killing them. She was so nervous she didn't even notice the glare of light reflecting off of the mirror, as she had been fearing the worst the entire time. At that moment, still in Sage mode, Naruto hopped out of the hole under the deck by the helm that he had smashed to get to Kizaru quickly at first. Where is he? There's no way I beat him here. Naruto exclaimed suddenly as he looked around for any sign of Kizaru. There's no way he'd have let me come back if he was planning on destroying the ship. I can defend it from here. The Admiral should have known that. Seconds passed by and still no Kizaru in sight. Nojiko eventually let out a sigh of relief and Naruto noticed the gigantic mirror in front of the helm that Nojiko was leaning against. He raised an eyebrow in interest at what he was seeing before it became quite clear as to what the First Lady of the Foxhound Pirates had managed to pull off. Naruto gave her a grin and outstretched his arms wide. A sly-looking Nojiko sauntered her way right into his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck before sharing a kiss with him. Vivi just stared at them with a blush staining her cheeks at the public display of affection from Nojiko and her captain. She said lamely, trying to get their attention while Naruto picked Nojiko up and spun her around as they continued to kiss. You were just freaking out a minute ago and now you two are dash. She tried to get out before her blush came back full force. Stop it and tell me what's going on, Vivi ordered. Hearing the young princess snap at them actually got Naruto and Nojiko to stop kissing in order to look at her owlishly. In order to explain, Naruto let his Sage mode and Rinnegan fade and pointed at the mirror. Kizaru can turn into light. Nojiko then picked up in the explanation. I saw how he was going to come here and torch the ship, so I put a mirror where I visualized he was going to stand once he got here. I remember Naruto-kun saying something about that before. Vivi made a oh face before taking a minute to think about something else. Wait. So where did Admiral Kizaru go? XXX. Red line. Once again, a simple household mirror was his downfall. What an embarrassing way to be forced to retreat, not once but twice. It had to be a mirror, because there was no way he ended up that far from the mark. No way at all. How in the world did this happen twice? It made no sense at all. How in the world did he hit a mirror? At least this time it didn't send him whipping all over the world. This time the angle he hit the mirror at couldn't send him that high into the air. It actually made him travel low enough to the surface to hit something solid this time to stop him. God, seriously. That guy had to be the one to come up with a way to stop him? Really? It couldn't have been someone like Shanks or Whitebeard? Hell, any one of the Yonko, he would have been better with them eventually brute forcing him into defeat rather than someone finding out a clever way to negate his direct speed like with Uzumaki Naruto. Sitting in a cave-sized fissure that he had pulverized into the titanic rock wall that wrapped around the entire world with his body, Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses on his relaxed face and sighed, I think I hate him. I think I rather dislike them all actually. He said in his usual nonchalant voice, I really think this is my least favorite pirate crew in the entire world. He was very tempted to neglect returning to Marineford for the encounter with Whitebeard just so he could chase Naruto and his crew down and deal with them accordingly. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Ha! Naruto shouted in a victorious manner, looking in no particular direction really as he didn't know which way Kizaru had been shot off towards, twice. That's twice now that we got you with the same damn thing, you arrogant, dull-faced bastard. That's what you get for underestimating my crew. I bet you didn't know Noji-chan had that hockey stuff, did you? Oh, that felt good. The first time Kizaru had underestimated Naruto due to his own speed advantage, a hard lesson he had learned from and improved upon the second time around as Naruto had only gotten him once after he had distanced himself from the ocean. This time he thought he had all his bases covered in the mounting battle against his rival in speed, but in trying to be a jerk and pick on the natural disaster's crew to get to Naruto and force the blonde into making a snap decision mistake, he had sorely underestimated the abilities of the remaining conscious crew members on it due to his quick and danger-free dealings with them the first time he got aboard the ship. And Nojiko of all people had sent him packing. Having heard the information of just what had sent Kizaru packing, again, Byron, the former slave that he was, showed great excitement at the fact that he might actually get away, after surviving an attack from an admiral to boot. Oh, good show. He exclaimed, if I wasn't indebted to Naruto-sama before, I most certainly would have to be now. He tried to bow only to be hoisted back up to his feet by Soren, who rolled his eyes at Byron's ingrained tendencies. Seriously, you're not a slave anymore, you don't bow to people. And you definitely don't call that scrub of a pirate with an honorific like that. He remarked, getting a tick mark to appear on Naruto's forehead. Still, Byron was simply happy to be alive and freed of his bonds. Thus he stood before them all and humbly bowed, clearing his throat to speak quite formally. Ahem. I believe formal introductions from myself would be appropriate to those that took it upon themselves to allow me passage on their ship. My name is Byron, hailing from the town of Taroa in the West Blue. I set out on a grand line quest to see the world and earn fame as a legendary pirate. I am a proud descendant of a long line of talented musicians from which I have inherited skill. Which instrument? Vivi queried, quite interested in the fact that they had someone seemingly of refined culture on board. Not that she minded the usual ruffian atmosphere of things, but hey, she was a princess. She still liked nice and sophisticated things. Byron took a moment to think before answering, well, there are many to be honest. Although I am personally partial to the piano. He admitted before continuing with his introduction, I am also a quite skilled maker of wine if I do say so myself. He added on as an afterthought. That almost got one of the present crew members who had barely been paying attention beforehand to stop the introduction right in its tracks. Soren just blinked and pointed a finger at the hair-manipulating pirate, so you're telling me that you can make us wine to get drunk off of as long as we have the stuff to do it? Byron nodded, and this put a massive grin on Soren's face. Hell, he could probably make Uzumaki learn how to grow grapes. He put an arm around the man's shoulder in a friendly manner. I think you and I are going to be very good friends. Forget about Uzumaki. As a pirate he's totally lame. Stick with me, yeah? I will tie you to the front of the ship. I'm not a piradash. Naruto was about to shout at Soren before Nojiko locked lips with him again to ensure he shut up at least momentarily. It worked, as when they broke off again he was no longer shouting about such a thing. What happened to Johnny, Yasaku, and Miss Valentine? He said, now noticeably more reserved in his tone of voice. They're fine. Soren told him, pointing down into the ship. Murit got them inside and she's taking care of them now. Yasaku took it the worst. That laser light show bastard shot a hole right through him, but she says she can fix him. Good. Naruto said, sighing in relief as he sat behind the helm and channeled his chakra to the ship to power the wind seals in the sails and allow it to begin truly escaping the still pursuing marine warship. So where to next? I'm not the navigator here. Nojiko turned and pointed back towards where the log pose was pointing. We could try crossing the red line through Fishman Island, but we'd have to go back towards Sabaody Archipelago. Everyone within earshot, Byron especially, cringed and shook their heads at that prospect. I thought so. In that case we're just waiting for the heat to die down, however long that'll take. So now what? Vivi asked aloud with a hapless shrug of her shoulders. I'm not setting foot in that place again, but what are we going to do until things calm? Those waters are going to be swimming with marine ships looking for the people that messed with the world nobles. A resolute Soren crossed his arms over his chest and took up a rock-solid stance. Well, I'm not backtracking, damn it. This is as far as I've ever come on the Grand Line by a long shot. If I go back I'll lose my nerve at going forward and I'll never get my shot at Doflamingo. For all of his thoughts of revenge in the past, he had grown stagnant in the beginning portion of the Grand Line for 2 years after receiving his original massive bounty. He didn't want to be one of those kinds of guys on the Grand Line that just hung around one place where they were a big fish in a small pond, only to get themselves smacked around when an even bigger fish came passing through, a gatekeeper. No, he wanted to go further, and if he got stopped and killed in doing so, then maybe he just wasn't meant to find and kill Doflamingo after all. Speaking of Doflamingo, he remembered something from the human auction house of importance. Hey guys, I don't think the Marines that were sent out will be hanging around Sabaody too long anyway. I heard that there's something big going down, like a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Jaws all over the deck dropped before Vivi spoke up. What? Whitebeard's going to war with the Marines? That's just scary. Nojiko finished for her, taking a moment to shiver while thinking about it. What in God's name did they do to piss him off? I seriously don't want to be anywhere near that little showdown. She turned toward Soren. How did you even hear about that? Doflamingo and I had a nice little chat on a den mushy in the human auction house before the place got ripped to shreds. The acid-generating fighter stated in a gruff tone, the Shichibukai and the Marines are getting ready for a fight with the Whitebeard pirates. I don't know anything more than that. He wasn't very informative. The only reason the arrogant and twisted man even told him that much was just to get across the point that he found Soren's desire for revenge boring to him. Still, having never heard any of the stories about Whitebeard or his crew, all Naruto cared about was the prospect of a war. One he wasn't going to be able to prevent, having known nothing about it. During the last war he ended, at least he was at the center of it all. Here he was just an outsider looking in. I still don't know anything about this world. It was something really disheartening if he were to be honest. Uzumaki. Naruto's attention was obtained by Polly running out of the ship interior, bumping him out of the way of the wheel so that he could steer himself. And on the ground Naruto looked up at the shipwright in alarm, noticing that Polly hadn't tapped the ashes from his lit cigar in his mouth in quite some time. Polly? What the hell? Where's the fire? Apparently we've got a meeting with some important folks. I've been on the den mushy with them since before we left, and it turns out that they were in the area. Polly explained, maneuvering the ship in the appropriate direction indicated by his phone call. They said Uzumaki made them an offer that they're taking him up on. We're heading to meet them unless anyone else has any better ideas. An offer? Naruto thought to himself, trying to remember just what Polly was talking about until he remembered a certain group of people he had tried to get into contact with after the whole major mess at Eni's lobby. Oh. Those guys. He eventually exclaimed, remembering who he was talking about and snapping his fingers in realization. Yeah, let's go do that. The others aren't healed up either, so we should wait for them to get better before planning any forward moves anyway. XXX. Sometime later, Kwai Island. It turned out that the meeting place really wasn't that far from Sabaody Archipelago, just a half a day away. So by sunset they had managed to reach the instructed locale. Miss Valentine, Yasaku, and Johnny were still hurt from Kizaru's attack, so they weren't going ashore, and they couldn't really be left alone. There needed to be a guard to watch over the ship, and Byron was still green as to how things would work, thus this left Soren aboard when it was time to search for the meeting place. The entire island seemed to be foggy, thus Nojiko was at a marked disadvantage due to her reliability on her vision to be of use in battle. For this reason she stayed behind as well. Perona was not going to be joining anyone going anywhere she didn't have to or want to go. That was her right. Besides, she was still technically their prisoner anyway, and prisoners should stay on the ship. They seemed to have never followed that rule from day one, and now their prisoner was actually making them do it? Odd. So this left 3 to go ashore, and 2 of them were sitting in a rowboat in cloaks as the rain fell gently on the foggy waters of a river inlet. Thus far the island seemed to be a lot of jungle, with quite a few rivers that were turned into the main transportation method of the place. Every house seemed to be built along the riverside with thatched roofs, some stacked onto others so that none were really built into the jungle, a jungle that looked mostly untouched. One of the 2 figures in the rowboat happened to be rowing, while the other simply seemed to be sitting with a hat on their head to cover their head from the rain in addition to their hood. From the other hooded figure smoke could be seen emitting from the front of their cloak as they kept rowing. A female voice was singing softly, though her voice was able to echo out clearly as the boat kept traversing the river, passing underneath a bridge until on the other side a third person was sitting in the boat with them, getting the woman to stop. The man that had taken up a seat so suddenly on their boat had long hair in a thick dark braid down his back, a Fu Manchu mustache and a goatee, and a pair of sunglasses on his forehead. He wore an open black kung fu shirt with black pants that had a red sash and black martial artist shoes. Sitting on the boat calmly with one leg crossed over the other, he addressed the now silent woman. "That song that you were singing is from Alabasta in its origin. Now who do we know with someone from Alabasta on board their ship?" In response to this, the woman took off her hat, still keeping her hood on due to the rain, but it was enough to reveal the soft eyes and blue bangs of Vivi. "Hello CP9-san. She said calmly, "I am Dashta." "Yes, I know. Nefertari Vivi," he said before grinning at the girl almost like a wolf. There wasn't much time for introductions at Ini's lobby, what with all of the running and the fighting and the buster call and whatnot. However, for the purpose of identification you can call me Jayabura. "Oi, stop messing with the girl," the oarsman of the boat said gruffly as smoke plumed out from underneath his cloak hood as the fog got thicker for a bit. "She's not even indecently dressed here, so there's no reason to be drooling all over her. Show some class." Jayabura turned around towards the man and let out a few chuckles. "And you must be Polly." His amusement then faded. "But you're not Uzumaki. I thought that he would be here. This is what you told us over the den mushi. Where is he?" The fog faded out a bit and sitting right next to Jayabura was Naruto, just as comfortably as the CP9 member was. When he realized that Naruto was sitting right next to him, he almost jumped away with a bit of a start. "Guer, how did you get that close to me?" A shrug came from Naruto, who was also wearing a cloak, just with the hood down to expose his facial features and his bright blonde hair. "With all the fog you didn't notice a shunshin. Seriously, the air had the consistency of soup on this island, so we're here. What do you want?" Nodding in agreement, Polly puffed out some cigar smoke before placing it back in his mouth. "Yeah, what exactly did you want that you couldn't say over the phone?" Jayabura growled at the two males of the Foxhound pirate crew in attendance before answering. "You idiots. Who knew if the Marines could have been listening in? They can break into den mushi transmissions." He let out a sigh and snatched the oar from Polly before deciding to steer the boat himself. XXX. Naruto, Vivi, and Polly were taken to a house at the far end of a branching river away from the main waterways of the island, with more overgrowth over the water that seemed a more treacherous spot for people to take up residence. No wonder it was where CP9 chose to hide out on this island. Underneath an awning sitting on the front porch of the place as the boat of the visitors floated up, the long-nosed, black cap and black suit wearing Kaku stopped sharpening his four swords and stood up to get a better look through the fog until he could identify just who it was coming his way. "Here," Jayabura said as they reached the house and tied the boat to the sturdy frame that sat in the water and held the house up over the edge of the river. "This is where we're staying for the duration of our time on this island." While Vivi and Polly climbed up the ladder presented to them to reach the porch of the house, Naruto just jumped up it. "Wow. You guys built this place? Half of us were considered some of the best shipwrights in the world at one time," Kaku said, crossing his arms over his chest as he observed Naruto looking around the scenery of the area. "We can learn how to build a house." Of course, he was then punched across the face by Polly once he reached Kaku, hard enough to get the man to stumble back a few steps before turning to look at his former fellow shipwright as dispassionately as ever. "I expected that. I told you I was going to do it," Polly said, shaking his hand out from the punch. "Oh, and you're fired." "I know." Kaku deadpanned. "The green-haired swordsman Zoro told me after he beat me." He then motioned for them to follow him inside. "Come with me. The others are waiting." Upon entering the house, the eyes of the remaining CP9 members Califa, Blueno, Commodori, Fukaru, Blueno, and Rob Lucci locked onto the visiting Foxhound pirates while they were lounging about around the room. Even though she had gotten stronger, Vivi was still quite unnerved to be in a room with a group of noted assassins that had almost managed to kill her friends in the past. On the other hand, Polly just looked around and pointed out at Califa and Lucci. "You're fired, and you're fired," he stated bluntly, getting Naruto to palm his face. "Yes, we know," Califa responded, adjusting her glasses on her face as she stood up with her hands on her hips. "But we no longer have any problems with your crew or with Nico Robin. Your captain knows this. Call me Naruto." Naruto chimed in, sick of not being referred to by his name or by people saying "Captain" when speaking of him. If they were going to do that, then they had to say his whole name to go with it. He then noticed that Rob Lucci hadn't taken his eyes off of him in particular since he had walked in the door. Of course, when Naruto spoke with the CP9 members after their escape from Ini's lobby, Lucci had seemed the most suspicious of him out of the group. There was no expression on the man's face as he seemed to be staring him down to look for something. Naruto narrowed his eyes and started staring right back. Vivi tugged on Naruto's poncho after she realized that the killing intent smoldering in the room happened to be coming from the two of them. His attention obtained by the desert-dwelling princess who was giving him one of those looks of hers with her big brown eyes, Naruto let his little pissing contest with Rob Lucci end with a sigh. "Alright, so what did you guys call me for?" The large and rotund Fukaru unzipped his wide mouth and began to speak. "We wish for your help, Cha-Papa." "Help?" Polly lit a new cigar and placed it in his mouth with a scoff. "You're actually asking for help? You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? What in the world do you need help with anyway?" "We want your help to find Spandam," Lucci stated bluntly, not taking his eyes off of Naruto, our old leader. "He's been sending Marines to try and exterminate us. We can't accept that." Leader. Vivi then remembered the guy in the leather mask that she saw on the Tower of Justice, only having seen him once. He was the only one of CP9 that wasn't currently there, and she also remembered the last time she saw him. "There's no way your old leader's still alive," she said with a bit of a distasteful frown. Soren kind of made a tidal wave of acid and hit him with it when he was trying to escape. "He's alive," Lucci replied a bit defensively, switching his rather cold gaze over to Vivi, who froze like a small animal being stared at by a predator. Naruto moved in between them, breaking Lucci's vision of Vivi, prompting him to continue. "We know this for a fact. He has pinned the blame for activating the Buster Call on Eni's lobby on us. The fool mistakenly triggered it while we were transporting Nico Robin to the gates of justice." "Huh. Well, someone Soren actually got a better than decent shot at killing survived? That was new. It would probably be better to not let him know that though, because he might take that as a personal challenge, so." Polly said, sort of lost as to what was being asked of them. "What do you want from us? We don't know where he is." "Neither do we," Blueno stated, just as lost as the shipwright, "but we know where a man who does know is. And we want your help in capturing and interrogating him. To do this we'll need to attack a marine base dashed." Whoa. Naruto cut him off, waving his hands in front of himself. "You want me to take my crew and start a fight on purpose for no reason with the Marines? At a marine base?" He let out a skeptical laugh. "I'm not picking a fight with the Marines for no reason. If I'm doing this there had better be a way to get it done without my people getting hurt and me having to take out a whole base full of people." He was down with a fight, most certainly he was. Anyone that had been around him for longer than an hour would know that. But a real, true blue battle just for the chaos, just because he wanted to antagonize a fighting force, it wasn't his thing. Not at all. "You and your fake bleeding heart," Lucci said right out, standing up to Naruto in his tall, black suit frame and walking right over to him. "You killed how many Marines during the Buster Call? And you have a problem with this, taking down less? It has to be you. If we were to take him they would know that it was us, even if it went off without a hitch." Narrowing his eyes at Lucci, Naruto let out a bit of a growl. "You want me to kidnap some guy and interrogate him? I want Spandam gone too for what he did to Robin-chan and so many other people, but taking out innocent people is stepping over the line." At this point Khalifa interjected again. "What makes you think we're asking you to take an innocent man? If anything this man is more responsible for Nico Robin's original woes than anyone else in the world. He called in the original Buster Call attack that massacred everyone on her home island of Ohara, a land of unarmed scholars." What? That little bit of info got Naruto's clear and undivided attention. Seriously? Oh, they knew they were messing with his propensity to want to set certain things right, and it was getting really tempting. "Yes." Khalifa confirmed with a terse nod. "Spandam's father Spandine, this is the man we wish for you to obtain for our interrogation benefit. I'll interrogate him too." That little added assignment to his own request got everyone in the room to look at him strangely. "What? If I let you CP9 guys do it you'll tear him apart if he doesn't tell you what you want." "I don't have to do that. At least I can leave him in one piece. And as long as he was adding things on, and Spandam too. You guys can't look for Spandam just to murder him. If you do that dashta." Before he could finish his statement he was cut off by a feral-sounding snarl from Lucci. "I've had it up to here with you. You're just like us, but you try to insist to be something you're not. You'll tell us not to kill the man that wronged us, but what have you done? The first thing you did to net yourself any infamy was to destroy the Arlong pirates of the East Blue. Where was your no-murdering policy then?" "That was a battle," Naruto stated firmly. "I told Arlong to leave Nami and Kami Island alone. He and his crew fought me. I didn't assassinate him. I don't do those. He came at me until the very end. And I didn't kill them all. I've seen one of them that survived and I know that others did too. It's not like I can drown a fishman." Now what he did to that Nezumi guy afterwards was something else entirely for letting it all happen for so many years. A kill is a kill in the end. At this point Lucci was as close to face with Naruto as he could be since he was taller than Naruto by a few inches. I don't think it matters to the men you killed that you did it with honor. If you're saying that you won't help us get the information that we need, then we'll get it ourselves. It's not smart. Naruto tried to insist. I can help you get the dispatch to take you down taken away. I'll do that. But I'm not helping you just murder somebody. That'll only make things worse for you. Then we'll deal with it. There just wasn't any breaking Rob Lucci of what he wanted. You're not responsible for us. Probably the mark of someone that hadn't had to follow anyone else's orders for a long time, finally getting a taste of doing what he really wanted. But the responsibility thing wasn't true at all. Naruto was the one that let them go on St. Poplar after the battle at Eni's lobby. If he simply let them go and run amok just to find Spandam, a lot of Marines would die. It wasn't just about Spandam. Once his father got pinched, he'd know they were coming, and once that happened he'd put every bit of manpower he had behind keeping himself safe. But they were adults. And he was done trying to circumvent someone's need for vengeance directly. It never really ended that well for him or the others. He'd try to coax them off of it the way he was trying to do with Soren, but in the end it was their choice. All he could do was run damage control. And that meant he'd be getting and interrogating Spandine. At least that way he could make sure the body count stayed as low as possible and didn't turn into a massacre. Fine. Naruto eventually conceded, throwing his hands in the air and walking away from Lucci. I'll do it. I'll grab the old guy, find out what he knows, and then I'll tell you. Do what you want from there. But I want a favor from you jerks in return, understood? Are we good? It took a moment, but CP9 gave him nods all around. With that, Califa walked forward and handed Naruto an eternal pose. This will lead you to the G3 Marine base where Spandine is stationed. He would normally be at G1 Marine Ford, but the coward doesn't want to be anywhere near there these days. For the same reason he's there, you won't find anyone powerful there in case you are discovered. No one strong? Not even the guy running the base? What kind of weird crap was that? It was senseless, and Vivi pointed this out. Why wouldn't there be anyone strong there? It's a Marine base on the Grand Line. Jayabura stroked his beard thoughtfully while answering the lovely young princess. Every officer in the Marines has been called to Marineford to fight the Whitebeard pirates. There's no one worth a damn watching these bases now. From here we were able to spy on the ships leaving for G1. Spandine is there to take over for the duration of the war, planning to head back to HQ once the trouble is over. So we have a window. Naruto said with a sigh, running his hand through his hair before motioning for Vivi and Polly to head to the door. Fine. I'll get it done. But remember that you all owe me one later. As his other two crew members left, Naruto himself stopped at the door and turned back around after gathering enough nature chakra for a sage mode show of force. Lucci, if you ever try picking a fight with me again, I'll drag you out and dunk your head under the water until you realize who I am. Even if you're stronger than you were when you fought Luffy, you aren't stronger than me. I promise. With that he slammed the door shut and left. Lucci's fists tightened until he had drawn blood from his palms. He eventually simply returned to his seat as if nothing had ever happened in the first place, as if his hands weren't bleeding down his arms and on his sleeves. Good thing he was wearing black fabric. XXX. On board the Natural Disaster, common area. Things were calm on board the ship that was just offshore from Kwai Island, something that was very necessary after the whole breakdown at Sabaody Archipelago and then the events which had taken place on their ship during their escape. Yasaku, Johnny, and Miss Valentine were on the mend, with Johnny suffering the lightest amount of injuries. Murat was exhausted from working on them for hours and was sleeping in her room next to the medic bay. Perona had finally decided to come back up and hang around the common area along with Nojiko, Soren, and Byron, who was still getting used to the way things were around the ship. Is this all that you do when there's nothing else going on? He asked, now changed out of his ragged older clothes into a fresher white dress shirt with a ruffled collar and sleeves and black dress pants, given to him courtesy of the other crew members. How maddening. You should take up recreational drinking. Soren remarked from the kitchen where he was grabbing a snack that could go well enough with pure lemon juice. It does wonders for me. Sometimes I can't tell if the sun is up or not. Now that's interesting. Off to the side, sitting on her own couch, Nojiko was busying herself reading a newspaper that had been delivered onto the ship before they had disembarked from the ship coding facility that she hadn't had the time to thumb through beforehand due to all of the running and the fighting and whatnot. Crap. Nojiko said after reading a particular bit of news in the paper. Well, I know why Whitebeard's coming after the Marines right at Marineford now. She said, choosing to recant the news right to them. Somehow they got Portgasdy's ace. Fire Fist ace. Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. That managed to startle Soren out of the kitchen. What? Who managed to get that guy? He remembered actually meeting Ace in Alabasta with Naruto when the two were schlepping across the desert to catch up with the others. Fire Fist Ace is fucking powerful. Who beat him? The new Shichibukai. Nojiko said with a frown as she kept reading, and it says he's supposed to be executed publicly at Marineford. God, that's just, wow. Poor Luffy. And they weren't answering any calls on their Den Den Mushi either, so Luffy must have been feeling it. She'd called 3 times to make sure that they were alright, but no one was throwing a Hirashin kunai for Naruto either, so that meant something positive, didn't it? Whitebeard's gonna rip that place to shreds. Perona commented idly from her spot where she was sitting, near the hall leading further into the ship. You know about the people on Whitebeard's cruise, don't you? It's like a gathering of boogeymen all in one place when you throw that in with the top brass of the Marines and the Shichibukai. Wait, but Perona's captain was a Shichibukai. That was supposed to mean something that Nojiko pointed out. Don't you want to go back with your captain now? If you think the Shichibukai are going to be there, dashta. There's no chance I'm walking into ground zero of that. Perona snapped in return, looking affronted at the suggestion. Even if I could survive that hell of a mess long enough to get back to Mariah-sama, the Marines don't treat Shichibukai crews like the rest of the Shichibukai. They see me as a normal pirate, or didn't you notice that on Constellation Island? They'd go right at me. Shut up. A muffled yell of irritation from Murat echoed out from the walls. I've got sleeping patients and a sleeping me. You all didn't spend the last 6 hours running all over the place trying to treat any wounded, so shush. For some reason the least dangerous person on the ship seemed to scare the rest of them into silence and stillness until the walls settled down again. Looking around as if it would reveal that things were all clear, Byron ventured a comment. So, what now? Everyone looked at each other, shrugging haplessly until the door to the captain's quarters was opened as Vivi and Polly walked out, a little overwhelmed it seemed after traveling in Naruto's Hirashin no Jutsu, because they were stumbling down the hall back to their own rooms. Alright people, tomorrow morning we're setting out on a quick mission. Get some sleep. I've got to talk to some important folks about something. With that he shut his door. Well, that was abrupt. Soren blinked before downing his mug of pure lemon juice as if it were nothing. Well, you heard the man. There's your answer. With that he walked back down towards his own room, but stopped short at Nojiko. Was it just me, or did Uzumaki seem, I don't know, aggravated? They didn't notice the plume of smoke that blew out from underneath Naruto's door. Smack. Ow. Fuck. Smack. Serves you right for not thinking ta summon us for so long, Naruto-chan. You summoned those tadpoles Gamakichi and Gamatatsu but not us? You've got some nerve. And watch your mouth. Kami, why does that still hurt so much? Pa, make her stop. I'd help you out, Naruto-chan, but you kinda had this comin' for a while. All of the crew members just stared at the door, where it sounded like Naruto was being beaten up and scolded by an old lady while failing miserably to plead his own case in the process, though no one decided to get up and intervene, instead all choosing to get up and scatter to their own rooms to retire for the evening. Just when they thought that Naruto was as weird as he was going to get. Damn it, stop hitting me. I'm an adult, Databeo. Smack. Not toss ya ain't. Yeah, they weren't going anywhere near that. Chapter 41, Nostalgia Kills. The cursing and yelling that had occurred from Naruto's quarters all night long had been thoroughly ignored by his loyal, faithful crew. Mostly because many of the shouts were from Naruto and they were cries of pain occurring after sounds of a blow landing happened. Even a ways down the hall in the rooms of the others they could all hear it. But curiosity was not going to kill any of these cats. No way, no how. Naruto was weird, and if he was okay with letting something beat him up, there was no way any of them were going to get involved. Thus it was of no surprise the next morning when the awakened Foxhound pirate crew found Naruto sitting in something of a pouting position on a couch in the common area, face covered in bruises and bandages and a perturbed look on his face as if he were merely tolerating the beatdown that had given him his light, yet still annoying, flesh wounds. Yasaku was still asleep and resting at Murat's behest due to his injuries suffered during the battle with Kizaru the previous day, but other than that the whole crew eventually made their way in the room where their captain was being unusually quiet, at least until they all got there and got comfortable. Eventually everyone had made it in the room, including Karu, who wasn't missing this for the world. Taking note of the uncharacteristic morning silence where it was usually pretty rowdy, Naruto looked around and let out a sigh before speaking up. Okay, go ahead. Immediately, everyone's hand shot up as if they were schoolchildren being asked to answer a question by their teacher. Even Karu raised a wing up. Rolling his eyes at how they could get excited over yet another weird thing that seemed to happen to them almost daily, Naruto pointed at his first mate to ask the inaugural question of this impromptu Q&A session, something that Soren did without beating around the bush at all. What the hell was going on in your room last night? If you're into getting your kicks by getting beaten up, you could at least have a girl do it. Thinking about what you'd like Shiji to do to you, Soren? I will melt a woman Valentine. Ignoring the usual teasing banter between the sunny blonde woman and the angry tattoo-faced borderline sociopath, Naruto decided to break it up and get down to business. That was, a greeting? Yeah, a greeting from some friends I haven't seen in a while. Perona raised an eyebrow as the bored ghost princess had her ghosts floating around the room for random kicks. What kind of greeting has you getting a butt kicking and takes 6 hours to finish? You're seriously underestimating just how long it's been since I've seen these friends of mine. Naruto deadpanned. He hadn't been to MT Mayuboku in over 10 years, he was certain. But that was right, Perona didn't know that he was old as dirt yet. Well, what she didn't know wasn't important as far as that went. What friends? Vivi queried aloud from her seat. We came back with you and we didn't bring anyone from Kwai Island. Naruto had never even been that far on the Grand Line before anyway, so what friends could he have possibly been talking about? Well, it was time to introduce his crew to a new cavern of weirdness in the Mountain of Odd that was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto cupped his hands to his mouth and turned around to the closed door of his quarters before yelling, Ma! Pa! Wake up already! He hadn't slept all night because after the beatdown the Toad couple had commandeered his bed for the remainder of the evening. It took a moment before a series of clomps emanated from Naruto's room along with some elderly male and female muttering, and everyone's jaw dropped because of what Naruto had called them. Ma and Pa? Naruto had parents? Naruto had parents that were alive? God, how old were they? Nojiko started freaking out quietly in her own mind. Naruto-kun's parents? I'm going to meet his parents? Oh no, what if they don't like me? What if they think I'm not good enough or smart enough or strong enough to be his girlfriend? She was silently throwing a nervous fit at coming face to face with them. No, they'll probably think I'm too young before anything else because Naruto-kun's super old. The door swung open and a small blur flew across the room to smack against the back of Naruto's head hard enough to jerk his entire body forward in a violent lurch. Me and Pa ain't as young and as spry as you tadpole. We can't operate off a 2 hours of sleep. Naruto growled as upon getting hit his hand had immediately flown up to catch the blur that had hit him before it could get away. Well, maybe if you hadn't spent the entire night beating my ass you could have gotten more sleep. Where's Pa? He's right there looking at your little friends. What are ya, blind? Immediately Naruto looked down on the floor in front of where his crew was sitting assembly style and blinked. Oh. The rest of his crew followed suit and saw a clothed and very old-looking Toad carrying a staff looking up at them appraisingly, as if looking for merit in each of them. It was weird, so the lot of them just stared back, no one really blinking until the Toad smiled at them and turned towards Naruto. Naruto-chan, you've got a good set of friends here. I'm glad you're finally keeping around people again. Being a real hermit wasn't really right fair ya. You were too young to be considering such a thing. Young? Soren whispered in disbelief. Didn't Uzumaki say he was like 120 or something? Whack. Ow. What was that for this time? Naruto complained and whined when Shima hit him again. I didn't even do anything. What did I tell ya about keepin' track of time? Shima scolded at the glaring Naruto. Don't give me that look, you're not 120 or did you forget? I was rounding? To what? To whatever sounded coolest? I told everybody I stopped counting my age. Whack. Hit me again and I'm dismissing you, Ma. Shaking his head at his wife's loving discipline of Naruto, Fukasaku turned towards the confused crew and explained what the problem was. He's not even 100 years old. It hasn't been that long, he just doesn't keep track of the years anymore. He's more like 90 at the most. Keeping track of time is useless if I can't die of old age. I forgot. Naruto defended weakly. I might as well be older. It doesn't matter, what's the difference? Old is old. Keeping track of years for no reason when he wasn't doing anything was boring. It would have only served to bum him out after his friends died, so why do it at all? He was then forced to dodge a gunshot from Nojiko, who was looking at him with a perturbed expression on his face. What? You're mad? He asked, hiding behind his chair that now had a bullet hole in it. 30 years is something significant, Naruto. Nojiko snapped at him, spinning her pistol around on her finger to try and calm down. God, why did he have to be such a dumbass about certain things? How do you forget how old you are? It's actually harder than you think after you get past 500 years old. Fukasaku chimed in, attempting to defend Naruto at least a little bit. Things just start smashing together. Naruto smirked and set his chin on the top of the chair as he looked at everyone else in the room. The senility doesn't help either, I'm sure. A staff smacked him right in the face and knocked him to the floor. It was still worth it. Seeing an opening that she just couldn't pass up because she never got the chance to do so, Murit interjected calmly with a falsely curious tone in her voice. Naruto-sama, does that mean you're senile then? You're certainly old enough to show the symptoms. Ha! Polly barked with a laugh from his place by the open window as he smoked a cigar. I like it. Oi! Naruto jumped back up in a bit of a fuss. I keep my mental mind extra secure. No problems here. You better watch yourself, pretty lady. He warned with a point in Murit's direction only to get her sticking out her tongue at him in response. Where'd the respect go? Before things could spiral more out of control and further the lunacy of the lot of them, Vivi put a stop to it and got things back on track by stooping down by the pair of elderly toads, looking at them curiously. Are you really Naruto's parents? It seemed like a dumb question, but at this point she wasn't going to say that nothing was possible anymore. How does that work? Naruto answered that question for her benefit. Ma and Pa aren't my parents, Vivi-heim. They're the elder toads of the clan that I can summon. Everyone just calls them that out of respect. I called them here because I needed their advice on something. So they're probably going to be here for a while until I get it sorted out. Fukasaku extended a small hand Vivi's way with a smile on his face. It's nice to meet you, dear. Good to see Naruto-chan's friends are such nice people. And such a cute little thing too. He ignored Soren's scoff at them being nice people as the Princess of Alabasta shook his hand and blushed at being complimented by a toad. Gotta flirt with the pretty young girl, don't ya? Shima said, getting Fukasaku to freeze up before letting go of Vivi's hand and backing away. A few seconds later, two summons were rushing all over the ship, one chasing the other with intent to harm. Yeah, Naruto said with a dry look on his face as he peered over his crew, so just don't make either of them mad, especially Ma, and they won't hit you. They're actually really nice. Now let's go. We've got a mission to do today. Come on, Soren, we've got plans to make. With a shrug, Soren hopped up from his seat and followed the blonde man outside towards the helm so he could start breaking down what they were going to do that day. As Naruto left the room, Miss Valentine got up to begin making breakfast for everyone on board as she asked a question that more than a few of them had been wondering since the previous night. So, what's this mission supposed to be anyway? XXX. Later that day, G3 Marine Base. G3's base sat on an island right by a small town. It consisted of a large fortress with several blue camouflage towers surrounding one larger tower in the middle, each tower with all kinds of artillery pointed out towards the ocean with varying destructive power. Waiting at the front docks were the usual cadre of Marines that would oversee the arrival of any ship that would be docking at their base. As they had seen a ship on the horizon on their way flying the world government insignia on their sail, it was curious as to why a call wasn't given from the vessel letting them know of their arrival. The routine-looking marine vessel had landed and off of the ship came several regularly uniformed Marines that lined up at the end of the gangplank. Routine surprise inspection of the G3 Marine Base. If you could go and inform your highest-ranking officer of this, we can begin. The gathered Marines of the G3 base looked confused. An inspection? Now? Shouldn't resources be shifted to something more useful, like going to Marineford? Things are getting crazy nowadays. What better time to conduct an inspection than a time like this? Queried one of the visiting Marines that had stepped off of the ship. And the others just didn't have the answer for that. Our captain will be inside soon enough. I would inform the other Marines here to be prepared for an inspection as well. With a nod, the G3 Marines walked off to head towards the office of the commander of the base, leaving the visitors behind. An inspection at a time when Whitebeard was just about to take on Marineford itself to get Fire Fist Ace free? That was certainly unexpected to say the least. Kind of a jerk move too to do something like that when everyone was nervous that the Marines could possibly lose to the Whitebeard fleet. No one wasn't on edge at that point in time. But whether it was cool or not, it was still happening. Once they were out of sight, the several visitors all shared the same toothy, roguish grin between themselves. Oh, I can't believe that actually worked. I know, right? One of the other visiting Marines said as he pointed his thumb back at their ship. I wonder how long a clone can hold a henge on something as big as the whole ship. If we hadn't done that, we'd have had to fight our way through 1,000 Marines or something. Another Marine let out a loud whistle with a particular cadence that prompted two blurs to leap from the deck onto the docks, where they began quickly streaking towards the G3 main building. XXX. Inside the G3 Marine Base main tower. An inspection? A man with hair that was gray and balding on the top and black and lush in the back said. He had a square jaw with a long goatee and wore a black suit with a white coat over it. Ha, that's not bad, Sengoku. Send out inspections to make sure no one's slacking. He bore a similar but more elderly appearance to Spandam if one had seen both of them before. The prospect of an inspection didn't seem like a problem at all though. If anything, he seemed excited at the thought of some government representative checking over the base while he was there. While he had no actual permanent authority over the base, he was the highest-ranking person there for as long as he was, thus if G3 performed well during the inspection he would get a good word in about his ability to lead, and that would probably lead to a promotion. Send the men back to their quarters to prepare for inspection. Spandine ordered the Marines that had come to his office to inform him of the current situation. I want everything picture perfect, my promotion depends on it. He rubbed his hands together in gleeful anticipation. G3 always did great during inspections, so he could grab some credit without even having done anything. XXX. Elsewhere inside of the G3 Marine base. I'm gonna burn this outfit when this is over. Soren said with a very angry, seething voice. He was wearing a normal Marine uniform that consisted of navy blue pants, a white sleeveless button-up shirt, and a white cap on his head. To cover up the red tribal tattoo that ran down the side of his face and corresponding arm, Soren was also wearing some of Miss Valentine's makeup. I'm gonna burn you too for making me wear makeup, Uzumaki. Blah, blah, blah. It's so no one can tell that it's you. Naruto said, makeup on his own whisker marks and wearing his own complete Marine uniform with an additional white Marine's coat. All I know is I've got this kick-ass jacket on. If it survives the day, I'm keeping it. Every captain needs a good coat like this. Thank goodness there was still tons of Marine clothing on board the natural disaster left over from when Naruto first salvaged the ship. Perfect for disguises for everyone on his crew. He was the only one that could henge. Soren gave Naruto a distasteful look as he eyed the Sage Ninja's extra clothing. You'd wear a Marine coat? I'll get rid of the Marine emblem on the back. Naruto replied as if it were obvious. It's the principle of the matter? I'd rather wade through a sewer than wear this crap. I'll remember that. They walked along until their pathways in the hall were impeded by two men wearing suits underneath open Marine coats that were draped over their shoulders like capes. One of them had a yellow and black striped suit and had combed back black hair and a handlebar mustache. The other wore a solid white suit and had slicked back gray hair. He had a scar over one eye and wore sunglasses while chomping on a cigar. Naruto immediately snapped to a salute and elbowed Soren in the ribs to make him do the same, though a low growl was eliciting from the Foxhound pirate's first mate's throat at having to salute anyone, especially a damned Marine. This was thankfully ignored as Naruto was composed enough to save some face for the two of them. Sir. Ah. The scar-faced Marine elite said, observing Naruto with a casual smile on his face, the word on your inspection has already spread across the base. The men are ready for the primary inspection of their quarters anytime, Captain. No rush. Well then we'll get right on that as soon as possible. Naruto looked toward Soren and gestured in a separate direction. We should split up. The two of us checking a single barack would be a waste of time and resources. Soren nodded and the two prepared to walk away, but not before sparing one last salute to both men that were clearly higher than Naruto's fake rank of captain. With a nod of dismissal from the handlebar mustache having Marine, both Naruto and Soren took different hallways away from each other and from the real Marine elites. As the two faker Marines got further away, both of the real ones nodded to each other before suddenly vanishing from sight in blurs and rushing at both Naruto and Soren respectively while their backs were turned with intent to attack. Both Naruto and Soren had saluted with the wrong hand the second time. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster. Tons of henged Naruto clones littered the decks doing sailor things to make it look like they were a legitimate Marine vessel to those that could observe them from the G3 base. The main Naruto clone that was holding the major transformation on the ship was sitting at the helm's bench and focusing to make sure the ship's true form didn't slip. Thank goodness the ship was wired with arrays that allowed him to generate chakra on the ship's behalf. This whole thing could have turned into a smaller-scale Enies Lobby situation had that not been the case. Much of the Foxhound pirate crew was allowed to walk around because they had Marine disguises on, but for some people like one Nefertari Vivi, it was too dangerous for her to be out even in false uniform. If the Marines knew who any of them would be on site, it would definitely be the kidnapped and brainwashed Princess of Alabasta. So she simply sat around on her bed in her room accompanied by Karu as usual, but this time also with Shima as well. Perhaps to keep Fukasaku from spending his free time with the beautiful young princess, but then again that would be a losing battle anyway because there was still Miss Valentine and Nojiko elsewhere on board. Perona too, but she was the most disengaged of the lot, possibly because she was still technically a prisoner of sorts and had no connection to any of them. But Shima was at least regaling her with things about the elemental nations when she had asked about what Naruto's home had been like. The captain of the crew was still a pretty big mystery background-wise. So there are thousands of people that can do the things that Naruto can do? She was quite certain that she'd heard it from the mouth of the man directly, but it was still shocking to hear that fact more or less confirmed. That's terrifying. Not quite, dear. It was quite nice for Shima to meet new people, especially ones as nice as the people on Naruto's crew. She wasn't sure about the angry bald one with the tattoo going down his face and arm because he looked like a hoodlum, nor about the blonde shipwright that smoked all the time, and not really about the pink-haired girl that dressed so strangely, but everyone else was just fine. Naruto-chan's kinda the strongest ninja you're gonna see, especially these days. Maybe back in the old days it'd be scarier, but it's a pretty peaceful land nowadays. No wars in over 80 years and none in sight. Because of Naruto. Vivi stated, as apparently Naruto had kept the peace by overseeing things with no allegiance to any one ninja village. A sigh came from Shima as she nodded and hopped to Vivi's side on her bed. Well, he had a big enough hand in keepin' it that way. It was a tough shake for him when he started, especially when the next generation started feelin' entitled. Couldn't go to any hidden village, and he'd made so many good friends in more than a few of them too. He had us, and he still saw a few of them every decade or so, but that wasn't the same. He stayed on the mountain amongst the toads a lot, for years at a time, and then he would go out and venture about to make sure everything was still fine in the elemental nations before returning after a few more years. During the most recent of these ventures he apparently got bored of the monotony and went out to sea. And good for him for doing so. For the first time in a long time he actually had some life back in those eyes of his. Before leaving he only really trained so that his skills didn't atrophy. He honestly didn't have any reason to keep trudging on. But now he found something that he was looking for, and he just so happened to find more people to care about. Speaking of which, Miss Valentine walked directly into Vivi's room, also dressed in a normal Marine's outfit as if she were showing it off. I really hate these clothes, but I make even this look good, right? She said before letting out a bit of a laugh and calming down. So what exactly are you two doing in here? Miss Valentine knew that Vivi was bored to death just sitting inside of her room, but it would only be a little bit before they left and she could come out again, hopefully. Just here talkin', with little Haimchan here, tryin' to keep her a company a bit. Shima said, reaching out and patting the girl on the arm. She's a nosy one, a skin about Naruto-chan a lot. Oh really now? Vivi averted her eyes from Miss Valentine as the blonde cook of the crew had her grin grow 3 times wider. Taking a seat on the other side of Vivi on her bed she wrapped an arm around Vivi's shoulder and leaned towards Shima. Nojiko says Vivi has a crush on Naruto. Does she now? That's so cute. Beginning to sputter indignantly, Vivi regained her composure and glared at Miss Valentine with a pout. Why do you both keep saying that? Naruto was my teacher for a while, and he's a kind enough person to help me out of the jam he did back after Crocodile was defeated, so what's wrong with actually wanting to find out what makes him the way he is? You can't tell me you're not curious about him. Nope, I'm not. Kaya ha ha ha. Miss Valentine shot down Vivi's point, almost getting her to fall forward off of his bed. Who he used to be doesn't matter at all. It's who Naruto is now that ever mattered to me. She said matter-of-factly, just look at me. If you cared who I used to be you'd want me dead for being a part of Baroque works. Well it's the same way for me. Whatever he did in the past is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Shima nodded sagely at Miss Valentine's own viewpoint of the past before she addressed the woman. Naruto-chan's been with you and the Nojiko girl already hasn't he? Blinking in surprise at the curious question, Miss Valentine still managed to nod her head in confirmation. Thought so. I'm gonna crack his head when he gets back on this ship. Shima muttered angrily as she hopped down off of Vivi's bed and walked out of the room to elsewhere on the vessel. Leodin, girls on like some kinda playboy. After she left, Vivi pointed at the now empty doorway that Shima had exited through. Naruto's just letting Shima-san beat him up, right? Like how he lets Nojiko shoot at him and hit him with her pistol. I'm not sure really. Miss Valentine replied, I haven't been sure about a lot of things since we started going further on the Grand Line. I just stopped caring. It does wonders for your nerves to stop worrying about what's normal or what's supposed to happen. Apparently anything's possible. Vivi swiveled around and lay down on her bed staring up at the ceiling. Feeling like getting one last jab in, she gave Vivi a few pats on the stomach before standing up to leave, anything including you getting the guts to try and put a move on dashed. She didn't get to finish her joke before having to hightail it out of there when Vivi reached for her sharply jeweled weapon of a belt threateningly. Her laughter still echoed down the hallway. Jerk. Vivi flatly declared, sticking out her tongue at the no longer present Miss Valentine only to get a loud quack from Karu who was giving her a rather pointed look from his own personal bed. Oh be quiet you. She said, rather red-faced at whatever her personal pet had been implying. XXX. G3 Marine Base Main Tower, Spandine's office. Was it just him or did he feel the ground shake? Ah, it must have been the world government inspectors testing one of the cannons. Spandine had no worries there. He was quite sure that they would find absolutely nothing amiss with their long-range weaponry, and that would mark up more points for him when word got back and it was time to hand out kudos. He couldn't wait. He wasn't sure how much higher up the world government totem pole someone like him could go, but he'd be testing that all the way. And if not him, he'd have to make sure Spandam did once he recovered from his grisly injuries suffered during the Eni's lobby incident. Another shake. Well, it was none of his concern. Until the inspectors came to interview him directly, the two vice admirals there that had been planning to ship out from there to Marineford the next day could do one last simple thing like that. XXX. With Naruto, southern courtyard of G3 Marine Base. Everything was cool, and then all of a sudden all hell broke loose. What went wrong? There was no way that those two guys in the hall figured out who they were like that. They didn't even look like the same people that there were bounties on. Soren looked like completely different person with his tattoo covered and his bald head and odd ears hidden underneath his marine cap. Naruto himself, without the whisker marks and his own hair covered underneath a cap, only had blue eyes as a distinguishable trait. How was someone that never met him going to tell who he was by his eyes? Either way, that wasn't relevant. Right now there were two options present to him. He could either cut and run and abandon the mission, or he could face off with the scar-faced, sunglasses-wearing, white suit sporting man before him, kick his ass as fast as he possibly could, and find Spandine. Screw subtlety, that ship had sailed already. On the man standing across from him in the open courtyard was a calm expression, a pair of wicked metal gloves on his hands with sharp claws that gleamed in the sunlight. The same weapons he had attacked Naruto from behind with. He wasn't a slouch either, as his initial attack was forceful enough to barrel Naruto straight through a wall, which led them to being outside to begin with. Naruto's face and the jacket that he liked were smudged with debris from the wall he had been sent through, and his hat was now long gone. Upon wiping his face, he revealed the whisker marks on his cheeks, and that was all that his enemy needed to see to know that he'd been right on with his suspicions. Uzumaki Naruto? I guess we can now add impersonation of a marine officer to your list of offenses. Oh, come on. Naruto said with a grin as he took off the marine captain coat and wrapped it around his waist. It would have been cumbersome to fight while wearing it if it wasn't personalized for him, which it wasn't. He first picked it up all of 1 hour ago. It's not like doing something that minor would make my bounty go up anymore. And thank goodness, because it wasn't like he needed it. No, I suppose the kidnapping of a world government nation's princess, the killing of a marine vice admiral, the case of your killing of over 1,000 marines, and the rumors of you overcoming 2 of our current admirals that are swimming around amongst the top brass would be enough. The man said with a careful tone, but for pirates nothing is ever enough. I'm not a dash. Fuck it. Never mind, it doesn't matter right now. Naruto said, wishing he could have brought some weapons with him, at least some kunai for using Hiraishin in battle, but that would have blown his cover even sooner. There was nowhere to hide them, and scrolls would be inconvenient in case he had to fight someone that was actually good. You know who I am clearly, so that's all I need to know. The sound of metal sliding against metal rang out as the Marine elite flexed his fingers out in his metal gloves. Of course I know. Anyone that isn't aware of you and yours at this point can't possibly call themselves a vice admiral. He saw Naruto's raised eyebrow and confirmed what he had just said, Vice Admiral Cancer at your service. Shit. Naruto thought to himself. Yes, he had beaten Akiji, who was a full admiral, in a battle to the finish, but that was in a fight that nearly killed him. While he figured he could beat Vice Admiral Cancer more handily, he wanted it to be with as little collateral damage as possible so that he could just leave. I need to make this fast. Cancer carefully adjusted his sunglasses on his face with his sharp metal claw gloves before rushing towards his enemy at a high speed, taking nothing for granted against Naruto. Presuming that it was his use of Saru, because Naruto had seen Akiji do the same thing to move at an accelerated speed. He jumped back out of the way and was forced to keep back handspringing as far as he could go because of a long series of 4 claw markings being ripped into the ground that stretched outward from where Cancer had stricken the ground. Before Naruto could even begin to appraise and break down the technique, Cancer was back on him, bravely taking swings at his head and neck as if he were trying to slice his head off and just be done with it. Even without Sage Mode, Naruto still had the reflexes to dodge cleanly and respond with a kick that forced his opponent off of him. Without missing a beat, Naruto charged forward and formed a Rasengan in between his 2 hands with 4 white blade-like protrusions of chakra from it, Futon, Rasengan, Wind Release, Spiraling Sphere. Cancer held his ground and struck back at Naruto with a double-handed downward slash. Both connected and a big explosion rippled through the courtyard, destroying much of the neatly paved ground and grassy landscape of it. In a pair of small craters stood both Naruto and Cancer, both having created them from the backlash of their own mostly stalemated attacks. So Vice Admirals really weren't a joke after all. Naruto was shaking some serious tingling out of his hands while Cancer was noting that his arms had cuts on them from the wind aspect of Naruto's Rasengan attack. So it's true. You really can punch through a person's Busashoko haki with your own brute force. It hadn't been what he had been expecting from it though. To defeat someone like Akiji he would have needed to generate way more power. On the other hand, Naruto idly wondered how tough Vice Admiral Doberman would have been to fight during the Buster Call had he not simply obliterated the man's entire vessel with a Raisin Shuriken instead of electing to fight him. There wasn't going to be any skipping the middleman this time. He was going to have to put this guy down the old-fashioned way. With 1/30th of his chakra as it was split 30 ways with the clones on the natural disaster. Lovely. So be it then. Time to get tricky. I don't see how any rumor of you defeating Admiral Akiji started if this was all a direct attack from you could do. Cancer said, rolling his sleeves back down over his captain's coat to cover his wounds. You're strong no doubt to injure me through my haki, but any rank Vice Admiral and above is simply another league. Picking up a large slab of broken concrete from nearby, Naruto spun back around and hurled it at Cancer, who deftly diced it into segments with his claws only to find Naruto right behind what had once been a complete segment, Rariato, lariat. Naruto had his arm drawn back and slammed the length of it right across Cancer's upper chest with considerable force. He knocked the man back, but once again the living armor of his haki kept him from registering much damage, as after sliding on his backside for a distance he got his feet back under himself and stood up. That one seemed to have less kick behind it than your last move. If there was one thing that was certain when it came to people of high ranking, it was that they hated it when that rank was disregarded, especially when they had worked their asses off for it the way Cancer more than likely had done for his entire life. While it left a sour taste in his mouth to do something like that when he knew what it was like to work hard for recognition, it was also something Naruto could use to fight in a different way. Tough talk from someone that only hit me once, and from behind too. Well, if you think I'm going to go into Sage mode just to deal with a Vice Admiral, you're kidding yourself. I only save that for real challenges. If I fought you in Sage mode, you wouldn't be awake right now to even judge how hard I hit you. This boy has a real mouth on him. Cancer thought irritably, chalking Naruto's words up to youthful disrespect. We'll see if your fighting skills actually measure up to that bounty of yours, or if it's just because you're a loudmouthed anarchist. Naruto just beckoned him forward and stood in an even-legged stance, distributing his weight evenly before holding perfectly still. Come on then. One free shot. I won't move an inch from this spot, you can do whatever you want. Fool. Cancer said before using Saru to try and confound Naruto to his movements. That arrogance will get you killed if you're really going to go through with your boasting challenge. Naruto didn't move an inch from his spot though, still waiting patiently with a look of focus on his face. Finally choosing to strike, the Vice Admiral rushed at Naruto from blind spot that he felt Naruto couldn't respond to at a low to the ground angle and vaulted at him, changing levels and preparing to take out Naruto's head. To his surprise, however, Naruto didn't even try to move and took the attack without flinching, before bursting into smoke. Also to his surprise, one of the stone slabs that he had cut out of the chunk that Naruto had thrown suddenly burst into smoke as well, and out came another Naruto with strange toad-looking eyes that had orange pigment around them. Naruto approached with a closing speed that Cancer never anticipated, and he wasn't able to react and turn in time before Naruto reached him. The infamous, pirate slammed an open-handed strike directly in Cancer's face, sending violent ripples of natural energy directly into the point of contact. Kawazu Tataki, Frog Strike. The enhanced strength provided by Sage Mode, added to the natural energy he sent out in ripples into Cancer's body, sent the man flying like a rocket, all the while he was shaking like a tuning fork as he was propelled through a wall, and another wall, and another wall, several walls in all before coming to a stop. There was a satisfied look on Naruto's face as his Sage Mode faded and he dusted his hands off. He had only collected enough for one move when he transformed into a busted piece of concrete to give himself some free time and an opening to gather what he needed to knock his durable foe out cold. He also then realized that Cancer barely knew what had hit him, if he knew at all, when his clone was defeated, to signify to him that the time to attack was then. Wow, had he really done that good of a job of keeping his clones under wraps in most fights against the world government that he could actually use just one to surprise an enemy so completely? Gazing around the completely ruined courtyard and the obliterated walls, Naruto decided to hastily make his way elsewhere before all hell broke loose. There. That didn't take that long. And I didn't do that much damage either. XXX. With Soren, Western Tower of G3 Marine Base. He wasn't even going to waste his energy trying to use Tekai. It wasn't going to work at all, he was just going to get himself cut to ribbons. Damn Vice Admirals and their haki. Last time he had to fight Haoshiku haki against Enigumo, well this time he had to deal with Busashoku haki. How did he know? Well, when he was first attacked and Soren dodged his first attack, Soren was knocked back by the invisible force of the man's haki. Soren found himself strictly on the defensive from the very start, as the man in the yellow and black striped suit with the dark hair and the handlebar mustache had chosen him as his target in the hallway. Being chased through the area up long spiral stairs wasn't his idea of fun, but luckily they were nowhere near the barracks or he'd be getting chased by more than just one Marine. "You're going to run out of stairs to climb eventually," Vice Admiral Stainless assured Soren as he continued to pursue him with a katana in his hand, set on using it to cut pieces off of Soren should he reach him. Any decent officer can spot a fake Marine a mile away. Rolling his eyes at his powerful pursuer's words, Soren turned around and pulled down his eyelid tauntingly, more or less poking the bear. "Bet you run out first. Ibi no kawa, rot stream." Instead of firing his acid at Stainless, Soren puffed his cheeks out and sprayed a steady stream of acid from his mouth directly over his shoulder onto the stairs, getting Stainless to stop lest he mistakenly step in it and harm himself. Meanwhile Soren just kept running upstairs and melting the stairs behind him all the way. After his acid ran out he cackled to himself as he popped a quick vial of lemon juice to make sure he still had a good amount of acidic content in his body when he found himself on the roof of the tower with a large and powerful cannon nearby. As he peered over to the main tower, his rudimentary reasoning skills told him that the most important room in any place, such as the office of the guy that was in temporary command of the base, would be the highest part of the tallest building. Looking over to another tower he had to do a double take as he saw Naruto staring at the main tower as if he were thinking the same thing. It took a few moments for Naruto to feel the eyes of someone else on him and he turned to see Soren standing by a cannon. The first mate of the Foxhound crew pointed from the artillery weapon to the top of the middle tower and then to Naruto, only to get a confused and questioning tilt of the head from the ninja. He was trying to convey the message without yelling in order to maintain what little semblance of stealth they had left, but someone apparently didn't get the gist of rudimentary sign language. "God damn it. I'll shoot the tower with the fucking cannon, you run up the wall and when the hole gets made you go in there and snatch the bastard." "God, was it that hard to get?" Naruto wordlessly scowled back at him and gave him the middle finger before limbering up and running down his own tower. While he did this, Soren quickly located the cannonballs which were larger than normal to go with the size of the cannon itself and loaded it. As he turned it around, Naruto was already scaling the main tower at a high speed, putting him in a rush to aim and fire, blowing away the wall intended for Naruto to go through, which he did. He thought he heard a rather cowardly shriek come from the side of the hole that had just been made, which was impressive for it to be that loud that it reached him, but Soren had another problem to worry about once the roof beneath him inexplicably gave way, and he and the cannon on the roof fell down with a resounding crash to the lower levels of their tower. Soren managed to save himself from a catastrophic fall by getting a hold of the wall with his acid-enhanced fingernails that let him dig a handhold and slide down safely to an intact floor where he found Stainless already waiting for him standing by a cannon. "This guy shot through several floors just to get me off of the roof and down to his level?" Soren thought to himself as he tossed his marine hat aside and lost the sleeveless uniform top since there was no more need for it. "You're a vice admiral, so why aren't you at Marineford? I'd have thought that the top brass would have wanted as many of you back as possible to deal with Whitebeard when he shows up looking to tear that place apart. We stopped here to pick up any Marine officer that G3 had in preparation for that battle, but we didn't think we'd wind up running into one of the most troublesome rookie crews on the sea," Stainless said, holding his katana in a traditional stance. "So that begs the question of what you've come here to do." Choosing to not answer, Soren let a bead of sweat roll down his forehead. His last fight with a vice admiral nearly killed him, thus he really wasn't looking forward to a redo, but then again this man didn't seem to have any devil fruit powers the way his last vice admiral level opponent did. He wordlessly channeled his green acidic glow to his go-to melee weapons, his fingernails, in anticipation of the battle. Ibi no tsum, rot claws. False blades in lieu of real ones. Stainless commented, figuring that Soren used his acid to augment his ability to cut and scratch with his fingernails. "You'll find that when dealing with a skilled swordsman that crutch won't do much for you." Soren shot a look towards his hands, both of them held in claw-like forms, before looking back up at Stainless. "I've got a crutch for my crutch," he said before rushing forward directly at Stainless. The Vice Admiral shook his head and prepared to cleave into Soren's hands to separate them from his wrists if he happened to be dumb enough to go up against his sword to do so, but when he met Soren's claws with his katana the strangest thing happened. Soren began matching him stroke for stroke, taking every shot of his sword off of his hands. That made no sense. His haki would have allowed him to slice through normal flesh and blood like a cloud, and Soren's acid wouldn't be able to protect him at all because that had nothing to do with such a defense. "I learned something about using Tekai, Iron Mass, while I was training the bit of Rokushiki techniques that I stole," Soren said as he continued to death duel with his hands against Stainless, "that I can't use it and move my body at the same time." That was quite contradictory to what he was doing at the moment though, "But I can harden parts of my body as long as I don't move what I want to harden a bit, like my hands." "That's impossible," Stainless claimed as he clashed his sword against Soren's bare hands that he noticed had never moved out of their claw-handed forms that he had begun the battle with. He had been telling the truth, nothing past his wrists happened to be moving an inch, as if his hands weren't real and were prosthetic and in fixed positions. That's a strict amount of muscle control that I can't see someone like you having the discipline to develop. Soren grinned at having impressed a vice admiral with something that he could do aside from his devil fruit powers. It's better than not adapting and getting killed because of it, don't you think? XXX. With Naruto, G3 Marine Base Main Tower, Spandine's office. Getting his entire western wall blown away with a cannon shot was startling enough, but then to see a strange man jump through the newly created hole and head right for him, Spandine almost fainted from the shock because he thought he was a dead man. Not to be, however, as Naruto merely made it over to him and prevented him from grabbing the Den Mushi that would alert the base to the trouble. Thank goodness all of the ruckus was taking place on the half of the base that was strictly operational, the side by the ocean. The barracks were all the way on the other side of the base, closer to the town. Who are you and what do you want with me? Spandine sputtered as he found his hand in Naruto's iron-like grip. The blonde merely moved the Den Mushi far out of the way of possibility for him to reach it and set off an alert for the entire place. You don't know who I am? Naruto said in a bit of disbelief. That was odd, because for the longest time Marines and world government representatives knew who he was without him having to say a word. Wasn't this guy supposed to be kind of important? Well, maybe it was better that he didn't know for once. Very few things were scarier than the unknown. That's not a big deal though. He so desperately wanted to break into his whole introduction spiel, but there wasn't any time for that. I've just got one question for you, answer it right and nothing bad'll happen at all. I'll let you go. Spandine just nodded frantically as Naruto's hand was now set firmly on top of his head. He'd just slip this brute a sweet-sounding lie and he'd be on his way. High-ranking government members didn't just cough up information so casually, but he wasn't really big on being physically tormented either. He was fragile. At that point, Naruto had been standing still for long enough to build up more natural energy on his own, and his eyes not only took on the orange pigment of Sage Mode, the purple, ripple-patterned eyes of the Rinnegan took form. You're not going to do something stupid like lie to me, would you? Naruto's hand began to glow in an ethereal manner. I'm going to be reading your mind, so if you lie I'll know, and if I have to actually look for the real answer against your will I'll pull your soul out too, and that'll kill you. It wasn't even a matter of questioning Naruto's words as bluster, because when the blonde started to pull his hand away from Spandine's scalp the man could actually feel a tug of sorts and quickly reapplied Naruto's hand to the top of his head tightly with both hands around his wrist. Alright. 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 What do you want? Where's your son Spandam? Some people want to talk to him, and he went and put himself into hiding. Upon the utterance of his question, Naruto was rather impressed at how Spandine's resolve seemed to show itself. At least he was more inclined to protect his son than his son would have been to return the favor. Naruto had no doubt that Spandam would have sung whatever he wanted to know out in falsetto if he had been put in the same situation. You're not gonna tell me? He asked with a frown. I won't let a criminal get the location of Spandam. Spandine shouted, sending spittle all about. All the while tears of fear were pouring from his eyes. Do you know who you're dealing with? What you're doing? I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Naruto said honestly. If he didn't know those things then he wouldn't have even known where to go to do this in the first place. Duh, and I'll pretend that means something to me for about 10 more seconds. To his credit, Spandine remained silent and seemed to be praying or something. Wow, he was actually resigning himself to his fate. I'm gonna find out whether you tell me or not. Still nothing, even when Naruto started using that pulling feeling of him holding onto Spandine's soul like he was playing with a rubber band. With a sigh, Naruto pulled his only remaining card. He really didn't want to kill this man. He personally had nothing against him, and something like that should have been saved for someone that did. If you just tell me, it's not like you can't warn Spandam way in advance before something happens. You can't warn him of anything if you're dead, so how will he know what's coming then? From the look on Spandine's face and how his snot and tears instantly dried up, it was evident that he hadn't even thought of such a thing. He almost looked like a child when he looked up at Naruto and answered him quickly, the G5 base in the New World. Yep, a big old wrinkly child. Naruto actually smiled at the man and lifted his hand off of his head, scaring Spandam until Naruto gave him a few pats on his crown. There, you're fine just like I said. I'm an honest guy, Databeo. He then turned to leap back out of the hole that had been blown into the tower with a cannon when Spandine's voice stopped him. Wait. The old government agent said, still coming down off of his near brush with death via soul extraction, why didn't you just kill me if you would get the information no matter what happened? Because I don't kill people in cold blood. Naruto explained, turning around as his sage mode and Rinnegan faded. Yeah, I've killed a lot of people, but that was all in the middle of battle, and no one picks up a sword or a gun or anything without expecting to maybe die fighting. Killing someone that's already beaten though, I don't do that. I've never done that. I'll never do that. That's all. A loud crashing noise directed Naruto's attention to the tower that Soren had fired the cannon from. The entire roof was destroyed and the sounds of battle were quite clear to his ears. His jaw went somewhat slack though when he saw a circular, sickly green blade of energy suddenly cut through the tower from its interior. The spot that was cut melted the above and below portions of the walls that it touched and forced the unstable upper portion of the tower to fall over. Crap. Naruto immediately took off down the side of the main tower to reach Soren's. He had a pretty good idea of what had just happened and he was going to whack that idiot for being so stupid. I said as little damage as possible. Spandine just stared at the hole in the wall and let out a sigh of relief as he slumped back in his chair. He had to contact Spandam quickly, but even then everything should have been okay. His son was at G5. The Marines of that branch were, troubled to say the least. Insane, merciless types that would openly torment a pirate that had already surrendered to them just for the hell of it. Probably the most ruthless of the enlisted Marines. And aside from that, the base was set smack dab in the middle of the New World portion of the Grand Line. Even getting there in the first place would be an insurmountable challenge for whoever was really intending to go there. No, even though he had given up the location of his son, he would still be fine once warned of the possible trouble coming. Who did that man think he was anyway? He didn't look all that tough, and if he was soft enough to spare his life because he was on some kick to not kill people in cold blood, he'd never get far enough in that living hell to do anything anyway. And yes, Spandine thought all of this while still shaking like a leaf in his chair and ignoring the wet spot on the front of his pants. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Naruto's clone up in the crow's nest opened its eyes and turned towards Nojiko, who was up there with him for company's sake and to keep an eye on the whole scene from a distance through the scope. Needless to say, she had been shaking her head at the stuff she had seen done to one tower and then to the other. She had a great view of it. We need to go now, he said, getting Nojiko's attention. Boss got what he needed. This isn't gonna stay as quiet as it's been for too much longer. This has been quiet? Nojiko said with a raised eyebrow before standing up and shouting down to the veritable clone navy down on deck. It's time to go. The mission's over, I think. She got a bunch of raucous responses from the henged sailor Naruto clones as she made her way down to the helm where the main clone was hard at work. Are you doing okay, clone Naruto-kun? Running low on chakra? Kind of. The main Naruto clone admitted with a bit of a strained smile. I can't really let myself dispel yet though. Holding a transformation for so long on something this big is a serious drain. He should have used 2 clones to do the technique, but that was hindsight really. Nothing anyone could do about it now. Well, you're doing a good job, Nojiko assured him before giving him a kiss on the cheek, eliciting a series of boos and heckling from the other clones on deck about how that clone was being a big baby and about where the hell their kisses were supposed to be. Johnny swung down from where he had been dealing with the sails to try and prepare them for departure. Though he was still visibly injured from his sound thrashing at Kizaru's hands yesterday, he proved to be quite the trooper, as he wasn't going to lay in bed if he wasn't injured. Yasaku was still the only one that was still wounded to the point where he couldn't get out of bed, thus he remained in Murit's medical bay. We're on the move. Once we get into open water we can take these disguises off. It's not like they can catch us at that point. True enough, I suppose. Nojiko agreed, looking around the deck for any of the rest of their actual crew. Everyone's being lazy because Naruto-kun's clones are up here to seem like we're Marines, aren't they? Johnny chuckled a bit and nodded as Nojiko rolled her eyes. Well, yeah. Naruto Aniki does it to everyone else so much. Well, now they can get him back and let his clones do all of the work for once. He ducked a punch from one of the clones in question and a glare from Nojiko got the doppelganger to stop trying to beat up Johnny. Anyway, things should be good, right? At that point, both Naruto and Soren appeared on the deck, both looking a bit battle-weary, Soren more so than Naruto though in comparison. Comin' in hot, Naruto said before directing his attention back towards the G3 base that they were sailing away from. You should say that before you actually end up in the place you're getting yourself to, Naruto Aniki. Johnny pointed out uselessly just before a loud alarm was raised from the land that they were sailing away from at a fast pace. What did you two do? I knocked out a vice admiral and put him through like 20 walls. I cut down a tower with a kick. My new Rankyaku, storm leg, variation is so cool. Didn't beat my vice admiral though. Uzumaki came and grabbed me. It can be as cool as you want it to be. You missed the kick. And we had to leave anyway. I don't need another crew member put in traction right now. Bah, excuses. Interrupting the captain versus first mate pissing contest, Nojiko hit the both of them over their heads with the butts of her pistols. You two fought vice admirals? I thought the whole point of this disguise crap was so you didn't have to fight anyone at all. Why didn't you just run to begin with? Both of them stared at her blankly, wordlessly answering her question right there. Ugh. I swear to God. By the time any of the Marines of the G3 base got to their ready posts and reached any working artillery, there was merely an orange ship with unique tree-like masts sailing away into the horizon. XXX. That night, on board the natural disaster, Naruto's quarters. Both Fukasaku and Shima sat in front of Naruto on his bed as the boy they had known since the age of 15 sat before them looking quite serious at what he had just inquired of them. Naruto-chan. Shima said, completely businesslike in her tone, that's really what you summoned us out here for? Do you really think that'd be the best idea? I know. There's a bunch of reasons why I shouldn't think about doing it at all. Naruto admitted in regards to the cryptic topic of their conversation, but I can at least ask him if nothing else. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's all there is to it. The worst thing he can do is say no and that'll be that. Are things really that serious that you'd consider this to be a solution? Fukasaku hopped up to Naruto and put a hand on his charge's leg as he sat cross-legged on his bed. Talk to us. Just how dangerous is this place? Naruto stood up from his bed and started pacing around. Akiji nearly killed me in our fight. I keep getting lucky against Kizaru so that it never goes that far, and I keep hearing that there are even stronger people out there, that we haven't seen anything yet. Pa, there are tons of powerful people in the world. I'm just saying that Sage Mode isn't enough anymore. I might need more firepower. Then come home. Shima suggested, what are you even doing out here to begin with? You did your thing, you had some fun, you saw things that no other shinobi ever saw before. Come home. For Naruto's sake, Fukasaku stepped in and tried to explain to his wife before she got too worked up, dear, we both know that ain't an option for Naruto-chan. Not now at least. Right, boy? There was a small hint of a smile on Naruto's face. No, it's not. I can't go back to the mountain again, Ma. Not now, not for good anyway. I like it out here. I love the people around me. And that's why I was asking if you guys thought it would be a good idea to go through with my idea. Shima didn't seem to like the idea of Naruto getting himself involved in another series of never-ending and potentially catastrophic situation, but she knew why he felt the way that he did. It was the same reason he seemed to have some drive and a fire back in his eyes again. And this is something you're serious about? Dead serious. Naruto said resolutely, I'm not cutting and running from them. It's not gonna happen like that again. I'm sticking it out with this crew for as long as they want me here. What kind of man would he be to have gathered them, painstakingly gotten them attached to him and to each other and then just suddenly left one day? Not any kind of man he ever wanted to be. The world is way bigger than just the elemental nations. Both of the elderly toads looked at each other before turning back to Naruto as Fukasaku spoke, get us to summon you to MT Mayaboku when you think it's time. We'll have the key to the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to try what you need to do. And you might as well bring your crew to Naruto-chan. Shima instructed him, we don't ever get any new company up in our little place anymore. You've got it. Naruto said with a grin. Maybe it could be fun to show everyone the home of the toads, and hey, maybe a bit of the elemental nations too, just for a bit at least for background's sake while he was taking care of his own business. We'll finish this mission and then I'll bring it up and see what they think. He reached down and gave the lady toad a hug before putting her back down on the bed. It was good seeing you guys again. Next time it won't be after 7 years, thank goodness. A bark of laughter slipped from Naruto as the two summoned creatures disappeared in puffs of smoke, returning to the land from whence they came. With tranquil night silence back in his room for the first time since he summoned his non-human parental figures and beacons of advice, Naruto frowned and pulled up his shirt, gathering chakra so that the form of the seal that had been on his stomach for his entire life could be seen. Though now it was disjointed and uneven, signifying that it had been opened and that there was nothing left there other than the residual chakra of the seal's former tenant. I wonder if Kurama wants to hang out with me again for a bit. Naruto mused to himself as he flopped down on his bed and stared up at the ceiling. If I still know him even halfway well, he's probably bored as hell in the Biju's haven. Right after finishing up his little arrangement with CP9 and giving them the information they wanted, he'd have to prepare for a bit of a trip home. Chapter 42, Faded Scars and Lines. After delivering the information of Spandam's whereabouts to CP9, Naruto had another man-to-man sit-down with Rob Lucci at the CP9 hideout on Kwai Island. There was still ill intent between the two of them after last time the Foxhound crew had dropped by their island sanctuary, and after a show of good faith of pulling off the mission requested to them via CP9, it was as good an opportunity as any to clear things up. The term sit down was completely out of place though, as there was no sitting done here. Aside from the two of them, the waterfront hideout was empty and the furniture was all moved out of the way in the front room, as if that would prevent it from being destroyed if things escalated to hostility. We heard rumor of your attack hours after it occurred, Lucci said, standing with his arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. His pigeon was flying around the room between the two of them, but neither of them were paying attention to that. It was impressive. I expected more problems considering that the rest of your crew doesn't seem up to something so sensitive. The last thing that anyone on the crew needed was praise, least of all Naruto. Especially in the form of backhanded compliments. Time to poke the bear, or jaguar in this case, yeah whatever. I didn't kill Spandine, so have fun with that later when you go after Spandam. Lucci's eye twitched unnoticeably, but the atmosphere in the room shifted at that admittance, and why not? You're the man that killed over 1,000 in one battle with a single attack. Because it wasn't in a battle. He was sitting behind a desk damn near pissing his pants. Naruto responded as if it didn't matter if Rob Lucci had a grievance against the Spandine/Spandam family. I don't kill anyone in cold blood, and I'm not your pocket executioner. A low growl rumbled from Lucci's throat, but he settled down quickly enough. It didn't matter. Any powerful Marine that could actually stop them would have been moved to Marineford, because Portgas Ace's execution was pending. The best wouldn't be around Spandam even if they knew CP9 was coming. Very well then. We'll simply have to kill him before an actual defense can be placed around him. Good luck with that, because he's supposed to be in some Marine base in the New World. G5. The entire back wall of the room was then punched out by a venting CP9 member in Rob Lucci. Despite the sudden violent action, his face didn't change expressions at all. Naruto just raised an eyebrow questioningly. What was that supposed to be, a demonstration? In actuality it was Lucci's equivalent of a normal person slamming their hands on a desk and shouting damn it in exasperation and anger. It wasn't that weird though. Most pirates and other combatants that had been met on the seas used random demolition as a form of anger management. That is where we're going to go then. Lucci eventually said, it doesn't matter where Spandam is in hiding. It doesn't matter that you've tried to deter our revenge by alerting the enemy. He is still going to die. If he thought that Naruto was going to do something or say something to try and convince him otherwise, he was sorely mistaken. All he got was a look in Naruto's eyes that said that he had seen things like this happen too many times before for it to get a rise out of him when someone he barely knew declared such. To an extent he was sort of correct. Even someone on Naruto's own crew had that kind of mindset when it came to one person in particular, that he would kill a certain person without any questions asked if the opportunity presented itself. I was still a fool when I left my home to start sailing and exploring. Naruto admitted with a shake of his spiky yellow-topped cranium. He got a raise of a confused eyebrow from an otherwise emotionless Rob Lucci, even after seeing how huge the seas really were, and after seeing a ton of different places with different cultures and people all over. I still felt that I could do what tons of important people I respect dreamed of, bringing peace to the world. He had figured that the ninja world had been the world, period. Until he saw that ship from beyond the limits of his home continent and realized that there had been things farther than he had seen evidence of in his life. His ally from when he had been a child, Temujin, he had been from a completely different continent, and that had inspired him again when he hadn't had a reason to be. Why not? After all, he had sort of been the catalyst to that kind of thing before in one massive place. The entire elemental nation's territory was more or less at peace for the longest extended period in history, with no sign of it ending anytime soon. But that was there, where the culture throughout was similar and the world had managed to pull together in understanding of a threat greater than themselves. Without Akatsuki to coax them into banding together, Naruto hated to say it, but the hidden villages would never have taken the chance to come together. And that made itself clearer than ever as he traveled. He bore witness to people in the country of one of his dear friends killing one another due to the lies and greed of one man who cared not for the people, only for the opening to reach the location of a secret weapon. He had seen a mass atrocity in its near aftermath that he was luckily in the vicinity quickly enough to do something about. He'd seen slavery practiced by the people that had been said to control the world. And he realized that his homeland had only been the tip of the iceberg. There were things just as complicated and interwoven elsewhere. All of that made him realize that he couldn't bring peace to the entire world, no matter how long his life lasted. Not when he hadn't even seen the world in its entirety. Not when he hadn't borne witness to enough of what it had to offer at both its heights and its depths to understand. Peace without understanding wasn't peace, he was already aware of that. Forcing such a thing onto people wasn't the answer. It wasn't peace, it was just fascism. It was why he didn't really agree entirely with the approach of Dragon and the Revolutionary Army, of instigating change and damn whoever didn't desire it. Peace. Lucci said, as if testing the waters of the idea before casting it away. The thought of peace all over did nothing for him honestly. How idealistic of you, but then again you seem to be the type. Idealistic? No. Dumb. To Lucci's surprise, the blatant insult of what he had deemed to be a deep-seated belief of Naruto elicited an amused bark of laughter from him, and not even the mocking kind either. It was real. No one would ever call me brilliant, but let me tell you something. Smart people might rule the world, but dumb people are the ones that change it. Dumb people are the ones that make things happen in the world, because they're not smart enough to know how to deal with things the way they are when they're bad. He wasn't any kind of leader of the people, he knew that much, and that was why he could eventually deal with never becoming Hokage. Some people were just fit everything that came with being the leader of everything. Some weren't. But what he happened to be was a man that could inspire those that were cut out to be the leaders of their people. A catalyst. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard anyone say to me out loud. Ah man, that can't be true because you've spoken to Luffy before. He would have had a point if Luffy had ever said anything more to Lucci other than how bad he was going to kick his ass, but he really hadn't, so in his mind it was still Naruto. You're not going to be able to coax everyone over to your way of thinking, Uzumaki. Lucci lifted up his hand and tightened it into a fist. There are always going to be people that want to do things their own way. If you want everyone to think the way you do and cease conflict altogether, that won't ever happen. Naruto was well aware of that. I know. There's always going to be some reason to fight. You can't stop that. But if people in the world just understood each other and could see things from the perspective of those around them, you couldn't say it wouldn't make things better. It would be a start. Understanding, you say. Well, in that case I want you dashed. Even though it couldn't be seen from behind the walls of the house, Lucci pointed in the general direction of the red line. I want you to go past that wall. Go past it and see what lays beyond it, because that is where the Grand Line really begins. See if you can understand what drives the people past that point to do the things that they do. And if you can still stand here before me and speak with as much conviction as you do now, maybe I'll start hearing what you have to say. Because he hadn't seen anything yet. Past the limit of the paradise portion of the Grand Line and into the New World half. Fair enough, that's the general idea. You can't try to change what you're not aware of first. The only way you could is through fear, and that's not a real solution. XXX. Just outside of the house on the deck that surrounded the entire thing, the members of CP9 and the few members of the Foxhound Pirates, Johnny, Soren, and Vivi, were waiting while their two leaders had been conversing. Despite the back wall of the place being punched out, none of them really seemed to care on either side, with the exception of the kidnapped princess from Alabasta, who headed off that way despite everyone's nonchalant assurances that things were fine. If Uzumaki, Naruto and Rob Lucci, who had been getting stronger since his only defeat by the slimmest of margins, really fought, the back wall would have only been the first thing getting destroyed in the first 10 seconds. But as big a worrywart as she was, Vivi snuck to the hole in the wall and was able to listen to most of their conversation, complete with Naruto's dogma. Someone like him felt that he still had much to learn. That was something that gave her a settling feeling, as royalty meant to inherit rule of her country one day, because she often felt that she would never know everything she needed to. If Naruto was admitting that he still knew nothing, well, that was something to latch onto and take to heart. And speaking of hearts, why the hell was hers beating so fast? Damn Nojiko and Miss Valentine. Yes, she had a crush on Naruto. She had gratitude at first when he criminalized himself to get her out of Alabasta for her father, and when he had even taken to training her at her request. Spending time on Constellation Island had driven the point home for her about what she was feeling, and the more she learned and heard about what made him tick just made it worse over time. Was it the conviction that he could speak with and the purpose that he could move with when the situation called for it? That spoke to the would-be monarch in her. Was it the empathy that he showed to the people and things around him? Alright, well, you do what you want, but you jerks still owe me a favor later. We're leaving. Come on, Viviheim, let's go. Almost letting out an eep at the fact that her presence had been known of the entire time, she slowly peeked through the hole and found both Naruto and Rob Lucci staring at her. One of them had a smile on his face, the other was just giving the same blank look as always. Having been caught, Vivi bashfully walked through the hole in the wall past Rob Lucci carefully before quickly darting over behind Naruto. That guy was seriously unnerving. The two of them then walked back out front to get Soren and Johnny. Soren was busy speaking with the CP9 members about his Rokushiki skills. So you're saying it's not that big of a deal that I learned how to combine my devil fruit powers with stuff like Rankyaku and other stuff? No, it's not. The square-nosed Kaku said as he smirked underneath his black cap at the young man. Jayabura, Lucci, myself, we can all do that. He seemed to be enjoying the fact that he could cut down Soren's thoughts that he had managed to pull off something unique and innovative. You're late to the party, man. There was no verbal response from Soren, and his face didn't show any anger or annoyance, but the acidic steam coursing from his body was a dead giveaway that he was getting pissed off. Meanwhile Kumadori, Blueno, Jayabura, and Fukaru were watching Johnny attempt to hit on Califa in amusement as he seemed to be failing miserably. I mean, we used to be kind of enemies, yeah, but does that really matter now? I mean, in the end we're all just flesh and bone. He spoke smoothly, pushing down his sunglasses a bit so that she could get a look at his eyes. The beautiful blonde woman did actually spare him a glance for a moment from behind her glasses before noting how he was trying to close the proximity between them. Please refrain from sexually harassing me further, swordsman-san. Johnny. He said with a pleasant grin on his face. Right, Johnny-san. But my friends call me J-Rock. J to the Izzle, Mr. J. Any of those if you like. Whatever you say, Johnny-san. Soren palmed his face and was never so thankful that Naruto walked out of the house with Vivi. He didn't want to mouth off and he actually wanted to give Johnny a shot to impress a woman, but goodness, someone needed to throw him a lifesaver because he was dying out there. Alright guys, let's go, Naruto said, with Vivi already holding onto him piggyback style in preparation for the Hiration. The ship awaits. Both Soren and Johnny nodded and walked over to their captain, with the latter giving a goodbye wave to Califa. He felt a bit victorious when he actually managed to get a smile out of her after doing so, at least until Soren muttered to him, "John boy, that was pathetic." "Whatever. Quit trolling," Johnny replied under his breath, not willing to let the surly first mate of the crew get him down. Today was a win for the speed half of the twin swordsman in his book. You're just jealous because you know that all the girls want peanut butter and Johnny. All of the CP9 men outside started snickering, as did Naruto and even Vivi, while Soren looked absolutely mortified at what Johnny had just said. Oh God, please don't ever say that again. Peanut butter and Johnny. Peanut butter and dash dot. Shut up. Triple X. Mariehua. In the grand palace of the leaders of the known world, the 5 old powerful-looking men that ruled above any other aspect of the world government sat amongst each other in their meeting room, staring at the headline of a paper that they had managed to intercept. How were they going to work this news into what they wanted it to be? It would be difficult to hide the fact that the G3 Marine base had been hit and had suffered quite a bit of damage since it sat by a town, and anyone attracted to the noise coming from that direction would have borne witness to an entire tower of the base being cut and falling off. This is becoming a very troublesome pattern. One of the Gorosei members said as he glared at the newspaper that had almost been released for all to see. It is not the time for such a thing to be happening. Not with the execution of Portgas Ace 3 days away. Another of the elders took that moment to speak up. It is the only time where such a thing wouldn't be leading news. Were it not for the mounting war with Whitebeard being common knowledge, it would have been. We would be unable to cover this up. This Uzumaki Naruto had to be some kind of opportunistic mastermind due to how he had interrogated a high-ranking official of the government on the location of a VIP with even more secrets than the one he had grilled. This was not the first time that he managed to do something like this. When the main focus of the military was elsewhere, he would make some kind of move just out of sight of the mass incident that was absurdly significant. A recent example being during the debacle on the Sabaody archipelago. He must have been taking advantage of the alarm being caused by the preparation for Whitebeard's retaliation on Marineford to make his own moves. But they couldn't just keep raising his bounty for reasons that they would never release to the public or the majority of the Marine forces, such as destroying separate pacifista cyborgs and defeating Bartholomew Kuma, his success over surviving the Buster Call, his victory over Akiji and diverting Kizaru on 2 separate occasions, and a decisive victory over an entire Grand Line Marine base. All of those things had been hidden. If they kept raising his bounty every time he did something that they needed to retaliate to, eventually too many questions would rise that someone would have to answer to justify such a thing. They were able to justify his currently extremely high bounty due to his actions in kidnapping and subsequently brainwashing Nefertari Vivi, along with other subsequent things that his crew had done that they could allow the public to know. The most important thing about him that they couldn't let people know of were the origins of his whereabouts. The Gorosei were not fools. They knew the things that they needed for men of their station and then some. No one else knew the history of the world the way that they did, and they were fully aware of the existence of a large continent in the far reaches of the East Blue. The amount of strength that this place had was alarming, even back centuries ago when they had first encountered them, but they never reached any further than themselves when it came to any kind of imperial ambition. Past the waves there was nothing for them, and it stayed that way apparently. It never came into any significant contact with anywhere else because it sat far out of the way in the East Blue, where there was nothing and where it was the back end of the Grand Line where it led out. Only very go-getting entrepreneurial merchants went out that way, and only to trade with the outer area. Out of the less than 1% of East Blue merchants that tried going that way, only 1% of that slim number ever went as far as to actually reach the mainland. Since the East Blue was comprised of the weakest set of pirates in all of the seas, the more wide-eyed set of them that caught wind of this place from the very few that had been there sometimes ventured over that way as well, trying to build their own success and spread their chaos, but appropriately none of them ever came back. They had always been an underlying threat, but they had always been out of the way far enough that they could be ignored. But time had perhaps made them curious as to what else lay out in the world. And they had to determine if Naruto was a normal example of their strength or the extreme example. The point was, that if such a place became common knowledge in all the seas, especially to people like the Revolutionary Army, they would find even more incentive to undermine the world government due to the complete autonomy of it. Who knew what else had changed about them? If they had finally formed a true government, if they had become even stronger these days than back then, who knew what else? Monkey D. Dragon may even endeavor to try and gain an alliance with them if the knowledge of the elemental nations existed in the open. It was probably highly unlikely to happen even if he did wish to do so, but if the possibility existed it was a danger they had to prepare for and contain. This meant that any news of Uzumaki Naruto had to be controlled. At worst they would merely be able to barely keep him out of headlines. At best they could twist his reputation into that of a monster, hence his already imposing epithet and the initially very unflattering picture that came with his early bounties. It had to be changed to the current one because it was so hard to identify him otherwise. Either way, either due to from his mere presence outside of the limits of control of the elemental nations, his mere existence amongst the most troublesome aspects of their society, or the fact that he constantly stood in the direct path of the Marines successfully, Uzumaki Naruto was a serious enemy to the world government. XXX. 2 days later, with Foxhound Pirates, One Finger Island. Why Naruto had guided the natural disaster back out to their particular little haven in the calm belt none of them were really aware of, but it seemed to be rather important when they moored the ship safely in the hidden cove of the island. He seemed to be pretty excited about it too when everyone was requested to gather things that they felt they'd need for a little while at shore, also confusing because the ship was right there. "What are we doing here, Naruto-kun?" Nojiko asked him, holding onto a bag filled with the things that he had asked them to bring. She had clothes, ammunition, clothes, makeup, clothes, and some emergency food. "I thought we were supposed to be going past the red line by now." The entire crew was there from Yasaku, Johnny, Murat, Vivi, with Karu, Soren, Polly, Miss Valentine, and despite being new to the crew the long-haired musician Byron was waiting as well, eager to find out what was going on. Even Perona was there for the express purpose of making sure that she couldn't steal their ship. Not that it would matter too much since Naruto could just Hiration to it if he needed. "Well, that can wait, there's no rush really," Naruto said, and it seemed that he almost couldn't stand still, he was so buzzed. "But I want to show you guys somewhere that's really important. I have to go somewhere to handle something and I'd like you all to go with me." "Leave me here then," Perona said, interjecting into Naruto's explanation. "I don't even want to be here. Why would I want to go somewhere else weird with you people? Prisoners don't get a choice in where they get to go." Polly chimed in, cigar billowing smoke in his mouth. He all but outright ignored the glare sent his way from the ghost princess. He'd seen it more than enough times already since she had been conscripted on board. "And you're saying that you don't want to go anywhere weird, but you're on the Grand Line. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense." "Shut up." Even if they weren't going to be sailing to where they were going, the ship was going to be alright. One Finger Island was a puny jungle island in the calm belt, thus making it way too dangerous for anyone to go wantonly looking for it, even if they knew it existed and where it happened to be. So far only the Kuja pirates knew where it was, and they didn't know yet that Naruto had claimed it as his. To add on to that, the ship wasn't even out in the open, it was in a cove. It would be fine where it was. Draping herself over Naruto's back as light as a feather, Miss Valentine had a normally bright smile on her face as she spoke. "So where are we going, and what's this thing you need to do that's so important, huh?" "You'll find out what I'm doing when we get there. I need to go ask an old friend for something," Naruto said with a wide grin, choosing to keep it under wraps. "And we're going to the place that I learned Sage Mode. The home of my toad summons, but if you want to I can show you a bit more of the elemental nations while we're there." Perona's previous lack of enthusiasm aside, it was an interesting prospect to get even a momentary look at the place that managed to spawn someone like Naruto into the world. It was hard to say that they weren't all interested in some way. Seriously though, that had to be a long, long trip. What, was he going to Hiration back and forth with each of them? That could get a little cumbersome and awkward after a while if that was how he planned on doing it. While he had the chakra to abuse the Hiration like that to get his crew there, even over a long distance, it was better to do it all in one shot. Without saying another word, Naruto made a set of hand seals and slammed his hand down onto the ground, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. In a puff of smoke on the ground appeared Fukasaku, who didn't seem to be surprised that he was summoned. "What's up, Pa? I'm ready to go." "Good to see ya again so soon, Naruto-chan," the small and elderly Toad said as he looked around at Naruto's crew again. "Right, so who's comin' on the trip?" "I'm a skin, because the pink-haired girl doesn't look too happy to be goin', duh." And indeed Perona was not looking too spirited to be leaving. "Alright, does anyone not want to go?" Naruto asked the entirety of his crew, getting no response from anyone other than Perona raising her hand frantically. "Anyone that's not Perona, who's still a prisoner from when she tried to take over my damn ship after I saved her from Oars?" She lowered her hand in a bit of bashful shame, remembering how she almost screwed over the Foxhound pirate crew. "Nope, we're good." "Alrighty then," Fukasaku said. "Everybody move around Naruto-chan and wait for a sec." After watching Fukasaku dispel, everyone gathered around Naruto as instructed, including Perona begrudgingly, as she decided that even if she didn't, something else would still happen to force her to go. "I hate you guys. We all hate each other on some level," Soren admitted freely. "Haven't you seen how we treat each other?" In order to help Soren, as he thoroughly agreed, Polly spoke up. "Yeah, I mean the girls don't hate Uzumaki, but the rest of us hate him and undermine his authority enough that it makes up for it," he said as he blew the smoke from his stogie into the air. "I feel so loved and respected by my loyal crew," Naruto remarked sarcastically before getting a kiss on each cheek by Nojiko and Miss Valentine to prove the point of his crewmen. "And I don't care because that happens for me." Yusaku, of course, had sidled up as close as he could to the ship's resident Dr. Murat, trying his hardest to flex his now notable muscles while trying to look nonchalant. "I'm pretty sure Naruto Aniki's home is a wicked dangerous place, but don't worry, I'll keep you safe." "It's okay," Murat said dryly, motioning to the sentient cutlass on her hip. "Funkfried can keep me safe just fine. If that idiot kept trying to flex and popped his stitches, she'd kick his ass before she fixed him up again. He definitely wasn't as cool as Trafalgar Law. Not a chance." Before any more time could pass, the entire crew disappeared in a massive puff of smoke that concealed the departure of the lot of them. XXX. Elemental Nations, MT Mayaboku. A massive plume of smoke rose up and dissipated, signifying the arrival of the Foxhound pirates. The ear-splitting screaming from Byron didn't hurt the announcement of their presence either. Needless to say, he had no idea that Naruto could do anything like that for the rest of them. He hadn't been around long enough to get used to all of the weird stuff that the captain was capable of. He eventually stopped when he noticed that everybody else was moving away from him and covering their ears. Trying to save some face for his rather high-pitched cries of fright, Byron cleared his throat, his face a mortified color of red. "Ahem. I've never had to teleport anywhere before." He didn't even know such a thing was possible before a few days ago. Thinking she found a kindred soul in all of the weird that surrounded the crew, Perona put a hand on the young musician's shoulder. "It's freaky, right? At least you chose to join. I'm just here until I can get back to Mariah-sama. It's still messed up though. You get used to it." Everyone chimed in at once to their newest crew member before they started taking in the environment that Naruto had transported them to. Aesthetically, none of them had ever seen anything like it. There wasn't 10 square feet of the place that wasn't covered in some form of lush greenery. From the cliff that they had been summoned to stand on, one could see out over quite a bit of the landscape, allowing them to get a good view of the lush forest that covered everything, the waterfalls and streams, and the waterways constructed by the toads to guide the flow of water for them. The entire place had a different feel to it, as if the mountain had an aura all of its own that was trying to creep itself into their presence and encompass them. Sort of like Naruto's form of killing intent for those that had been around it before, but it was relaxing. It was safe to say that just being on MT Mayaboku made everyone feel stronger, with an increased vitality about them. "This is amazing." The first one to speak was Vivi as she walked toward the edge of the cliff and held her arms out as if she could take in everything around her. Even though she had seen a lot of plant life, she was still a girl from the desert, and she had never seen anything like this. "Naruto, you really live here?" Kuru quacked in agreement. She wasn't the only one caught up in it all though. Nojiko held up one of her pistols and could feel the amount of her chakra that was available for her to use inside of her body stimulated by just being on the mountain. "Why would you ever want to leave a place like this?" Fukasaku hopped onto her shoulder, almost startling her out of her reverie to get a better look at the seals inscribed on her gun. Definitely some of Naruto's work. He loved using chakra-draining seals for most of his personal stuff since he had an incredible amount himself. "Naruto-chan leaves because me and Ma don't like seeing him all cooped up here. Honestly, we think he's better off with the lot of ya. I see you take good care of him." It's more like he takes care of me, us," Nojiko said with a bright red blush on her cheeks. She was normally way more confident, but these were effectively Naruto's parent figures since they dwarfed his own sizable age and treated him as if they were. It was a bit embarrassing being complimented. "You really like us that much? You do him a lot of good being around." Fukasaku admitted with a nod, "And I can see that you love him very much." If she had been read before he said that they needed to invent a new shade of it to describe Nojiko's face at that point. After taking a moment to soak in the environment of his original home base, Naruto took a deep breath and turned to his entire crew with a big grin on his face. "Okay you guys, this is my home. You can go looking around in just a bit. If you follow Pa he'll show you where we'll be staying." "Where the hell are you going to be?" Soren asked, keeping a scowl on his face despite the fact that he really didn't feel like staying in a surly mood. This mountain was seriously mellowing him out. "You take us here just to dump us off somewhere already?" Sure, Naruto could have told them that he was going off to try and drag the gigantic ultimate monster fox that used to reside in his belly off to come with him on another absurdly dangerous journey, but what was the fun in that? The surprise later would be so much better when he told them then. So he had to distract the surlier members of the crew somehow, and that was easy. "Pa, show Soren and Polly where the toads drink and gamble." Both men turned their heads to Fukasaku so quickly Naruto was afraid that they had broken them for a second. It figured that those were the things that would interest them the most. That was what he had been banking on. Fukasaku hopped down from Nojiko's shoulder and made his way to the front of the group next to Vivi by the cliff. "Right. Follow me. I don't think you can stick to surfaces with chakra, sweetie, so we'll have to take the long way around." He turned toward Naruto and gestured a bit further to the peak of the mountain. "Naruto-chan on the other hand is going up to the peak. You'll probably see him later." "Probably see him?" Miss Valentine asked with a raised eyebrow. What the hell did that mean? You never know. Now come on. Shrugging to herself, Miss Valentine went to follow along with the old toad and the rest of the crew when Naruto grabbed her arm to stop her from leaving. Turning toward him with a beaming smile, she batted her eyelashes at him sweetly. "Yes, Naruto? Are you afraid you'll miss me too much while you're gone and need me to come with you?" Naruto seemed amused by this for a second before he remembered why he stopped her and took on a look of dread that she noticed. "Please tell me that you're not against cooking while you're here as long as I can get the food for it, Valentine-chan." He needed her to say yes. Not really for his own good, but for the good of the crew in its entirety. If she was not willing to do this, they were all going to suffer until it was time to leave. If all else failed, he could try and bum some junk food off of Gamakichi and Gamatatsu, as they both still had a sweet tooth, but they weren't much for sharing. "Not really. It's not a big deal to me," the sunny young woman admitted, getting a sigh of relief from Naruto that confused her. "Why does it matter anyway? The toads have food, right?" "Oh, beautiful Valentine. She just didn't know." "Yeah, they do, but you do know what toads eat, don't you?" "Yeah, of course I dash." "Oh. Ew, gross." "Yeah, exactly. Trust me, I know." "Naruto, did you have to eat dash?" "I don't want to talk about it." XXX. At the top of the mountain, past the great toad sage's personal shrine, past the point where any plant life lay, there sat a grand stone temple hidden amongst the rocks, hidden behind the flow of water that came down from the top of the peaks. It was a difficult place for all but the smallest toads to get to, but they were the only ones that knew of its existence. Appropriate, as they were the designated protectors of it. Naruto walked underneath one of the waterfalls and shook the water off of his body as he looked upon a place that he hadn't ventured to in a while. The temple was aptly constructed for what it was meant to house, and it better have been with all of the toad and clone labor that went into building it. It was rather intentionally understated though, with the exception of the design that sat on the front of it. A Rinnegan design with 9 tomo distributed evenly around the eye. How subtle. Naruto walked through the open doorway that signified that someone had disengaged the security and was already inside as he looked around within. On the floor there was a seal that he had placed there surrounding another symbol like the one outside where Shima stood waiting for him. "Hi ma. You sure know how to keep someone waitin', Naruto-chan," Shima said as Naruto walked to the center of the seal and sat down in the middle of it. She then opened her mouth and let out a precise series of croaks that caused a stone door to descend over the entrance to the temple as a seal array spread over it and then disappeared. "Ready for the ritual? I'll watch your body till you come back." "Why'd we come up with this jutsu again?" Naruto asked rhetorically, entering sage mode and activating his Rinnegan as Shima rolled her eyes. "Oh yeah, so the Biju could all go and do what they wanted without having to worry about being messed with or destroying stuff." He hated doing this jutsu, but it was probably the most complex thing he had ever done, and it took 20 years of studying to come up with it. Fuin Jutsu, Kyuseishin Tui no Biju, sealing technique, 9 spirit projections of the tailed beasts. Lanterns all over the room with toad oil inside of them automatically lit up to illuminate the grand hall and reveal statue embodiments of the 9 Biju all around the room, connected by chains to one figure directly in front of Naruto. With a deep breath, Naruto stared straight ahead at the massive and imposing humanoid statue that sat directly in front of them, cross-legged with its hands out, unmoving. The Gerumazu, the demonic statue of the outer path. It served as the medium for the technique. With a crack of his neck, Naruto formed 3 hand seals as his eyes lit up in a bright red, Kurama. This was all he said to initiate the ritual. The seal array on the floor glowed red as Shima jumped outside of it. She didn't want to be involved in the proceedings in any way possible. The eyes on the statue of the Kyuubi lit up and a chakra silhouette surrounded the Gerumazu before a chain swiftly extended from it and hit Naruto right in the chest, linking them. His body went limp and lifeless on the floor and took on the same chakra outline as the Gerumazu. Shima just sighed as she watched Naruto's lifeless body on the floor. "Only you, boy," she said in an exasperated tone of voice. "Why'd you have to come up with a jutsu where you technically have to die to make it work? XXX. Elsewhere on MT Mayaboku. I think I'm in love," Soren said aloud as he stood stunned in front of the largest container of sake that he had ever seen in his entire life. It had to be at least 10 times his size in height and circumference. "What is this wonderful, wonderful place called again?" he asked as he gave the container a full-body hug. "MT Mayaboku," Gamakichi said with an amused look on his face as the rest of the boss-level toads such as himself, Gamatatsu, Gamaken, and Gamabunta were sitting around playing Chohan with a regular-sized dealer in the middle of them all controlling the bowl that contained the dice. "If you need any more than that, just give us a holler," he said it jokingly. Any human that could finish that in one sitting would either die of alcohol poisoning or something like that. Functioning alcoholic or not, that was irrelevant. The human body couldn't handle all of those harmful substances at one time. There was even more? Man, Soren figured that he probably hadn't survived that reverse summoning jutsu that got him to the mountain. He probably died and went to heaven instead. Wait, how do I drink it? He couldn't lift it up to drink because it was too big. He could have melted a hole into it, but that would have wasted far too much of it, and there was no tap either. Oh no? I'm in hell. He honestly could have cried. And he wasn't the only one. Indulging in his own vice, Polly was having a rather rough time of it himself. Apparently, whether gambling against humans or toads, he still sucked at it. Damn it. How can I keep losing like this? Polly shouted while pointing at the toad that was his size and regulating the gambling going on. "Let me see those dice. There's no way that I can't get evens or odds." Perhaps before calling out for a cheat, he should have taken into account the fact that he was surrounded by toads large enough to lift up their ship if they ever found a reason to. With a booming laugh, Gamabunta blew the smoke from his pipe into the air. "You know you're not even losing your own money, right? You don't have any currency of the elemental nation, so you've been playing off of Naruto's credit the whole time." "Oh." Just like that, Polly calmed down and retook his seat, gesturing for the game to continue. "Well, alright, I'm putting down the standard bet on odds to win then." They were fitting themselves in quite nicely amongst the entirety of the toads. It helped that they had seen absurdly weird things on a routine basis for months if not years by this point, and that for the most part the toads found the foxhound pirates amusing. It was pretty easy to get along with most of them since after having dealt with Naruto for years, the eccentricity of his crew spaced out between multiple people was a welcome change of pace from the single weird human that normally wandered around there. XXX. After taking them all on the tour of the place, Fukasaku rode on Karu's back to rest his old legs as the duck walked around following Vivi. She was still taking in the sights, looking around the place with Nojiko. Miss Valentine was off with Perona and Murat taking a bath, while Byron was with Soren and Polly playing music to entertain their hosts during their drinking and games. They were actually still in earshot of it, as a matter of fact. They had managed to wander over to a place with many huge toad statues in meditating postures that dwarfed them. "Where did Naruto-kun go again?" Nojiko asked as she looked around and took it all in. "He didn't really say what he was leaving to do before you pulled us all off. A special shrine that he set up to house a very special jutsu," Fukasaku informed her, gazing up at the top of the mountain for a split second. There wasn't any reason that they needed to know exactly where the most important structure on the mountain was hidden. "He's with Ma right now. I don't know how long it'll take him, but he'll be back soon enough. Hopefully, because he was the only one that could use the jutsu that it was built to house." It still disturbed him a bit that Naruto had to eject his entire spirit from his body in order to access it, but he didn't use it that much, so it didn't come up too often. "I hope he comes back before it gets late," Vivi commented absently under her breath. "I had some things I wanted to talk to him about." "Want to have a heart-to-heart with Naruto-kun under the starlight?" Nojiko replied jokingly as she had heard Vivi's remark. Clearly the princess was quite embarrassed as she thought she had been quiet enough. "I know what you mean though. This seems like it would be a pretty beautiful place at night, really romantic and all." Vivi let out a groan, wishing she could hide her face from view. Why does it always have to come back to this? I'm grateful to him for all he's done for me. Nojiko started listing things on her fingers. You spend a lot of time hanging around him even when you aren't doing anything that involves training. You spend a ton of nights in the crow's nest with Naruto-kun as company, and you're way more curious about what makes him tick than any of us are. With each thing she said, her face got a little bit more victorious. After all, isn't he supposed to be your knight? You know about that? Vivi said in a careful tone of voice that belied just what emotion she wished to convey outwardly at that moment. Even Fukasaku and Karu seemed to be trying their best to keep grins off of their faces. Since when could toads and ducks even make facial expressions like that? And why was everyone picking on her? It was probably because she was the youngest. Eventually Fukasaku did let out a chuckle when Vivi finally pouted and jumped onto the top of one of the toad statues by way of its legs and then arms. Hey, that was a familiar set of moves. Naruto-chan really did train her, at least a bit. Vivi was always a bit acrobatic. Nojiko said, looking up at her as the younger girl stuck her tongue out at them and turned her back. He just made her focus on that and learn how to use it to fight a bit better. She can't use chakra or anything though. None of us can, we've all tried. That's why he fixed my guns to work the way that they do. I was really helpless until I had to learn to shoot. Turns out I had a knack for it. No chakra? Well, it wasn't that unbelievable. Even though everyone had it, it wasn't hard to believe that humans that lived elsewhere would learn how to increase their own abilities in other ways. After all, they didn't have a Rikudo Sannin to teach them about how to utilize chakra. It made a ton of sense as well, because there was no way Naruto would let people that couldn't defend themselves travel with him. He'd heard from Gamabunta and Gamakichi just what Naruto had gotten into from time to time. Speaking of the people that Naruto traveled with, both Johnny and Yasaku ran past Nojiko, Karu, and Fukasaku yelling something about going for a swim while shedding their clothes before the elderly toad jumped out in front of them and smacked them down to the ground with his extremely speedy and powerful tongue. Nojiko could then see why Naruto was afraid of getting beaten up by the elder toads. Good God, if Shima can do stuff like that too, I'd better not try anything suggestive with Naruto-kun while we're here, because she seems to get mad at that kind of thing. It would probably be best not to incur any sort of toadly wrath if at all possible. What the hell do you think you're doing, you tadpoles? Fukasaku asked as Johnny and Yasaku were wondering what the hell had just hit them. There's nowhere to swim around here. Yasaku recovered first and pointed in the direction they had been running, where a fountain could be seen. There. The other girls are using the springs right now, and Miss Valentine threatened to squish us if we went in there before they were done. Yeah, Johnny said in support of his brother-in-arms. He had originally been trying to help Yasaku get a peek at Murat, but now they really did want to swim after being threatened with and later escaping extreme bodily harm. What's the big deal? That remark earned them both several rapid-fire slaps from Fukasaku's tongue that dazed them heavily, allowing Karu to join the party and peck their heads. Don't be a bunch of hasty idiots. That's not water, that's the sacred oil fountain, and it's not fair swimmin'. He shouted at them loudly. A dismayed look came over Johnny and Yasaku's faces at that realization that they almost jumped into a big fountain of oil, all the water on the mountain, and you pick the one thing that isn't water to try and jump into. From her place on top of the statue, Vivi watched Fukasaku tear the swordsman of the crew a new one before turning her gaze up towards the peak of the mountain where Naruto was supposed to be. It was fun being there and a nice reprieve from the constant turmoil that they found themselves in back on the Grand Line. But where's Naruto, and what's the real reason he wanted to come here for? XXX. Naruto felt his soul get ripped from his body and fly across the entirety of the elemental nations too fast to see, making everything a blur. He couldn't even see how much things had changed since the last time he had been in those areas. This was the aspect of the jutsu that he absolutely despised. It gave him motion sickness from hell, but since he was just his soul, he couldn't throw up or anything. His spectral body was being dragged to its destination by a chain connected to his chest per the structure of the jutsu. And to his surprise, it drew him to a sudden and abrupt stop right in the valley of the end of all places. As his trip came to an end and Naruto was allowed to walk on his own 2 feet again, he staggered about randomly until his sense of balance returned. Oh Kami, when I get back into my body I'm gonna puke. Well, look what the Shinigami dragged in. I wondered where you were when I felt your chakra signature disappear. A very strong and booming voice got Naruto to pay attention to what was exactly in front of him. Lying down inside of the rip in the ground that comprised the valley was a grand fox with 9 gargantuan tails swishing behind it, either signifying interest or excitement. The sheer size of the red-orange fox was incredible, making Naruto look like an ant in comparison. Looking at the chain attached to his chest, Naruto noticed that the other end of the chain was attached to one of the fox's tails. Awesome, Kurama. How long's it been? Kurama grinned, showing all of his sharp teeth to Naruto as the blonde walked closer to him. Well, the last time you came by to bother me was 5 years ago. You still staying out of the desert so that Shikaku doesn't try to kill you again? Fuck Shikaku. Naruto said as he got close enough to Kurama to have a decent conversation and sat down. It was like he was chatting it up with an old friend. We should have locked him back up in the Gerumazu after the crap he pulled last time. Oh, but you're too kind. Kurama said sarcastically, chuckling a bit as his tails came down to rest around his body with a resounding crash. So what's new with you that you had to rip your soul back out to find me? I've been traveling the world. What else is new? You woke me up for that? I should eat you. No, dumbass, the real world. The world past the elemental nations. There's more out there, you know. You just can't swim it to see. I could, but I won't. What's your point, Naruto? Did you come all the way out here to tell me about your vacation? You didn't even bring me any pictures. Naruto let out a humorless laugh at the joke. Vacation. Right. That was not the word he'd used to describe what was going on out on the seas. Well, I guess I'll cut right to the chase since we can always talk later. I want you to come with me. The two went silent and Kurama just gave him a long, hard stare as if to ask him if he was serious. But Naruto didn't back down, not that the fox expected him to. Still, it was a pretty heavy request. Leave the comfortable and mostly tranquil elemental nations that finally couldn't bother him or any other Biju any longer due to Naruto's jutsu truly binding them to the Gerumazu, making them unable to be sealed, or go back out and get into a load of trouble around the entire world. On the one hand, these days the elemental nations were an extremely boring place to be. Since humans left him alone, Kurama really didn't have anything to do. No excuse to commit large amounts of destruction. No people to scare off for trying to treat it like a tourist attraction when it would travel around and rest somewhere for a bit. Despite how annoying it would probably be to go out into the actual world with Naruto and deal with all of that crap, it would still probably be more fun than just lounging around and doing nothing. A fox could only justify lazing about for so long anyway. Most of the other Biju had found something to do with their time. Gyuki was still the guardian of Kumo, and Isabu hung out in the waters between the mainland and Mizu no Kuni as just a few examples. On the other hand though, Naruto hadn't bothered him for anything huge since the aforementioned incident where Shikaku started flipping his wig and creating sandstorms the size of half a country in the desert, and that was well over 10 years ago. So if Naruto wanted him to come along, it was probably going to be a pain in both of their collective asses. Seriously, out in the world past the seas? That had to be extremely far. Going east past the islands of Mizu no Kuni wasn't advised as the ships that went too far that way never came back, and there didn't seem to be anywhere that way to begin with, so he had to have somehow gone south off the mainland way past Mizu no Kuni or circled around the entire continent and gone west, which was even crazier, but it was the only direction taught made sense. What the hell had he discovered going west that was worth getting into a gigantic mess? Give me one good reason. Kurama said, getting a strange look from Naruto, who was about to open his mouth and answer until the mammoth kitsune cut him off again. Don't you bring up any dusty old war stories. I want a good, relevant, topical reason as to why I should put my tails on the line here. Tails on the line? Stingy old fox sure did have a certain flair for the dramatic, did he? With a grumble, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and started to think about any reason why Kurama might want to get involved. He drew a blank because nothing going on past the shores of the elemental nations had a damn thing to do with catching his interest. Come on. You remember right before I finished the jutsu to protect the Biju when you caused that avalanche and that landslide in Tetsu no Kuni and the samurai got all pissy, rambling about how if I wasn't going to seal you for good they would. Remember when they got your tails and I needed to dash ta? Yes, I remember. Kurama interrupted before Naruto could finish his story, turning his gaze away from the insect-like human with an almost embarrassed look in his eyes. Naruto and some of the bigger toads had to save his ass. What's your point? My point is that you owe me a solid brother. Naruto said, placing a friendly hand on Kurama's muzzle with a grin on his face, and I didn't bring it up for how many decades? Well, I'm calling it in. Come with me for a bit and I'll bring you right back. How long is a bit? Not even close to 100 years by a long shot, so you of all people should just consider it a walkabout. Naruto could see the glimmer of thought on Kurama's face and knew that he was not only thinking that he had to uphold his pride and return a favor, but that he was so extremely bored he'd take it just to see what kind of wild stuff there was past all of the endless water that managed to catch his former Jinchuriki's attention. All he needed now was a little more to drive the dagger home and secure himself some nine-tailed company. You remember that thing we worked out during the last few days before I finished the jutsu that bound you all safely to the Gerumazu? I figured out how to perfect it. It takes a path, not a clone. From the look in the red eyes of Kurama, Naruto could tell that he had managed to sell him on it. Really now? Kurama's tail started slowly swishing again behind his body. Naruto was really hoping he wouldn't hit something and screw up the landscape. You figured that you could use a path? And when did you come up with that idea? You hate using the paths. You won't use them at all. So I can't see you using them to experiment with something. No. Naruto corrected, I hate using the paths, but that doesn't mean I've never used them. It's just cumbersome to do it. He had to control them all himself, and they couldn't even go that far from his body or else he wouldn't be able to use them at all. If that were the case, he might as well stick to the 5 clones he could make while in Sage mode anyway. Also, those chakra receivers looked pretty brutal too. Either way, I figured it out to give you a real body. So how about it? A sigh from Kurama almost blew Naruto back downstream of the river in the valley, but he hung tough with some chakra directed to the ground and a handful of Kurama's fur. You'd make a fox's body a path? Because I don't know how to walk around like a human and I won't demean myself in learning how to doing so. Not a problem, bud. Believe it or not, you're not the weirdest thing I've ever seen anymore. As a matter of fact, he'd probably fit right in. Putting you in a fox as a path works perfectly. Just so long as he didn't have to share a field of vision with it, which he shouldn't have had to because his idea would definitely work. The shared vision thing was why he hated using clones with the Rinnegan to begin with. Okay, you've got a deal. Take us out of here, you stubborn bastard. Naruto had to fight the urge to let out a whoop as he made the release seal for the 9-spirit projection jutsu, Soul Retract, Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama. Naruto ordered as both his spectral body and Kurama's glowed momentarily. You're gonna want to brace yourself. He warned. Kurama had never done this part. A raised eyebrow came from Kurama as he wondered why. He didn't have to wonder why for too much longer before he found himself bonelessly jerked at a ridiculous speed through the air along with Naruto via the spiritual chain that bonded it to the Gerumazu as if they were being reeled in. Who would come up with a jutsu like this? Tears generated by having his eyes wide open in the wind came to Kurama's eyes as he looked over and saw the exact same thing happening to Naruto. Old man Rikudo Sanin never came up with crap like this. Well, I guess I'm just cooler than him. Naruto yelled back in response. XXX. MT Mayaboku, Temple of the Biju. Shima was stirred awake from her slumber when after several hours of Naruto's body being limp and dead, the Gerumazu statue shot a forceful burst of chakra through the chain connected to Naruto's chest twice, letting out a pair of shockwaves that blew her back against the wall. The seal on the floor glowed one more time and the red eyes on the statue of the Kyuubi went back to their normal state as the chain in Naruto's chest retracted and the chains around the Kyuubi statue did as well, signifying that it was no longer tethered to the Gerumazu and was at risk to be sealed again. At least it would be if it wasn't already. Shima shook the cobwebs off from the shockwave and got back up to see Naruto stirring on the floor, no longer in Sage mode and no longer with his Rinnegan active. Are you alright, Naruto-chan? She asked as she walked over to him. At least you got your own soul back. Is there a passenger on board again? Not answering at first, Naruto stood back up hissing in pain before he pulled up his shirt and looked at the seal on his belly. It was as if it had been seared into his flesh anew and was throbbing a flashing red, meaning that something was behind it again. Despite the fact that he had just taken the gut punch from hell via the Gerumazu and the jutsu of his very own creation, after seeing this Naruto couldn't help but smile down at the marking. Welcome back, partner.